With that being in mind, he might have taken a little bit easy. Just didn't show Matt Johnson everything he had. Just keep a little bit more in store for this moto.
Well, actually, Matt Johnson finished third in Moto number 1, and he's running second right now. So, honestly, Skinner did have to go get around in order to make the championship. Ben Robinson, who scored fourth in Moto 1, is running third. The big question is, where is your Moto 1 winner right now? I looked down and scanned through our results page, and I honestly don't even see that rider on the track right now anyway. Larry Bo Parton, the 419 out of Ocala, Florida. Got to wonder what happened to Parton.
Okay, you're right, because I knew Sean Skinner didn't win the race, and I wasn't sure if Matt Johnson was the winner, but I knew Sean had got second. So, either way with the 2-1, he's going to get this overall.
Exactly. So he knew he has to win this one because, as we were saying, Johnson was running 3-1 at that point. He had a score of 4. So yeah, he did have to get around and to win that championship, and he does just exactly that. And he's starting to open things up. He had almost a 2-second lead at the end of lap number 3. Actually made that pass on lap 3, and at the end of lap number 4. We're going to see lap times, a 1:44.9 to a 1:49. It actually stretches out the 5.9-second gap between first and second, so it looks like Skinner has really hit a comfort zone as he rolls into this RacerX Virtual Trainer final lap.
Yes, he's looking good out there. He was one of the former pros as well, so seeing him come back here ride in the Junior Plus 25 is really cool. You can, as you watch him ride, he's a really skilled rider.
Checking down through the field of riders, we got Skinner, Johnson, Robinson is third. That's Ben Robinson, the 238. Garrett Edmondson, Sandman, as he is known around the Florida area, out of Vero Beach, a former top off-road racer as well as top motocrosser. I think he's actually won Ironman awards here before. Justin Brusso, the number 359 Suzuki rider, running in 5th. Robert Honori is 6th. He rides to number 12, the 543 here in the second moto. Benjamin Hamilton runs 7th. Brandon Tacchini, the 68, is 8th. Randy Lawson in 9th. And Stephen Davis rounds out your top 10. We see Tyson Azell has dropped back to the 11th spot. Another name out there from the women's class is the 322 of Leah Renner. She's running back in a 13th place position. She actually finished 10th in Moto number 1.
Yes, it's great to see the girls out here. We've seen Hannah Hodges in Super Mini, as well as Kate Morrow in 250C, and it's great to see even as the girls get older, like Leah Renner out here in the Junior 25 Plus.
Good to see him getting that lap time and the experience, and also the credit that they deserve, because
yes.
You often wonder how good would it be, how good it be. Now we're finally starting to see how good it is, and how good is it right now for your On-Track Schools Moto Hero Race winner. The number 50 is Sean Skinner, as he not only takes the win in the moto, but he also secures this Junior 25 Plus championship. Taking a look at that Farron Racing top 10 board now as the riders check in. Sean Skinner, as we told you, was enjoying a 5.9-second lead at the end of lap number 4, and it was turning about a 3-second faster lap, and a much faster lap. He had 17 seconds over Matt Johnson, as Johnson just obviously rolled into the number 2 spot easily, it looks like. Ben Robinson 3rd, and 4th is Garrett Edmondson Brusso in 5th. And right now, motorsport.com hole shot, Tristan Charbonneau out of Tenino, Washington, your Thor Yamaha Monster Maxima Dunlop Fusion Graphics back ride. Man, what a hole shot there for that rider, and he looks like he is on a mission right now to check out.
Yes, he hasn't got a lot of great starts this entire week, so seeing him get a hole shot, we know he's one of the top runners, and he can run this pace up front, so let's see what he can do.
Well, Charbonneau actually took a 7th place finish in Moto 1. I think it was a bad start that plagued him, and never was able to work his way all the way up through the pack. If you remember, I believe this 450B class was one of those classes with, it's a 450B class, as we said. I think this is one of those classes we saw with near 100 riders and had several different qualifiers, so starts were very critical out there. And if you got a bad one, it took a while to make up that time, but he got a great start this time.
Yes, and a lot of great riders right with him. I see ZB right there. That's Zachary. Zachary Bishop Burnett, as well as Jerry Robbins is out there too. So, a lot of these front guys and their qualifier division winners are right here to go battle on this moto.
Well, we're wrapping up lap number 1. The number 16 machine rolling up to the finish line. Green flag waves, and look at the tear-offs littering the first turn region there now. And that area, you get a lot of hang time there. That's where a lot of people try to go for that clearer vision. Wait a minute. That says 51. Am I looking at that wrong?
No, that's 16, and I'm in second. I think 51 is Ryan Surratt. Yeah, he's in second. Ryan Surratt's in second, then Jerry Robbins is in third.
Well, timing and scoring is coming up here. All right, there we go. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, there it is. Charbonneau is your leader. Surratt is in second, but right now Surratt actually stands to win the championship. Looking at the wrong monitor there. Surratt doesn't even have to make the pass here on his Yamaha. Oh, look at that. The little course cutting going on there, I believe. Jerry Robin got knocked off the course, and I know that wasn't intentional. Wow, he's doing it again.
He did it again.
Maybe that is intentional.
The hot line right now.
Hey, Jerry, you're on TV right now, man. If that's intentional, you don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I didn't cut the track. Well, we do have it.
So misfortunes for him, and he is closing up on that number 51 machine, Ryan Surratt. But we're going to tell you right now, I don't know I don't know if he was knocked off the track or what the circumstances were. I'm not an official, but he certainly was cutting those corners a little short for whatever reason. So Surratt still in second. We're watching this one as they try to track down your Moto leader, Charbonneau, as we told you, with a 7th place in Moto 1. Not a threat for the championship right now, unless a lot of crazy things go on behind him, and that's what he's racing for right now, just to see how well he can finish in the overall. And we've seen it happen before. Crazy things happen sometimes. He could easily have a gimme out there somewhere with something with a big pile up in a turn out there on the last couple laps.
Yes, and here in the second Moto 2, I think these guys are going to run an extra lap, so the race is going to be a little bit longer. So hopefully the race gets tighter towards the end.
Lap times right now looking 141.5 for Tristan Charbonneau. Surratt a 141.6, a 142.1 for Jerry Robbins. Zachary Bishop Burnett a 143. He runs fourth. Dustin Winter in fifth. Cody Williams in sixth. Keith Tucker, the 641, who took one of the first championships there yesterday in the, I believe it was 250B class, is actually running back in the number 7 position. The 641 machine coming into this one with the 5th place position finish. So actually this particular class seems to be pretty stacked as far as the talent is concerned, Sean.
Yes, these heat races were really good, as well as the first moto and as well as the Supercross class. So I know that we had Benny Blosh showed off a little bit in Supercross. I think he won the title in this class, and he got a 2nd place in his first moto.
So there is Charbonneau out of the whoops, still holding on to the lead. How much of a commanding lead can you call 2 seconds? It's a little buffer, but no room for error, no room for mistake. Under the Red Bull Arch as they head down by the spectator area here at the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park. Charbonneau still commands a lead there, and I believe that may be tightening up a little bit. Jerry Robin, I think he held the entire course that time around, don't you?
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Surratt opened up a little bit on him too that lap.
Yeah, we see lap times can indicate that from even lap number 2, and we'll see what the lap times are looking like here at the end of lap number 3 as the run of the pack rolls through now. Zachary Bishop Burnett was 4th, Dustin Winter in 5th, Cody Williams 6th, 7th was Tucker, as we told you. I'm expecting to see Nyheiser, Bloss, Tanner McCullers, all these guys, even Bradley Esper back in the number 11 spot from lap 1. I expect to see them dicing it up through that top 10, and we should see some changes here on lap 3. Charbonneau, Surratt, Robin, 1, 2, and 3. Burnett is still, Bishop Burnett, I should say, is still in 4th. It is Cody Williams in 5th. Tucker has made the pass up to 6th. Benny Bloss is now up to a number 7 position as he makes up some time as well. Looks like Esper holds steady back in the number 11 position. Another top contender in this class. Andy Coast is running back in the number 12 spot as we wrap up lap number 3. We're looking at fast lap time of 141.5. That was turned by Charbonneau on lap 2. He turned to 141.7 that time around. Surratt 142.069 with Jerry Robin only 0.2 of a second slower that time than Surratt. So don't count him out. He's actually less than 2 seconds behind Surratt for the battle for second. So that could tighten up.
Yes, and the track's looking really good today. The track's getting rough. I think it was a little slick this morning from them water and everything, trying to get the track good, make it throughout the day for these last few motos. But as you can see, lines are developing, brake bumps are coming up.
A little bit of a scare this morning also with the weather. I know mostly cloudy skies greeted us. A lot warmer temperatures, probably the warmest temperatures we've seen so far this week. So it was a nice morning in the 50s, but it was overcast, a real heavy cloud cover, and it actually rained a light mist of a rain overnight. Either that or one of the heaviest dews I've ever laid eyes on, whichever the case may be. A little moisture on the ground there last night, but that's kind of been blowing off, and I think it's still a little overcast, but the clouds aren't nearly as thick and deep looking as what they were earlier. We are wrapping up lap 4. Charbonneau, Surratt now 3 seconds apart. I think Surratt has done the math. He knows, hey, wait a minute, Charbonneau got 7th. I've got this. All I got to do is just ride this race. Robin still running in the number 3 spot with Bishop Burnett in 4th. We got Williams in 5th. In 6th still is Keith Tucker. The gap now is just under 2 seconds. They're running nearly identical lap times at a 1:43.5 and a 1:43.4. Benny Bloss a 1:44 flat. Blake Niehiser a 1:44.7 is 8th. Henry Miller, the 29 machine, a 1:44.2 is now 9th. And Bradley Esper breaks the top 10 plane in 10th aboard the 27 with a 1:44.6. And Andy Coast also moves up into 11th now aboard the 31 Slash.
Yes, Ryan just needs to ride his own race. Tristan Charbonneau has a great race right now. He's been looking for starts like this all weekend, so Ryan just needs to play it smart, come in, and take home the victory.
Well, I tell you, Surratt, camera on him, and just watch this kid. A host of confidence you can see he's carrying through this moto. You saw the little pressure trying to be applied by Jerry Robin there in the early part of the moto. Didn't shake him any, it didn't appear. I mean, he just did exactly what he needed to do, find a little bit more of a twist on that throttle. He knows that he doesn't have to get around Charbonneau. This is a true way to win a championship, man, riding smart.
Yes, and just doing your math and doing your research before watching your other divisions, looking at result sheets, knowing who you don't have to beat to try to take the victory.
So Surratt heading to the white flag, I believe, that time around, if I'm not mistaken. I believe this is a 6-lap moto, if memory serves me correct. Still behind them is where the battle wages. Seven-lap moto, I believe, so we're still a couple away. That means 2-lap board is out on this. Cody Williams still in 5th. 6th is Tucker. Watching that battle. Wow, Cody Williams really picking things up there. He goes now just under the 144 mark at a 143.9. Tucker actually turned to 144.8 there. So that battle for 5th not getting as tight as I thought. But how about, and this explains why Tucker may have slowed down a little bit. He's got Benny Bloss closing in now up from 7th into 7th place. Less than a half second behind. The 641 and the 33 doing battle and waging war for 6th place. That should also be a battle for them to try to break into a top 5 overall ride, while Ryan Surratt still runs the 2nd place position and in control of the championship possibly.
But right now in control of this race is Tristan Charbonneau. He's riding great, just looking good. You know, he got a whole shot, and he hasn't looked back yet. Running great lap times. He has the fast lap time out there right now with a 141.5, so he's moving.
He hasn't looked back. I don't think he's looked back probably since the first turn just to see how close or where the next guy beside him or behind him happened to be. He's focused on the forward right now, and that's good, you know, especially whenever you come out of a not so great moto for the number 16, a 7th place finish. You know, he's thinking, okay, I can't look back. I can't be thinking about it. I just got to go out and do my business in Moto 2 to show them just exactly what could have possibly been. Charbonneau still running 1:43.5, still a little bit faster than everyone else so far on the track. Actually, no, I take that back. Jerry Robin just popped off a 1:43.2. He closes now to within a second and a half of that 2nd place ride. Now, what does that mean? If Robin was to get around Surratt, that would mean that he would be looking at a 1-3, which would be a score of 4. Jerry Robin finished in the number 4 spot in Moto 1, so a 4-2 for him would be a score of 6. So Ryan Surratt, even dropping back to 3rd right now, would stay in the chance to possibly win this one. The only threat that he might have would be Zachary Bishop Burnett, and he's running 1 and 4. He won his division race, a 1 and 4. So, wow, I mean, so I guess really Ryan really can't afford to lose a whole lot here, because if Zach happens to take advantage of a situation then that championship could belong to him in the drop of a hat. And I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of unnecessary chances taken in this final lap there, Sean Hackley, as we check into the RacerX Virtual Trainer final lap. Charbonneau still continues to lead. Surratt in second, Robin third. And that's the way it looks like they will most likely finish, because none of these riders, I guess I should say, are trying to do anything off the scale crazy, except maybe Jerry Robin trying to make up that gap because he wants to try to better himself for obvious reasons. Now, did you notice going down into that Gator pit, that shot, how whooped out those braking bumps and how technical that section is starting to become?
Yes, the track's getting really choppy today. I think this is the old Gator back coming out some. You know, the water and the moisture of the track is brought up now, so we're getting some holes, potholes, and braking bumps. A lot of square edge bumps develop here.
Well, Tristan Charbonneau takes the Moto win, but that will only be good enough for a 5th place overall for him, as Ryan Surratt will go 1-2 on the week and score the championship here in the 450B Limited. Zachary Bishop Burnett a 1-4 for second. Jerry Robin a 4-3 for third. Benny Bloss a 2-5 for fourth. Charbonneau a 7-1 to round out your top 5. Then it's Cody Williams with a 3-6 in 6th. Keith Tucker takes 7th with a 5-7. Blake Naheiser in 8th. Cody Kuykendall in 9th. Bryson Taylor will round out your top 10 in the championship run for the 450B Limited class. As we take a look at the Farron Racing top 10, second moto, Charbonneau, Surratt, Bishop, Burnett, Bloss, Williams, Tucker, Millard, Naheiser, and Esper. Looks like we've got our next class off and rolling, Sean Hackley, and this is another one of our senior classes, it looks like.
Looks like that's Barry Karst out in the lead with John Grew behind him. Frenchie's, Trampus Parker making it inside, trying to make some moves. Barry Karst, he had a win in the Supercross. Trampus was leading, but he stalled his bike, and I think Trampus also had a tip over yesterday, so Trampus is trying to get out front and take away with the win.
Good place to start this one for Karsten. Look how choppy that sweeper turn is getting as well. Whole different characteristic, I think, this. Earlier in the week, we were seeing lines and ruts come through there, I believe. And the characteristic of the acceleration bumps and braking bumps were a whole lot different. That right there is more of a chop, I think, rather than those deep line ruts that we were seeing earlier in the week.
Yes, like I was saying, Mother Nature put down a lot of water. So at the very beginning of the mini-O's, we had lots of ruts. It was really muddy. Track crew did a lot of track work to get it back in great conditions, but now it's getting a little drier. So like I was saying, it gets really square edge holes here. The clay here kind of just breaks down and makes a hole. It's pretty hard to ride because there's not many places like this.
Wow, it's amazing how the characteristics of the track changes, but it gives an opportunity for different riders to maybe shine a little bit in different conditions, and more than one, the ability to be able to shine throughout the course of the week also.
Yeah, this track's always ever-changing, so it's as soon as you get used to it, I think your next moto comes out, it's completely different. There may be berms and ruts at the early moto, but then it would turn to bigger berms and outsides and potholes.
Wow, we're watching right now the battle for second. Jim Neese, the 14 Carolina boy, and John Gruey, the number 70. Gruey actually took the Moto 1 win out of Coopersville, Michigan on his Team Babbitt's Fox Decal Works Dunlop Dubach Racing back Kawasaki. Karsten, who runs in the number 1 spot, he took 5th in Moto 1. He had some issues, so this is kind of a redemption ride for him. Right now, as it sits, John Gruey going 1 and 3 would still win the overall. Jim Neese took a 3rd in Moto 1, and a 2nd right now scores him a total of 5, so he would be 2nd overall. And Karsten with the win would end up with a 3rd overall. But we're still early in this moto, working on lap number 2 of 5, if I'm not mistaken, and still plenty of room for changes to take place as Frenchie Palmer runs in 4th, Earl May, the 82, in 5th, Pedro Gonzalez is 6th, Fernando Macy in 7th, Galen Dixon 8th, and Reverend Kevin Kozad back on the number 9 spot, and the MXers for Jesus KTM, and Matt Powers, the 101, rounds out your top 10. Three-way battle royale, Sean Hackley, in the senior 40-plus class. Who would have ever thought that this would be? Whoa! Karsten goes down, and Gruey goes down. Oh, and it looks like maybe an arm injury. That wasn't Gruey. That was Neese. Jim Neese, it
And
looked
then
like
also Travis Parker disappeared that lap too. I'm not sure what happened to him.
Wow, so a lot. Yeah, Parker did disappear. But man, you could see that Neese was kind of favoring, I believe, that left arm. That could be a collarbone or a wrist or a number of things there. We hope that everything's all right. This is a tough way to take the lead away, but John Gruey does it. Frenchie Palmer not letting up on his attack any whatsoever. A second gap was what separated them. A 151.1, John Gruey ran that time. Frenchie a 150.345. Gonzalez a 150.5 there. I think that Gruey may have gotten held up, but you got to wonder how fast a lap would that have been had Gruey not been held up, and Karsten and Neese for that matter, had they not been that crash going there.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad crash too. That kind of reminded me like 2005 with Ricky Carmichael and James Stewart when James landed on Ricky coming down one of those hills.
Wow. I am just amazed at the intensity of that. And that battle, I was just going to talk about how intense that three-way battle was. And about that time, it just really exploded. And we got another, and it hasn't really relinquished much because now it's just a two-way battle for the now number one spot between Gruey and Palmer. And then look at May and Gonzalez. Pedro Gonzalez, the number 2 Kawasaki, and Earl May, the 82, battling right behind the battle for the lead right now. It looks like Palmer has taken over the lead now. What will that mean for the championship? Palmer finished 6th in Moto 1, so 6-1 scores him 7 right now. Now, Palmer actually is set up for 2nd overall with that 6th place position finish in Moto 1. So you know with the out there of those 2 riders of Neese and Barry Carson, that kind of flip things around a little bit, but Palmer is looking at 2nd overall, and even if Gruey, now that he has dropped to 2nd, finishes in 2nd, a 1-2 is a score of 3, and that's still better than Palmer's 6-1, which would be a score of 7. So the way the championship breaks down right now, Sean Hackley, John Gruey would win the championship. Palmer would be 2nd. Earl May would be 3rd. Fernando Macia, the 17, who finished 8th in Moto 1 and is now up to 3rd, would get the 4th place position finish, and Pedro Gonzalez going 7 and 4 would round out the top 5. We talked about things being flipped around as far as these championships goes, and this is a class that just seen it happen.
Yes, that was a prime example. You know, now we have Greg Palmer out here. He got a 6th the first moto. Now he can come away with the win in the 2nd moto. So with just a change of events, you know, 2 riders getting together, really changing our overall.
It certainly does. The Senior 40 Plus race 20 on the track right now. Next coming up, we're going to be seeing the mini Senior 12 to 15. That's a limited class. Going to have some great battles out of that one. I believe that we saw Cameron Cannon, the Moose Racing Club MX Smith Optics back KTM rider out of Anderson, South Carolina, taking the win in that one in Moto 1. Mini Senior 2nd place was Jordan Bailey, the 133, and Brock Pappy, who we caught the tail end of a battle there in the opening of this show. Brock Pappy ended up finishing 3rd, so we got the stage set there in the next race coming up for another great battle coming, I believe, also. So Palmer, Gruey, Macia, Gonzalez, and May now back to the number 5 spot as we watch Frenchie Palmer. And he has got this dialed in. Lap 4. I think this will be possibly a white flag for him if I'm not mistaken. Yep, white flag is out. And Gruey, I think he may have done the math a little bit. He's eased up a little bit, but you know there's only still a 1/10 of a second difference in their lap times and only 1.2 seconds that separate them. So don't think that John Gruey won't try to make a pass if the opportunity presents itself. Wow, Gonzalez got around that time. The number 2 is now up to 3rd, Sean, and Macia drops to 4th. Earl May's got his hands full. He's about 5 seconds back now in 5th, and it looks like Galen Dixon, I think, has made up some time as he is up to 6th. Kevin Kozat is up to 7th. Matt Powers running in 8th, the 101 machine. He's a Yamaha ride. The 21 of Alan Alford, Suzuki pilot, in 9th. Actually make that Barry Karsten back up to 9th. That's a good sign. I was kind of curious as to how he was doing, but Karsten is back up to 9th, so he's back up and rolling. Alan Alford, the 21 machine, in 10th. However, unfortunately, we don't see that Jim Neese has checked in with another lap, and I think that maybe that might have been a broken collarbone we were looking at there, unfortunately.
well, hopefully he's all right. You know, in the following lap, I saw him standing up on the side of the track, and
Well,
I
that's
think he
a good
was
sign.
signaling someone that thumbs up. So
That's a
hopefully
good
he's
sign.
good. And looks like Gruy, you know, even though he has his championship in the bag right now, and I'm pretty sure he knows that, he still wants to come away with the Moto win, just going a 1-1.
Yeah, and obviously that's just speculation on my part. Hopefully, I think he was just banged up, and he just said, "To heck with this. I'm not going to finish this moto. I'm going to lick my wounds and try to come back out maybe a little later on in another class." But and I know Nice is tough enough to do. You know, we talk about those 65cc guys being made of cartilage. I think Nice is like one of those guys. If you want to know the truth, he bounces back
Yeah,
quicker
he's
than
been around for a while. Really strong guy.
he is, and even for a 40-plus guy, man, I mean, pretty amazing as, wow, look at those 40-plus guys drag racing out of the Gator pit. Palmer does get the checkers, but again, a 6-1 score's only good enough for a second as John Gruy goes 1 and 2 for the championship in this one. The number 70, if I'm not mistaken, may have gotten a championship over on the Supercross side of things, too, if memory serves me correct. Gonzalez finishing up in the number 3 spot. Earl May gets around Macy. Is something happening to Macy? It looks like he turned to 1:49 lap time the lap before. He might have been trying to reel in Gonzalez back and went down because we got Earl May up to 4th. Galen Dixon breaks into the top 5. Matt Powers 6th. Kevin Kozad up to 7th. Barry Karsten, wow, all the way back up to 8th. So look at our Farron Racing leaderboard there. Fernando Macy is still not checked in. And our next class is off and rolling, mini senior 12 to 15 class. So there's Alan Alford in 9th. Still no Fernando Macia.
That's Brock Poppy out front. Right behind him is Jordan Bailey. And Jordan Bailey's been riding great here in the outdoor portion of this event.
Yeah, Bailey has been, I think, one of the shockers of this event, if you want to know the truth. Not that the kid wasn't expected to be fast, but I think the consistently what we're seeing him not necessarily win, but dominate some of those wins that he has taken has been pretty impressive. Also, the way he's been passing up through the track. Wow, Pappy just a little bit out of shape coming over that jump.
Nose high.
And I think that those are the kind of mistakes that the 133 actually lives for. Jordan Bailey on a Red Bull KTM Spaceport Cycles backed by Thorne Dunlop as well as Factory Connection. Right there ready to strike, and he's got, well, he strikes. He had Pappy against the ropes. Now Pappy's trying to strike back, it looks like, Sean.
Yes, Jordan Bailey's riding great. Like you said, he didn't have the best time in Supercross. Brock Poppy rode great in Supercross. So looking at to the overall Olympiad Awards, I think Poppy might get in this situation over Jordan Bailey.
Is that right?
Yes, because Poppy had, I think, 2 championships in Supercross. Jordan Bailey, I'm not even sure if he had a top 3 in some of them. I mean, he was fast, but didn't get some good starts and couldn't move up in there.
Yeah, that's the one thing we got to remember. We had the Supercross racing in the earlier part of the week, and though it may be in the back of our mind, it is still heavyweight as far as figuring and factoring in the finals Olympic scores. We have our motocross champions, we have our Supercross champions, but all the bragging rights here at the Mini O's goes to those that do well in both divisions. Right now, Bailey is out front, Poppy in second, a 1.101 deficit there. Cameron Cannon, who is a Moto 1 winner, running back in the number 3 spot. Now, here's interesting. The top 3 riders from Moto 1 are running in the top 3 positions. Bailey finished second. Cameron Cannon finished third, and Poppy finished in the number 2 spot or 3 spot in that first moto. He's running in second right now. If they finish the way they're running right now, Bailey would get the championship, Cannon would get second, and Poppy would get third. Gianluca Fascetti, who finished 6th in Moto 1 and is running 4 right now, he would actually get 4th overall. And Christopher Fortier is actually going 5 and 5 for a top 5 overall in the overall as well. So, but on the track, it's Bailey, Pappy, Cannon, Fascetti, Fortier. Kobe Hefner in 6th, Chase Fosnot is 7th, Slade Smith in 8th. Eugene Christian rounds out 9th, with 10th place being old Hank Hayes. There's Tommy Rios also back in a 13th place position. We see Corey Karsten back in 14th place position. Some riders we saw riding solidly in the top 10 earlier in the week.
Looks like Cameron Cannon's trying to put some pressure on Brock Poppy right now. It's not really going to change his position right now for the overall, even though if he does go up there and try to challenge Jordan Bailey for the win, if he gets the win, he will win the overall then because he got the first moto victory.
But like we said yesterday, Sean, this is a golden opportunity to leave these guys with something to think about until March. Our first major race coming up, Ricky Carmichael Supercross, which will be, I believe, March 9th and 10th, if memory serves me correct. And whenever that one kicks off, you've got until that time to think about it. And even maybe some might have as long as till March 19th through the 22nd at Freestone down in Texas, as the second major kicks off there in late March.
Yes, both great events. The first one could be right back here in Florida at Daytona. You get to watch the pros do Supercross. Always a great event. That's one of the toughest Supercrosses that we have. And then you get to race the exact same track. Then a few weeks later, you get to come to Texas, ride one of the former pro national tracks. So, two great tracks you get to race, and I'm sure these kids are really excited.
Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona. It's the 5th annual Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona International Speedway, March 9th and 10th, 2014. Log on to racedaytona.com for more details and information, featuring classes from 50cc to the Masters. There's a class for every racer. So out front here, Sean Hackley, it looks like total control has been assumed by your leader.
Yes, Jordan Bailey, like we were talking about earlier, he's been riding great in outdoors. I was really surprised to see him out here in his first qualifier come out and just dominate, because he didn't have the best of luck in Supercross, but, it really turned around for him here in motocross.
Well, Cameron Cannon also enjoying total control now over second place, as we see him make the pass on Brock Pappy there about midway through this third lap of racing. Pappy now in the number 3 spot. Gina Luca Faschetti and Chase Fosnot battling, well, not so much of a battle. It's solid ride in fourth for the 222, and also the 30 of Fosnot, who's being challenged now by Eugene Christian. Christian was back a little further in this. I think this kid is maybe flicking a switch here on this second moto and trying to make a name for himself out here, it looks like. The 98 machine finished in 8th in Moto 1 on Abreu Cycles, E. Christian and Son Grading, MotorcycleMax.net KTM out of Oxford, North Carolina. And now Christian up to 6th place, so he is bettering himself quite a bit there as we watch our leader, Jordan Bailey, drop down Gator Falls, a 1:49.330 lap time on lap 3. That was the fastest lap turned in this moto so far, the mini senior 12 to 15 limited class, race 21. So we see just a little lap traffic, Sean Hackley, ahead of your leader right now. So it's kind of hit and miss. So there's not a lot of obstacles other than the race course itself, I think, that's going to lend any competition, at least at the moment, to the 133 of Bailey. However, I know that Cameron Cannon, if he has anything to say about it, he's going to answer back pretty good. At 1:49.866, and that was under trying to get around Brock Pappy in that lap. You got to wonder, will Cannon be able to turn some faster laps, but also at the same time, will he have enough time, if he can turn a little faster laps, to make up that 3.6 seconds that separate he and the first place ride of Jordan Bailey right now?
Yes, Jordan Bailey has the fastest lap time, and it's about a half a second faster than Cameron Cannon. So for Cam to try to get this win, he's really going to have to throw down some heaters these next few laps, and I guess hope for Jordan to make a mistake, but he's riding pretty flawless right now.
Pretty flawless indeed, as our leaders now drop down into the Gator pit. And with the white flag coming out on this, and we'll come back in just a moment. We'll catch the checkers and let you know how it all unfolds as we continue with more of our live coverage from Gatorback Cycle Park and the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And welcome back to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park as we are into our RacerX virtual trainer final lap here while Jordan Bailey continues to lead. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley. Jen Kenyon will be joining us along here in just a little bit as well. And Sean, watching these mini senior 12 to 15, the 85cc class riders out here, it's been an exciting battle. Jordan Bailey going 2-1 on the week. Looks like he is setting himself up for a championship. The only thing standing between himself and that right now is the second place ride of the 17 slash of Cameron Cannon, who's running in the number 2 spot now nearly 5 seconds back, while Bailey enjoys a little over a second faster lap time. And that right there tells the story of it all.
Yes, Jordan Bailey going away with the win. I know they had a great battle going in their qualifier, their first moto, but Jordan Bailey actually falling over and making a mistake, losing some time, then catching right back up to Cameron Cannon at the finish line, but not being able to make a pass.
So Bailey takes the win and the championship here in the mini senior 12 to 15 class. Cam Cannon in second. Brock Pappy will hold on for third in the moto, which will go 3-3 scores for him in the motocross, and he will take third overall. Chase Fosnot actually will get fourth overall. He wraps this one up in 5th place of the moto. Luca Fascetti looking at a 5th place position overall as he goes 6 and 4. 4th place in this moto will score him good enough for 5th overall. And then finishing out this moto, gotta hand it to Eugene Christian going 8 and 6. He takes 6th place, will score him 7th overall, it looks like, while Christopher Fortier, who finished 7th this moto, actually gets 6th overall. Overall in the 8th spot, Kobe Hefner, Corey Karsten is 9th, and Cole Williams rounds out your top 10. As we drop down Gator Falls once more with our motosport.com hole shot. And Sean Hackley, I know we got more great racing. That was mini senior 12 to 15 limited class we wrapped up. This is 450C limited class racing we're watching right now. I believe that might be, is that 186 or
Pennington?
Yeah,
I think that's Pennington.
Preston Pennington out of Walnut Hill, Illinois on an ATVs and more Southern Illinois Motorsports back machine, biked by One Industries. Took a moto win aboard the number 186 Kawasaki there in that 450C limited class.
And he had some pressure on him right there from Bryce Malden. And Malden made a little mistake, lost some time, so I think now he's back in about 5th place.
A lot of position jockeying going on right now as the 121 Ethan Stout, he took a second place position finish in Moto 1, as did Brian Garano, as we had a couple different division battles in this one. And I think we should have a, Preston Pennington took a moto win. Bryce Maudlin, as you pointed out, second.
Oh, rider down hard right there, just landing right in the soft stuff, tucking his front end, going over the bars. Hopefully he's okay.
And that's one of the things about these changing conditions of this racetrack. If you haven't been out there for a day or so, it could be a little surprising for you. Even in this morning's sight laps, these riders get sight laps to reacquaint themselves with the racetrack prior to the racing action. There are few little changes that take place in the conditions of the soil, and maybe a line there that was available for him during an earlier moto might not have been available this time.
Yes, and they have a really good viewing around the track, so you're able to ride your bike around the track, look at lines, look at your earlier motos, but it looks like he just made a small bobble, and that's going to take him out this race.
Preston Pennington, Bryce Malden, and Pierre-Louis Kostic, 1, 2, and 3 right now. And if I'm not mistaken, looking at yesterday's champions, I believe that Bryce Malden might have actually won a championship. Yeah, out of Webster, Florida, took the 250C limited class win, the 450C limited class. He is in position to do so right now. He and Pennington, though, are the ones battling for that championship. The 186 and the 25, first and second place. Pierre-Louis Kostic running in third right now, finished 9th in Moto number 1. Talk about a little redemption for him all the way over from France. We talked about him as I believe it was his grandfather was a 15-time French national champion. His great-grandfather actually raced back in, like, I believe the 1930s in Belgium motocross. I mean, he's a true pioneer of motocross racing.
Well, he's turning things around here right now in the second moto, so it looks like he's trying to come over here and try to win a couple titles and get his name in the record boards in another country.
There you go. Titles may not be at bay for him, but if nothing else, he's getting a good taste of what American motocross is all about. And talking with him, having the time of his life right now. And I think right there up front, these guys are having a pretty good time as well as well, that is Kostic we're watching ride right now. He is being pressured, it looks like now, by Zachary Breyer, the 62 Suzuki, while Denton West has also snuck up, and Robbie Ruffner. And look at this, Brian Guarno and Brandon Landis, they're all right there within striking distance up that number 3 position. And so as we wrap up lap number 2, Sean Hackley, it looks like Pennington and Malden continue that battle. They're dropping down Gator Falls right now. 151.9, almost 152 for Preston Pennington. Look at this, almost a 2-second faster lap by Malden. He's now just a hair over a second behind the leader. So many battles in this particular class to try to keep an eye on. Look how tight those battles are coming down Gator Falls now.
Yes, we've had great racing all weekend long in a lot of classes, but especially in the C-class division. And Malden made that mistake the first lap, but gets around Pennington on the outside right there to take the lead.
Wow, what a great move, man. Right around the outside, hugging as close to the inside of Pennington he could. They basically rubbed shoulders, I think, whenever they went by one another there. Exchanged phone numbers, maybe even tapped their phones and did a little file transfer or something going on there, man. That was tight.
Yeah, you know, and he just, right there, Pennington went inside, took the ruts, and Bryce Malden just went outside, skipped the ruts, and hits a little kicker right there coming out the rollers. He just needs to just calm down, breathe, and just take this lead and start controlling the race.
Well, Pennington's hoping to continue file transfer. He better hope Bluetooth's on, because Malden is starting to stretch this one out quite a bit now as we roll toward the conclusion of this now third lap. But as I say that, looks like Pennington finds another line out there, and he's pulling up side by side. And here's a line we've seen many passes on as we get set in. Oh, man.
They weren't even trying to be aggressive right there. Just Pennington made a little bit of bobble and then went over into Malden. Hopefully they both stayed up. See some fans running over there to check out the action.
Yeah, I don't think there was any true contact there, but nearly contact there. A big kicker there. And look at that.
Pennington got the lead back.
Yeah. He wants that championship. He says, wait a minute, Bryce, you've already got one. I want this one.
Yeah, the flagger has 2 laps to go, so Malden needs to try to get himself back together and try to make another pass back to get the lead.
Well, right now, Pennington, Malden, Kostic, as we wrap up lap number 3. I believe it's Kostic still in the number 3 spot. We got Robbie Ruffner was back there, as well as Zachary Breyer in 5th, Brian Guarno in 6th, Brandon Landis in 7th, 8th, Drew Abney 9th, Kyle McElrath, Ethan Stout in 10th. That was the way they looked at the end of lap number 2. And the way they're looking right now, I can't even look at what's going on behind these guys. This is the battle for the championship. And Bryce Malden has taken over the lead again away from Preston Pennington. And who's to say that Preston won't be ready to strike back? Remember, this is about what it looked like 1 lap ago whenever Preston was able to make that pass heading to the finish line. If he can do that 2 laps in a row, he'll still be able to hang on to that championship.
Yes. Pennington right now could just be, taking it easy for a second, getting his breath to try to make a last lap charge, make it a battle towards the end of the race, and just put some pressure on Malden, hoping he makes a mistake.
It's pretty fun. Turns. Yeah, and it's pretty funny how sometimes some of the different parts of the track and different sections of the track lend their hand more so to one rider than the other. And if Pennington is lucky, this next portion of the track is his fast part, but I don't think he's close enough to make that challenge like he did a lap ago.
No, not right now. We saw him going outside right here, taking that different line, hitting a few brake bumps later in, but he can carry his momentum around the outside, coming over that roller like Malden's doing.
Nice turn down into the Gator pit. One final drive out of there, little lap traffic ahead of him. It looks like Bryce Malden is going to be a double-class champion here in the motocross. Malden out of Webster, Florida, took the 250C Limited Championship, and it's well, wait a minute. We still got one more. I forgot about that. We're into the virtual trainer final lap now. So he hasn't done it yet. Got to remember, these second motos a little longer than the division races we saw in Moto 1. And that's good for these riders, too, because it gives them a chance to really showcase their talents a little more. in the division races, this is a matter of just trying to make it into the second motos. This is where the guys want to shine, I guess.
Yes, the division races, that's more or less just if you get a great start, you're able to qualify for this. For if someone isn't the best starter, but they have great conditioning and great technique, they can excel a little bit better and shine some more in the second motos.
But again, reminding you, both motos do count. So even when their division races went out, they still got scored as if it was the first moto. So we have more than one first place coming in, as many as 3 first place division winners in some of these classes out there. And then, of course, you've got those LCQ winners. They don't get the score of 1, but they get a 1 number higher than whatever the qualifying number was. And just to make it into it, some of these classes was a feat on its own, and some of the best riders at the Winter Olympics this year found that out for themselves.
Yes, Malden and Pennington were the winners of both the divisions in this class, and when they matched up, it looks like Malden had the upper hand coming into these final 3 turns before the finish line.
Yeah, he had the momentum of yesterday's championship on his side also, and heading through this final couple of turns now, Bryce Malden on his way to championship number 2, 250C Limited, and this second one, the 450C Limited. Race 22 of 39 on the racetrack right now. The big long drive and fist bump. I knew that was coming. Your On-Track Schools Moto Hero race winner, race champion, Bryce Malden.
Congratulations, Bryce.
And we see Bryce making his way down victory lane. And I'm not sure if Miss Jen's going to get a word in with him, but I know she's standing by over by the podium. We'll be talking with some of our winners here shortly. We've got Bryce Malden, Preston Pennington checking in, Robbie Ruffner, Brian Guerrero, Pierre Louis Costas drops to 5th, Drew Abney in 6th, Kyle McElrath up to 7th, Ethan Stout in 8th. Keenan Mockma, who is the brother to the newly crowned Miss Winter Olympics, he finishes up 9th this moto, and Zachary Bear rounds out your top 10 as we roll to our next class. Sean, this is our 85 9 to 11-year-old class, and it's off and rolling. And again, some of the most highly competitive racing is taking place right here, right now. That is the 70 slash of Devin Simonson out of Hamer, South Carolina, south of the border, Miller Paint Company, Bell Helmets, EAS Dunlop sponsored rider. He got the motorsport.com hole shot and leading them over the tip of the Gators' nose right now with a host of riders hitched on and ready to go. Uh-oh, looks like a little
Getting
trouble
some
there.
pressure right there on the inside and scared him a little bit. Oh, and
A lot
getting
of
tangled
bobbles.
up. We got some. Well, that's not really aggressive riding. Just some riders making some bobbles and getting
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
Is that Jalik Swole?
most likely it is the 352 of Swole out of Silver Springs, Florida. KTM Orange Brigade backed ride. 7 Oakley, Pro Taper, Dunlop, Factory Connection, Skull Candy. One of your teammates. I guess you're a professional rider, but he could kind of be considered one of your teammates, huh?
Yes, he rides for the KTM Orange Brigade guys, and that's the factory team of the amateurs. These guys have great bikes, great support and everything, but looks like we have Marchbanks coming up.
So as we roll through this, and when you see the 70 is under the 70 slash as Simonson is under some pressure, man, that they had some bobbles there, like you said, not aggressive riding, just track conditions warranting some tough circumstances for these riders. A few little bobbles, and all of a sudden we got our leader out there. Look at this. It is not over right now. At 352, as we said, Jalik Swole, your leader, but second spot coming on there. That is the 82 machine of Garrett Marchbanks. As you pointed out there, Marchbanks on a Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki backed by Fox, Scott, and Dunlop.
Marchbanks has had some great rides today. Oh, not just today, but all this week long. In Supercross, he was riding really great, as well as outdoor. He's been one of those guys like Jordan Bailey, where when we came to outdoors, you could tell that he was really strong. And as you can see right now, making an aggressive pass on Jalik Swole. Kept it clean, but that was really good.
That was an exceptional pass there, Garrett Marchbanks.
And Jalik Swole coming right back at him. So it looks like Swole's not scared to do that either.
85-9 to 11-year-old class on the track right now. And this 85 class, now he's battling and looking for a championship in this one. Garrett Marchbanks took the championship out of Coalville, Utah in the 85 9 to 11 limited class already. So he's looking for 2 championships out here in his 85cc classes.
And then as well as Jalik Swoll, he got a second in his qualifier. So if he wins this, he also gets the title, which I know he wants to get one. Garrett Marchbanks wants to get two, but, you know, you can't be selfish with these championships right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm sure they probably
yes,
think
you
they
can. You're right. You can.
You know, maybe not feel nice by the other guys wanting that championship, but, you know, work for it.
Yeah,
and they all do.
You understand.
Yeah, they all work for it. And that's what makes the championship so special. You don't want them given to you. That's for sure.
Coming around the outside right there, getting back around Swoll.
And you don't want them taken away from you like Swoll just had either.
No, not around the –
Oh!
Jalik Swoll goes down hard.
Swoll on a rail there, man, looking great. And, again, he just comes off that.
I saw him land off the tabletop into the breaker bumps, and I'm not sure if his hand slipped off, but he lost control coming over that roller and went flipping.
Yeah, so, wow. Gotta give it up for Swoll. A tough get-off for that young rider, but still an outstanding ride he's put together here for 2013. Enjoying watching this young man make his progression through these 85cc ranks. Marchbanks out front. That opens the door now for Jarrett Fry, who was only a couple of seconds behind now. He is now 3.3 seconds behind Marchbanks in the number 2 spot. Lance Kobush is the number 3 spot. Cruz Sampson, 21 slash in 4th. Jackson Turbin in 5th. Jace Kessler, the number 6 spot. He's riding the 511 machine. Austin Daniels on the 71 is 7th. Bryce Hansen, the 201 in 8th. The 70 slash early leader in this one, Devin Simonson, is 9th, and Palmer Neely, the 77, rounds out the top 10. As far as championships are concerned, Marchbanks looking at another championship with a 1-1 tally there. Jarrett Fry, 2-2 in 2nd. Lance Kobush, a 1-3 as he won his division race, running 3rd right now. He's looking at a 3rd overall. Cruz Sampson, who went 3rd in his division, and 4th right now in Moto 2, looks for a 4th overall. Jackson Turbin hoping for a 5th overall with 2 5s right now rolling through this second Moto. 85-9 to 11 leader there. It's the 34 of Jarrett Fry, 2nd actually. Marchbanks still your leader. The 3.3 second gap can he make up? Lap time, Marchbanks a 151.3. Fry turned a 153.2 on that one. Both those guys blistering fast, it looks like. But I don't know that Fry's going to have enough time to make this up if Marchbanks keeps that pace up.
No, Fry got an extra position also with the overall because of Jalik Swoll going down. Jalik Swoll had a 2 coming in. They both finished 2nd in their qualifiers. With him going down, that gives him – he's actually tied right now for 2nd with Lance Kobush, but Lance would need to get around him because Fry would have the better 2nd Moto finish.
Exactly. Watch the 99. He's only 2.6 seconds back. There's lap 3 in the history books, a 151.063 for Marchbanks, a 151.745 for Jarrett Fry. 4-second gap. It opens up a little more, but both riders running exceptional lap times up front right now. Lance Kobush checks in his 3rd lap, 153.5. He drops now to almost 4.5 seconds behind Jarrett Fry.
I'll be excited to see Marchbanks on a Superman. He looks like one of the bigger riders for the 9 to 11 class. So with some bigger wheels, bigger ground clearance, I'm sorry about that, I think he might even be able to go a little bit faster.
For sure. You need all the ground clearance you can get right now and all the bigger wheels you can get in these types of conditions. It is, again, you can see.
I just saw Garrett Marchbanks take a look back to see where he was, worried about Jarrett Fry.
Yep.
And Jarrett Fry takes the lead now, and that will also give him the championship in this race.
Wow, if he can hang on to it, that will. You're absolutely right, Sean Hackley. And just that one little fade of thought. I mean, that might have been the only moment of focus he lost, in that one small moment of focus being gone. He just simply falls down on the inside of that turn. I mean, that was just
just a small mental error.
It was.
Taking your focus off. That's why they say never to look back. Just worry about what's in front of you, because what's behind you is behind you, so there's nothing to worry about.
Now watch the sense of urgency you've got the 82 riding at right now. Garrett Marchbanks knowing he's watching his championship slip away, the possibility of a 2nd. And, man, I mean, I've seen the kid go fast, but have you seen him ride this fast so far, this Moto? They turned 151's fast lap was a 151.063 on lap 3. White flag comes out. Something tells me, though, if he can keep this machine up and not make many mistakes or any mistakes, we might see a faster lap than that turned by Marchbanks here on the final lap and trying to track down Jarrett Fry. There's 3.3 seconds that separate them now. Fry turned to 153.4 last time around as we head through the Racer X Virtual Trainer final lap.
So just looking back at that, his lap times have been around 151, 152. Looks like he lost 8 seconds just because he looked back and had to fall over, or he would have a pretty good lead right now. But a 3-second gap this last lap, that's a lot to make up. I'm not sure if Jarrett Fry's going to ride it a little tight, but I know he's won some motos before, so I think he's comfortable in this position.
Oh, I would imagine so. All these guys are comfortable up front and in the number 1 position here in the front 5, I think. It's oftentimes we can see about any one of these riders in a number 1 position at any given time, at any given majors race that we have out here on the amateur circuit.
It's Lance Kobush, another great rider. I've seen him a couple second and thirds this weekend, so he's been riding strong, staying consistent, for at least getting a podium position for this overall Olympiad.
Lance Kobush with his head down and charging back in the number 3 spot. He kind of smelled blood when Marchbanks went down there, and he was only 1.5 seconds back, and I can see that he has picked his pace up quite a bit on this final lap. Jackson Turbin in 4th, Crew Sampson 5th, Jake Kessler, the 5'11", is 6th. 201, Bryce Hansen in 7th, Austin Daniels in 8th, Elliott Queen 9th, and Ethan Mann rounding out your top 10 as our leaders head down into the Gator pit. Jarrett Fry on his way, looks like, to the championship.
Just got to make it through this last turn. He's going to decide to take one of those inside ruts. He could have made it a little bit easier going outside with that big of a lead he had, but he claims the victory.
Say hello to your 2013 85 9-11 Winter Olympics champion and your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner, Jarrett Fry. He goes 2-1 on the week to get the championship in this class. Garrett Marchbanks will finish up in the number 2 spot and take 2nd overall, while Lance Kobush goes 3rd in the moto as well as 3rd overall. He took a moto win in his division race and will finish up 3rd in this 2nd moto. Crew Sampson looking, Crew Sampson moving into 4th there. Jackson Turbin in 5th of the motos. We look at the Farron Racing report. Jake Kessler in 6th, Bryce Hansen 7th, Elliott Queen 8th, Austin Daniels 9th, Ethan Mann rounding out the top 10 as we roll.
We have a pileup going down the start. Don't quote me on that, but I feel as though that was one of our winter divisions.
343, Luke Rensland, I believe. Is that who you're thinking?
Yes, I think so. He's been wearing that blue and bright green gear, and I saw a Yamaha as well, so I think that's him. Hopefully it's not, but either way, hopefully both those rides are okay.
250 Pro Sport on the racetrack right now. Some of the future stars up tomorrow. Some of these guys you might actually see in National Arena Cross and some other nationals racing. And look at this, R.J. Hampshire snagging the lead finally. The 321 establishing that number 1 spot out there as he has got his hands full, it looks like, right now.
Yes, Nick Gaines, he had to lead earlier in one of the motos today. I think he was riding his 250 in the 450 class. And Hampshire had a bad start. He ended up 3rd, but Thomas was able to get him and take the win for that victory. Yeah,
Tom Covington tracked him down and made the pass out there in that, 458 class, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, our 250 Pro Sport on the racetrack. Moto 1 winner.
I'm not seeing Rensland, so I think that was him that went down going down the start.
Gaines actually took the Moto 1 win in this one aboard the 707 machine. Hampshire took 2nd. They've kind of flipped spots here in the early part of the race. See him over the tabletop there. 3rd place position in Moto 1 going to Darian Sinai, the 457 out of Washington on the Monster Energy Pro Circuit, Babbitt's Kawasaki. Oh, there goes another one.
That's Cody Chisholm going down. This part of the track right here has been taking a lot of riders down.
Yeah, you got to begin to wonder if there might be a certain line there that's getting a little more challenging. And that's like the 3rd rider we've seen, 3rd or 4th rider we've seen go down right there in that particular section. Another rider not out in this one, Dakota Alex, the Red Bull Factory Connection MTF Scott Cernick's KTM rider. He had a little get off there in the Supercross and hasn't been a factor since that point in 250 or 450 Pro Sport racing.
Yes, I think he sustained a little injury right there, which is a shame because he got one of the Supercross titles, and I was looking forward to watch him in the outdoors.
Right now, we see Hampshire out front, Gaines in 2nd, Marcus Nilsson is 3rd, John Short in the number 4 spot, Darian Sinai is 5th, Chris Morris in 6th aboard the 94, Matthew Burkeen, the 820 is 7th, 22, Carlos Bandiali is 8th, Nathan Laporte, the 950 in 10th, and Marshall Welton, the 285, rounding out the top 10.
If I remember correctly, I think Matthew Burkeen, he got the Thor Outstanding Achievement Award last year. He had some really good races and rode strong. So looks like as he's moving up to division, I believe, still riding good, just needs to pick up the pace a little bit more.
A very illustrious award that he was able to pick up, currently running in the number 7 spot. I believe he's moved up from probably the B class to the A classes since that particular point. And man, what a great transition for this rider as he has ridden strong. R.J. Hampshire finished second behind Gaines in Moto 1, continues to lead this one as they near the completion of two wrapping up, sorry about that. Marcus Nielsen, we just saw on camera going around the corner there, laying chase to the 707. That is starting to tighten up quite a bit. John Short fourth, Darian Sinai in fifth, and as we wrap up lap number 2, Hampshire and Gaines now nearly 2 seconds apart. Here comes Hampshire now dropping down Gator Falls nearly by himself, and while they get this sorted out, let's head down to the podium with our last race winner and a newly crowned champion standing by with Jen Kenyon.
That's right, Rodney. We've got some exciting race action going on the track right now, but it's got to be pretty exciting for you, Jarrett. You finally dethroned Garrett Marchbanks. That's got to be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. Garrett went down, and so I just passed him and rode my own race.
What was going through your mind? I mean, you were coming into this race with a second place, so you definitely knew you had a chance to get this overall. Did you have that in your mind, like, hey, anything could happen, this could be my race?
Yeah, I was like, I need to win this race, and I just got it done.
Man, that's a big deal. You know, Garrett hasn't really lost that many races this week, so you're the man this week.
Yeah.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting you this championship?
I'd like to thank MTF, Cernix, Fly Racing, Greg Link, FMF, my mom, my dad, and my brother, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, now do you have another race left over?
No, I'm finished for the week.
What a way to end the day. Jarrett Fry, good job, and we'll see you here next year.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Appreciate that. And that was pretty good time there, I believe, for that young man. Jarrett Fry taking the win, and 250 Pro Sport continues to roll on right here, right now, as we see our top 10 leaderboard not changing much, at least as lap 3 is wrapped up. There's Hampshire, Nick Gaines second, 2.6 seconds back. Still about, well, not quite about 2/3 of a second faster is Hampshire than Gaines that time. So you got to think Gaines is doing a pretty good job of keeping Hampshire honest right now. John Short back in the number 3 spot. There's about 7 seconds opening up there as he's gotten around Marcus Nielsen. Nielsen in the early part of this race, Sean, was running in 30s, now dropped to 4th, while Sinai, only a half second behind Nielsen, is starting to tighten up things there. But soon, both these riders could be seeing some pressure coming from the 820 and Matthew Burkeen, who moves up from 7th now into 6th place.
Yes, Darian Sinai, he hasn't got the best starts here in outdoors. You know, in Supercross, he had the starts dialed. He was always up there in the top 3, one of those first laps. So here coming up on this final moto, he needs to work on the start. But if I do believe correctly, the final moto of the 450 is a 450 Pro Sport, and Darian's on the 250, so it's going to be hard for him to get a start in that one as well.
Well, the 64 of Tom Covington, we saw Thomas, I believe, take a championship in the 450A class. And it was pretty neat. He actually chased Nick Gaines down from out of the pack, as we pointed out. Gaines riding that 250 in the 450 class, and a bad start by the 321 also put him only up to a 3rd place position finish there in that moto. But right now in the 250 Pro Sport class, coming into this one, R.J. Hampshire, the 321 machine, was looking at a score of 2. He finished 2nd on the Amsoil Factory Connection Geico Honda. Your winner in Moto 1 was Gaines, and the 3rd place position finisher once more was, there he is, Darian Sinai. So with that being said, and taking a look at that in the championship, that's the same top 3 people, even with well, Sinai's up to 3rd now, and they're back into position, basically. I mean, these are the same top 3 riders we saw, just a little bit different scenario for him breaking down now, it looks like, as Gaines is solidly in 2nd. He's got an 11-second lead now over 3rd place Darian Sinai. And what happened to former third-place rider. It looks like he must have hit some major obstacles out there, took him out of the hunt.
Yes, coming to the halfway point of this race, it's 8 laps for the Moto 2. Hampshire looks comfortable. Looks like Nick Gaines, he's set in a place. Hampshire's in his sights, but a little bit out of reach right now. And I'm not sure what happened to John Short, but he hasn't showed up on our fair and leaderboard yet.
Well, I was talking about Tom Covington there and won that 458 class, and the reason is I was wanting to point out that Covington is in this one, and we were talking about bad starts and people having to work up, Hampshire being one of those in that first moto of this class and so forth. Well, looks like the 64 got another bad start in this class. He finished 7th in Moto 1, and now he's running 27th here after, actually, I think he might be out of it. He's only got 1 lap down.
He might have been the other rider that went down with Rensland on the start.
Ah, very
because
good point.
I'm sure they were probably, having both good gate picks, they were side by side.
Well, Covington does have 1 lap in the history books, and that might have been what he was trying to do, was at least post that, I believe. And right now, he's still good enough for 18th overall with a 7:27, but that's still not a whole lot to brag about, I don't think.
No, not after getting the championship and getting the win in this other division.
So there is Sinai now. Darian Sinai, 14 seconds behind Nick Gaines, your second-place ride. Sinai, you can see riding his own race out there. As you said, John Short disappearing off the radar there, drops all the way to 25th place. No sign of finishing his 4th lap, and the only rider that was on the lead lap that didn't finish that lap. So it could
Hampshire had a pretty sweet line just now coming down that hill right there. I like that. Hopefully we can get that next lap so I can point that out.
Now, Hampshire's been running some pretty fast laps. He turned a 140.615 for a fast lap in this moto. Did that on lap 3. Lap 5 was a 140.9, so he's keeping very consistent under that 141 mark right now. Sinai sweeping around the big. Look at those kicker bumps, man. They are really starting to work the suspension. The suspension gurus are out there changing clickers and resetting sags and all kinds of crazy things, trying to get these guys prepared for this little rougher racetrack than what we've seen so far this week.
Yes, I'm pretty sure Darian Sinai, he's one of the pro circuit guys out there, and we had Bones tuned in with us the other day, so maybe Bones was there, told him we have to make a few adjustments similar to the guys at pro circuit. Now he's dialed. Yeah,
and you can see that suspension is working beautifully right now and keeping that horsepower to the ground. I think that's the important thing that those guys have figured out, and I think any suspension guru knows that's what the case is the factory connection suspension boys of this guy right here, Geico Honda ride, RJ Hampshire. They've got their suspension tuned in as well. So all the experts, I guarantee you, each one of these guys have got the best in the business tuning their systems right now. Hampshire, Gaines, Sinai, Nilsson looking for that rider in 4th. He was checks back in 4th. Matthew Burkeen is still riding a top 5.
Hampshire's just that line again. He just cuts out a little bit and just kind of goes down to the inside of the track, not off the track, just inside, has a little embankment and uses that as a berm. I like that. That's very smart.
So Bandali checks in 6th. Welton is 7th. Piazza Jr. in 8th. Looking for Chris Morris in 9th and Nathan Laporte in 10th. And 6 laps down, working on 7, and it's a riding clinic for RJ Hampshire. We talked about the smoothness, the confidence that this racer displayed in the Supercross portion, and as he finds his comfort zone up front on the motocross track, I believe we're starting to see that same example shown here on the outdoors. 6-second lead over Nick Gaines. Sinai 15 seconds back of Gaines. So, man, Nick Gaines is kind of out there in no man's land, man. He don't know whether to push it or just kind of lay back a little bit, I think, at this point.
Yeah, at this point, just coming into these last few laps, I think Hampshire has it in the bag. He has a pretty healthy lead. Nick Gaines has been riding great, but I think this one might be a little bit out of his reach.
Wow, Hampshire, I think he found that rail around here, and especially the all-important better start. May not have to get the whole shot, but you got to get a decent start in order to be a contender out here. As we roll through the RacerX Virtual Trainer final lap here, Sean, I know you've been in these circumstances and situations before, and it's a great feeling to be able to just be rolling through this track with no pressure.
It really is, you know, and but it's something that you can't take easily because it's not over until you pass the checker flag. You know, we saw Marchbanks right there just take a look back coming into the last lap to check to see how big of a lead he had, and he fell over. So as long as Hampshire just keeps his focus, keep riding, just being smooth, don't do anything stupid, he's got this. And, you know, I think this will be his 4th or 5th title for the weekend, for the week.
Yeah, I think he got he got a title earlier in the 250A class. And I believe he got 2 over on Supercross at least, I'm sure.
So we got 2 over. Okay, so this could be his 4th then.
I believe it will be, and we could double check the records to make sure, but if not, sure leaving that kind of memory in my memory banks. That's how well he's ridden this week, that's for sure.
Yes.
RJ Hampshire, final lap down into the Gator pit. Look at this. It is a ride for pride right there for the Amsoil rider, and it is a proud ride and a proud moment as this kid is following in the footsteps of some pretty popular and pretty fast riders out there as the fists go into the air, kind of like the Minio sweatshirt design, the Rocky double fist pump there. Your on-track school's Moto hero, race winner, and race champion, the 321, out of Hudson, Florida. That Geico-backed Honda ride of RJ Hampshire. A big congratulations from Nick Gaines, the 707, as he pats him on the back there, finishing up some 9 seconds back. Darian Sinai will take the number 3 spot with Marcus Nielsen, Matthew Burkeen, Carlos Bandiali, Robert Piazza, Marshall Welton, Chris Morton, and Nathan Laporte rounding out your top 10. The fast lap in that one, if you're wondering, a 140.615, and I know we've seen well below that yesterday as the 65 7-9 class gets set to take off now. That's the 88 out front, it looks like. And I believe that may be Jeffrey Sheely. It says 88/ for Kobe Gatlin. Gatlin actually...
He had a second in his first moto, so I think that's going to be him. He's one of the heavy hitters in this race.
Actually, Sheely's the 85. My glasses were fogged up there. So it is Kobe Gatlin out front in this one aboard the 88 machine. While these riders battle for championships, Sean, in this 65 7-9 class, I know you've been looking around and trying to do some tabulations, and we're thinking that maybe Hampshire might be setting himself up for one of those prestigious awards today.
Yes, with 4 victories overall, just looking at the most, I guess the best results and best finishes, that with 4 wins, that puts you in really good positions for that.
Most definitely, and we are watching the leaders now into this rhythm section. We call them the whoops. Looks like rockers for these little guys on these little bikes right now. The 79 Jet Reynolds, Moto 1 winner on the Team Green 1 Industries Alpine Stars Dunlop 100% back Pro Circuit machine, has got that 65cc machine pinned right now as he is trying to reel in the 88. That guy right there, Kobe Gatlin, and I think he's working his way up through the pack, and I think we're going to see something exciting whenever we get around to the finish line here in just a moment.
Is that Jet Reynolds we have in second place right now?
I'm thinking that he might have actually worked his way into position, yes, so we'll wait till these riders make their way to the finish line. And they have.
I just noticed him by the handguards. I saw he was one of the riders in the 60s riding the handguards, so that's just, yep, that was him.
Yep, Jet Reynolds into second, less than a second behind Kobe Gatlin. Gatlin, the 88/ coming into this one with a second spot finish on a Dirt Candy Graphics Race Tech CCR Racing Amsoil MX Picks Chick Matt. Looks like MX Picks Chick and Matt Walker's motocross school back machine. Matthew LeBlanc, the 329 machine out of Brobridge, Louisiana, finished second on his Orange Brigade KTM also, and I believe he has a championship from an earlier class as well, the 51 7-8 class. So he steps up in the 7 to 9 division of the 65s and trying to I mean, pretty outstanding, actually. He's running third in this class. Jen Kenyon stands by another Nihilo podium interview.
RJ Hampshire, you sealed the deal on your 4th championship here at the Mini-O's. It's got to feel pretty good to be the man on top here.
Yeah, it feels awesome. You know, the whole team's done great, and supplied me with the best equipment out there. So, you know, it gets me out to good starts, and I feel good on the bikes. So, you know, that's all comes together for 4 championships now.
Yeah, I mean, this is your last moto of the day, correct?
No, ma'am, I still have one more, 450 Pro Sport.
Okay, well, I was going to say, you know, we really saw you pull away there at the end. It seemed like you've been smooth and consistent all week, but you really turned it up at the end of that moto. I didn't know if you just had that big burst of confidence. You know, you've done so well all week. You really looked like you were on rails out there.
Yeah, you know, I felt good. Gaines was there the whole moto, or first half of the moto, and then I seen halfway mark, and my fitness is real good. Tim Ferry's got me going good with that. So halfway came out, and I just dropped the hammer for a couple laps, got a pretty good lead, then just rode smart to the finish line.
All right, I know you got a lot of great sponsors to thank. Why don't you name them off here?
Of course. First off, the Lord Jesus tries to keep me safe. Mom and Dad, my whole family, everything that comes out here supports me. The whole Amsoil Factory Connection Honda team, Ryan and KP back at the pit, you know, Laraco, Grondels, all of them that helped me out. Pro Taper, Alias, 60, Amsoil, Dunlop, Yoshimura, DVS Shoes, SMS Audio. You know, it's everyone that's helped me out. Thank you so much.
All right, RJ Hampshire, we're looking to see if you can get 5 here at the Mini-O's.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Ronnie and Sean.
Wow, he's got another one, Sean. That's hard to believe as we talk to our champion. 4 of them working on 5 in the Nihilo Concepts podium interview. Thank you very much, Jen Kenyon. And wow, Kobe Gatlin continues to lead Jet Reynolds less than a second as this one continues to heat up. Reynolds all over the place and all over the rear wheel right now of Gatlin. But he's gunning for that #1 spot, and he's gunning to take the championship away from Jet Reynolds. Whichever one wins between these two will take the 65 7-9 championship. And on the backside of this racetrack right now, these hearts are pounding. I'm sure that right now Kobe Gatlin is thinking, I've got Jet Reynolds all over me. They talked about him all week. I read about him in the magazines, but wait a minute. They talked about me all week. They read about me in the magazines. It's time for me to show these guys that I can take this championship away from Jet Reynolds. Matthew LeBlanc back in the #3 spot. Jordan Bees also back there in a #4 position. Tommy Leclerc, the 4th and 5th. Nathan Merricks in 6th. Daniel Scott in 7th. James Gannon 8th. Sage Lewis 9th. Alex Mann in 10th. That's in the Moto. For the overall right now, with 2 laps down, if it remains the same, Gatlin, Reynolds, and LeBlanc will be your top 3 overall, with Daniel Scott in 4th. Had a chance to talk with his pops there. Actually want to say thanks to his pops for dinner there last evening. Also, Tommy Leclerc rounding out the top 5 overall if things stay the way that they are right now. Down into the Gator pit and back out of it, man. You can see that Kobe Gatlin has this one dialed in, and everywhere that Jet Reynolds seems to make up ground, it seems like that Kobe Gatlin finds someplace out there to make that gap begin to widen out once again. As we are watching the 65cc 7 to 9-year-old class, we are joined in our CarMate Custom Studios in the RacerTV.com broadcast booth by one Mad Mike Jones. And Mike Jones, thanks for being here as a part of the Winter Olympics this year. I know you come down here in a couple different facets, not just freestyling, not just motocross races. You're doing them both this weekend, man.
Yeah, I actually tried to go out and race, a little bit out of shape. I haven't ridden in 5 weeks, but had a great time putting on a show last night in freestyle, and it's the first time I've ridden my 450 on a ramp, and had a great time, for sure.
That's awesome, and put on a great show there last night. And I know a few years ago you kind of sort of retired, I thought, from the freestyle world, but still doing a few exhibitions here and there, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I stopped racing, actually, for 12 years and doing freestyle, and then I quit doing freestyle and racing, and now I train kids, and I'm at the track anyway, so I won 2 championships last year at Oak Hill and Freestone, and I'm out here riding again, like I said, just going out to have fun. I'm here with my kids anyway, and Brock Pappy's one of my main riders, and I have Catherine and Andrew Callie and some other young kids that are up and coming, and like working with the kids, and that's what I'm doing nowadays.
That's right, man. You've had some good success out there. Brock is really looking strong out there.
Yeah, he's looking real good. You know, he has to dig deep, and that's what he did, and he won 1 championship in outdoor and 1 in Supercross, and he's doing real well and bringing it home for Pennsylvania. And like I said, I have a bunch of kids that I do work with, and you know.
Now, what does that mean to you as a trainer and a coach, man? Is that kind of a victory for you as well?
Yeah, it is. I started working with Brock a year ago, and you know, I can really see how he's progressed, and you know, you have to. It's a mental part of it too, and you have to know you can do the way, you know, to win the race, and he does a good job, and yeah, there's a lot of things in it for sure. People don't know that I've won 14 championships in motocross.
They kind of forget that, don't they?
Yeah, they think I'm just a freestyle crazy guy.
14 championships in motocross. So you were just like these kids right here. You grew up through these ranks just like these guys, huh?
Yeah, I had actually Mini-O's. I was leading the championship back when they had flat track, supercross, and cross country back in '84, and I ran out of gas on the last lap. I had a Team Green sponsorship, and mechanic didn't fill the bike up, or he said someone drained it. But anyway, yeah, and I won an outdoor championship in Canada and 3 German Supercross championships, and I was second on the East Coast twice in the lights class. Wow. And so yeah, I've done a bunch of racing, and I really enjoy it. And you know, I live right there at Steel City, and yeah, that's what I do nowadays. So
yeah, you still got those big ramps. You still, I mean, it's hard to get away from the adrenaline rush of freestyle, I'm sure, huh?
Yeah, it is. I've actually had to ride my ramps for 2 years. And, you know, I started riding again last year and actually just pushed my ramps up this year and fixed the landing and been riding a bunch, and I'm having a good time at it.
I know you had an exhibition here last night. That was pretty cool. Big crowd on hand there for that last night.
Yeah, it was great. You know, it feels good that we can go out there and put on a show and make these kids happy. And I had about 100 posters, and they were gone, I think, in 2 minutes before we even hit the ramp. So.
Now, there was a guy I was watching. You had several guys with you, but there was an older guy, Big John, our security guy, was like, man, this dude is like, he's like ancient. I don't say, watch him. He almost went down over that. Probably one of the most spectacular jumpers you had there last night. There's some of the footage we're watching of you guys last night. Backflips and all. That's the guy I'm talking about. What's his name?
Oh, that's Paul Smith. He's actually 2 months younger than me. So.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, he's the older guy, too, and yeah, he's a good guy. He's one of the top guys in our sport right now, and he has the ramps, and he lives right down here in Brooksville. And actually, I'm going down to practice and ride with him the next 3 days, and going to ride with Ben Maybe as well.
Wow, that's still an exciting thing. And it's funny, I can remember you as a racer. I remember announcing arena cross races in Columbus, Ohio, and you coming around and you doing the no-handed landing in freestyle.
Whenever I was there for that.
Were you really?
Yes, I was. That was really cool.
We thought that was like the most spectacular thing in the world. It's amazing how far freestyle's come. I mean, it's even gone, not only backflips, front flips, all kinds of crazy stuff nowadays, man.
Yeah, it's definitely come a long way. In 1995 was the first time I landed no hands, and it was at a Drew Wolf Arena Cross in Columbus. And Larry Pegram was standing there, and he said, "You're not going to land no hands." I said, "Yeah, I will." And I landed no hands and turned my bike without my hands on the bars, and almost him and Larry Myers both. So, but I'm going to give a shout out to John Sigismundi that booked our show for us, and Win Kerr for letting us jump. And I want to thank PR2 Suspension, Scott Gear, Dunlop Tires, and all my sponsors. I forget them all, but I'm bad. Thanks.
You're mad. Mad Mike Jones, we thank you, man. Thanks for all that you've done for this, well, not only the sport of freestyle, but also for the sport of motocross also, man. Going full circle like this, bringing some future champions up and some champions right now. Glad to have you, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's Mad Mike Jones right here with us, a true icon in our sport for sure. As we check out with our 65, 7 to 9-year-old class, Kobe Gatlin. Looks like he takes the checkers in that one, and he also gets the championship as Jet Reynolds fights through the entire moto, but still comes up about 6 seconds short of that championship. Matt LeBlanc holds on for third overall. Crockett Myers, who we saw win a championship in the Supercross, ends up with 4th overall, going 1-9. That's a pretty big drastic change, but he took a division race win, and Tommy LeClaire actually took a 5th place overall in that class. As we head back out to the motorsport.com hole shot, and I see the fist pump coming there from Sean Hackley. What's going on, buddy?
Alexander Fry is out in the lead. That's my little buddy. Just I'm really happy to see him just showing off right now in outdoors. He got 2 wins earlier today, so just he's on a roll this morning.
Most certainly, and as you said, two championships, KTM Schoolboy 1 Limited BC, Schoolboy 2 13 to 16 BC, and he's got to be in the running for some sort of championship also, I think, right now.
Yes, for sure, but he can't slack up. He has Jerry Robbins right behind him right now, as well as Keith Tucker putting the pressure on him.
That's right. Robin is going to be a force to be reckoned with. They battled more than once this week so far. As we take a look at the standings from this 250B class that's on the track right now. Alexander, whoa, look at this. Robin pulling up
coming up on the inside.
Wow, man, Robin got a good line through there on that machine. He's back by Honda, south of the border, Fly Racing, Factory Connection, as well as Alpine Stars. And we got some top names buried back in the pack, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Tristan Charbonneau next to last. So he got a whole shot and won the 450B, but not the best start here in the 250.
Well, Alexander Fry comes into this one with a Moto win. The 291 of Mitchell Harrison, also a Moto win. Don't know where Harrison is right now, though. We'll be keeping an eye out for that rider as we near the completion of that first lap. And that's, I believe that was Keith Tucker, the third-place finisher in his division race in Moto 1, right there in the hunt and thick of things, looking for a second championship in this motocross division also as he swings to the outside now. He got championship yesterday, if memory serves me correct. Keith Tucker, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it was the 250B Limited, so he's in this 250B class now, and he's right there in the thick and hunt of things with Will Markoff in fourth, Bradley Taft in fifth, Bradley Esper sixth, Alec Mellick in seventh, Chase Markier in eighth, Josh Cartwright, the 151 in ninth, and Bryson Taylor rounding out your top 10 there at the end of the first lap. Championship point standings right now, if it finished like this, Fry, Robin, Tucker, 1, 2, and 3 with Taft and Markoff, fourth and fifth, but still lots of things to change here, I think, before it's all said and done, as Jerry Robin is all over Alexander Fry right now, and we saw this thing tighten up right here a lap ago. You got to wonder if maybe Robin might have a little better line through here.
Yes, it looks like Robin's really putting the pressure on. He wants this lead. He wants to see what it feels like to lead one of these motos. So coming into the rollers, Robbins goes around Fry on the outside on the Gator's tail.
Well, he's at least going to feel what it's like for a few moments as Alexander Fry is going to try to strike back. Meanwhile, looking rather calculated back there in the number 3 spot is the 641 of Keith Tucker. He could very easily be eyeballing and sizing these guys up to make some passes later here in this moto. We're working on lap 2. Back in third, Markoff and Taft. And actually fourth is Markoff, fifth is Taft. Watching for Bradley Esper also. He could be a threat to be reckoned with, as well as Alec Mellick. Right now it's a three-way battle royale and shootout heading up toward the finish line. The conclusion of lap 2, man. That almost looks like the finish of a race almost.
Yes, Alexander Fry come down the hill on the inside, and it looked like he got it, but he made a little bobble coming out of that rut.
Well, the whole team's picking on the 28 as Alexander Fry. It was first Jerry Robin, and now it's the 641 Yamaha of Keith Tucker picking on the 28 of Fry, and he is trying to rise above the occasion right now as they head up and over what we call the Gators Head here at Gatorback Cycle Park, and head back up onto the top of the Gators back itself in this nice little step down area right here. This left-right turn and these big sweepers, man, this makes for some exciting racing as we roll to the back section of this race course.
Yes, just watching Keith Tucker, he found that line that R.J. Hampshire was hitting right there. It was just really smooth, really smart, and just trying to save some energy. Alex Fry making a mistake.
Wow, did you see that? Dove right in there, threaded that needle. Keith Tucker for the moment in second as they sweep around the Gator's tail now, head to the rhythm section. Jerry Fry out front. Keith Tucker and Alexander Fry in a drag race. Tucker's inside line advantage is what gives him the drive to make that uphill step up now and solidify the second place position, but I don't think Fry's going to let that go by so easily.
No, not at all. He's an aggressive rider. He was nicknamed the Bulldog on 80s because he would just come in there and just push people out of the way.
Well, let's see if the Bulldog's going to bulldog his way right now. Keith Tucker, man, I think he's got a whole different idea of what the 28 machine has right now, and I think that Keith Tucker's looking and said, wait a minute, I want around Robin, and look at this. I mean, I said methodically on lap 1, he was just kind of watching. I mean, there was a method to that madness. He was just kind of waiting his time, and he's doing exactly what I expected him to do. One quick pass there on Fry. Now he's working on Jerry Robin as they drop down the Gator Falls. And I'm expecting probably by the time we get around to what we call the Gator's Tail back there, the backside of this racetrack, Sean, we should probably see possibly Tucker have reeled in. But the drive that we're seeing Robin get right now, I'm beginning to wonder if he can maybe hold that gap. It was 3/4 of a second when they came by the finish line. a little bit more than that right now, and I think that Tucker may be in a situation where he's going to be where we saw him earlier, defending a second-place position and trying to take over a #1 spot at the same time.
Yes, this is a good motor for this. These guys are all pushing hard right now, but this race is 7 laps. These guys have only done 5-lap qualifiers all up into the upcoming events right now. They've had a few 7-lappers in the earlier motos. And Keith Tucker trying something different right there. I haven't seen anybody do that all weekend.
Wow, man, this is the confidence that these riders are exuding. It's amazing, these training facilities like MTF where Keith Tucker is at, south of the border, and all these different places that have these great places for these riders to go train. What kind of confidence it translates into whenever it comes to race time. I mean, it's, to me, an amazing thing, and it's done so much for the sport of the state of our sport as far as the confidence level for these riders.
Yes, I think that's the main thing. You know, you learn a lot from technique and how to go fast at going to these schools, but one of the main thing is getting a ride, getting the confidence on the bike, and getting comfortable.
And you got to look into it. Nutritionists, they have nutritionists
Yes.
on hand. They have training programs. I mean, they have coaches, riding coaches, training coaches, eating coaches. I mean, they coach schooling coaches, because education is a big part
education is
of the
very
program there at MTF and a lot of those places. So, I mean, they've got everything for these kids out there. And, you know, it's as if everything is based in, works around motocross, but I think really most of the work is done whenever they're not even on the bike, and that's where we're seeing this translated right here.
Yes, racing, it's a lifestyle. It's not something you can just go out and just go ride every now and then. It's a job, you know. And even as kids, just growing up, you know, we do our school during the day, and then when we get back, it's time to exercise, or if we have night practice, we can go ride, or if we're homeschooled, we can ride during the day. But Jerry Ross making a little bobble right there, Keith Tucker able to close up a little bit.
That right there is exactly what Keith Tucker was looking for, that little mistake, and all of a sudden there seems to be a little sense of urgency on the part of the 85 of Jerry Robin. That mistake compounds into something huger than just a little bobble. It's all of a sudden become quite a bit of a mental block, it looks like, and now Jerry Robin is having to ride his mind and Keith Tucker.
Yes, Jerry went out hard, you know, trying to get around Alexander Fry early in the race. You know, hopefully he didn't burst his bubble. He still has something left in the tank for the remainder of these laps.
Yeah, we got to remember, too, we are late in the week. These riders have spent a lot of time, a lot of intense battles on the racetrack, so, you know, they could be beginning to tire. Look at this, man. Tucker going on the inside, side-by-side drag race. See if he can make the pass. Robin looks over, and Tucker takes the lead. Lap number 5 now in the history books, and we've got just a handful more laps to go. And Keith Tucker, your new leader over Jerry Robin, and it looks like Keith Tucker is setting the stage quite possibly for a second championship here today. And no, still not. He took a third and well, wait a minute. We're still looking here. We haven't updated, I don't think, here. We haven't updated because it had Robin in the lead. Let's recalculate this mentally. 3-1 is a score of 4. Fry is looking at a 1-3, which is a score of 4. Robin going 2-2 at this point is 4. We got a 3-way tie for first, so that would put Tucker in championship contention now.
Yeah, it looks like these guys flip-flop from their Moto 1 scores.
Wow, that's pretty crazy to see that happen. We'll mark off back and forth at the end of lap 5. Bradley Taft in 5th. Bradley Esper is 6th. Bryson Taylor in 7th. Chase Marquier in 8th. Ryan Surratt in 9th. Ashton Hayes rounds out your top 10. That's after 5 laps complete here. And look at the gap that it showed between Tucker and Robin. 0.001 when Robin and Tucker went by the transponder there.
You can't even press a stopwatch that fast. That gap right there that they have.
Pretty crazy stuff going on there. And right now, this isn't crazy for Tucker. It's only crazy because he is, this is 4 championships for him. Now, I know these are 2 250B championships, but whenever he came into this, when he won a 450 championship over in the Supercross, he wasn't even supposed to be riding 450s this year. They'd made that decision only a couple weeks leading into the Mini-O's, and it looks like that boost of confidence on the 450 has really excelled him on the 250 also.
That's a great thing, riding the bigger bike, giving it a little more confidence, but Jerry Robbins isn't giving up right now.
Oh, it ain't over yet, is it?
I think he might try to set him up and get inside right now. No.
Yeah. I think that Robin might have laid back for a lap or so to regain some composure, watch some of those lines that Tucker was making, and we'll see Robbins begin to mount that pressure on this final. This is going to be a barn burner right down to the end. Somebody done struck a match, it looks like, Sean, and we're in for a great Racer X Virtual Trainer final lap.
Yes, this is a three-way tie with 4 points for the overall. So just in this position, Keith Tucker would take it, but all three riders would get 4 points, with Keith Tucker going 3-1, Jerry Robbins going 2-2, and Alexander Fry going 1-3.
So here comes Tuck. There comes Jerry Robin, and far back side of the racetrack, up to the top of the Gators back one more time. Now we go to the tail, the big sweeper along the road, a famous sweeper that has been there for many, many years. The only thing changing that I can think of out of this one over the course of the last few years is this nice little rhythm section, the whoop section they put into this to kind of mix things up. And I think it's done a great job of making the racing more exciting this year.
Yes, we've seen a lot of passes come out of there, just riders coming out of the sweeper on the outside or the inside, being able to jump in, or just making bobbles coming out of the roller section.
Well, fast lap times, let's look at it. 1:43.870, and Tucker turned that on lap 5. And now he's looking at, I'm sure, having to pick it up a little more, as he only had 0.2 of a second lead over Jerry Robin heading into the final lap. But that gap is opened back up once more, and where Tucker was under pressure 1 lap ago, he is riding a comfortable first-place position, and no mistakes to the top of the hill. Checkers unfurl, and Keith Tucker takes championship number 4 for the Triangle Cycles Yamaha team. On-track school Moto Hero race winner and race champion Keith Tucker makes his way in. A high five there from Jerry Robin. Alexander Fry will take third in the championship. As far as the Moto is concerned, we're looking at Will Markoff and Bradley Esper for 4th and 5th. Bryson Taylor in 6th. Chase Marquier 7th. Bradley Esper 8th. Ryan Surratt back at the number 9 spot. Ashton Hayes in 10th. Kind of surprised we didn't see Surratt being a little bit more of a challenge in that one. But Tucker, Robin, Fry, 1, 2, and 3 as we look at our Farron Racing leaderboard. And wow, race 26, surely these riders left everything out on the racetrack that time. I mean, they laid it all on the line for us today and gave us a spectacular run there, right down to the checkers. Farron Racing, want to say thanks to those great folks, and thanks again to the 250B class for affording us such an exciting race, as I believe we'll be going to the Vet 30 Plus class, race 27, coming up next. Coming into this one, Matt Johnson, whom we saw take a lead. Well, I believe it was the senior 40-plus class there a little bit ago. Make sure that's the case. Is he over 40? No, he's actually, must have been a junior class, like a 25-plus class or something. Nice big pan of the campus here this week as we see some folks starting to make their way out. I know that they, of course, have worked hard all week like everyone, and you can see this track has worked hard as well and been worked hard.
Looking great right now.
It is, man. Those are some great lines, and we got more racing continuing here from Gatorback Cycle Park as a 42nd annual Thor Winter Olympics continues in just a moment.
And I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back to RacerTV.com studios here in the CarMate Custom Trailer Studios, of course. Sean Hackley, I'm Rodney Tallman, Jen Kenyon out standing by. And Sean, man, I tell you, this 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics has been spectacular. I mean, just when we think we've seen the best race that we can possibly watch all week, the gate drops and another one rolls out, it seems like.
Yes, we've had a lot of great races this weekend. You know, some of the heavy hitters getting bad starts, as well as some of the people who, in their qualifiers, didn't get a great start. We saw Tristan Charbonneau earlier today. You know, he finished 7th in the qualifier, but got the whole shot and won.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of surprises taking place,
Yes.
and a lot of expected things taking place. And the one thing that we can expect with the rest of these motos coming up is more excitement. I mean, we're going to see some of the riders that we've seen win championships back out here again. But what's really neat is there's so many of these guys that they're racing with in all these different classes that they're leaving bad taste in their mouth. And I think it's going to make for exciting later motos in this one, because these guys are starting to get pretty hungry, because some of the heavy hitters aren't hitting as heavy as what they'd hoped in this the 2013 Winter Olympics.
Yes, it's a long week. A lot of racing, a lot of things going on. You know, you don't want to miss the excitement about the mini moto, the freestyle, and everybody gets to hang out. It's a lot of fun. So I think right now we're going to go head to Jen right now.
All righty.
Thanks, guys. We're down here with our winner, Keith Tucker. You've got to be pumped. You added yet another title to your belt this week.
Yeah, it's great. I can't get any better than this. I'm on a high right now. It's just awesome. I got 4 wins so far this videos, and I'm set up to win 2 more, and I just can't hope for anything better than that. I got to thank everyone out there behind me, just like Triangle Cycles, Yamaha, my mom, dad, brothers and sister, David Walls, he's a great mechanic out there, Scott Goggles, Pro Taper, Answer, Shuey, Garnier, Start, everyone, EVS out there also, they're great. Everyone else out there behind me helped me. I can't thank them enough.
Yeah, really quick, tell us about that battle you had going with Jerry Robin out there. I know the fans were really excited to watch that, and it was a close battle.
Yeah, it was a great race. I started in like 3rd or 4th, I believe, and it was Fry got the whole shot, and Robin was in 2nd. I was in 3rd, and I was working the whole race to get by him, and I finally got by. Robin got by Fry, then I got by Fry, and then me and him were just battling it out, and I ended up passing him and doing my best to take the lead and walk away. Just running my own race. Track's great out here. Love it.
Yeah, you looked like you were in your own little world. Congratulations to you, and good luck in your next 2 motos.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, and congratulations to Keith Tucker on yet another spectacular championship win for him. And we've got another Twitter contest for those of you following us. If you haven't started following yet, at Racer TV on both Instagram and Twitter. But our Twitter contest from Lazy Days, your RV Authority. Predict who will win the 450 Pro Sport Championship for a chance to win a subscription to RacerX Illustrated. Mention at RacerX and hashtag that Mini O's 2013. The winner will be chosen randomly. For those, if we get more than one entry that is correct, it will be chosen randomly, and we'll give those great people a great subscription. I think that's an awesome thing, to be honest with you, man. I mean, keep up to date with everything that's going on. RacerX Illustrated, you can't beat that, that's for sure.
Yes, that's a great thing. So, Ronnie, who's going to be your pick for that? I mean, Hampshire, you know, he's won a lot, but we also have Rensland, who didn't even get a lap in that last moto, and he's been riding the 450 great.
Yeah, that, you know, I look down through, and like you say, I almost have to lean that way with RJ, because, I mean, he has just been riding so flawlessly. He took a Moto 1 win. Like you said, though, Luke Rensland took a 2nd, but with the problems that he sustained earlier, I got to wonder if that might not hamper him a little bit, you know. Cody Chisholm, I would say, you know, I'd like to pick Cody, but Cody, unfortunately, hasn't had a lot of consistency this week, and we haven't really seen a lot of great starts so far out of the races we've seen Cody out there in today. So, you know, not saying that Cody can't pull it off, but, you know, it'd be a little tougher for him unless things really, really turn around for him on the start. And I think that's going to be critical for the 32 Slash machine. There's, like I say, a number of riders that can do that. And, you know, a number of riders are in contention right now as well, Sean, for these illustrious awards that we give away. We talk about motocross, we talk about supercross, but the combination of the two is what is the bragging rights of the Winter Olympics. And we talk about the Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award, awarded to the top rider in all divisions. That means the top rider from the Supercross and the Motocross that accumulates the most points gets that Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award. And that's an award that was won by guys like Ricky Carmichael. We've seen Ryan Villapoto win it. I think Dungy won it. A lot of guys won it. Sean Hackley didn't win it, but
I've missed it by 1 point 3 years in a row with everyone. So from the 80s, I missed it by 1 point. In B class, I missed it by 1 point, and then in A class, I missed by 1 point.
All right, even better. Who beat you each one of those years?
Jason Lawrence, Ryan Villapoto the other 2 years.
Really? Ryan beat you 2 years in a row. So,
he got me.
well, that's a good company to be beat by, though,
Yes,
I think.
definitely. Just not discrediting myself at all, but I would have liked to have a bronze boot or something like that at my house.
Yeah, and there's the other awards. I mean, that's just the overall, but we've got the Scott Golden Goggle Award. We've got the, I believe, the Fox Bronze Boot Award. We've also got the Dunlop Silver Tire Award and the Thor Outstanding Achievement Award, which Matthew Burkeen took there last year. Asterix Ironman, that's more of a sportsmanship trophy there. Jordan Smith won that one last year. And there's also a Mechanics Award, believe it or not. One of the top mechanics will receive a Top Mechanic Award, and last year's top mechanic was Eric Howell from Farron Racing, PR2 Racing, and I think that's pretty cool. Scott Golden Goggles went to Addison Emery. Last year, Fox Brown Boot was Austin Faulkner. We had the Ironman was Jordan Smith. Cooper Webb was your Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award winner. And Cooper Webb was the Dunlop Silver Tire Award winner.
That says a lot because, looking at Cooper Webb right now in the pros, he's doing great.
Yeah.
Had a lot of really good finishes and stuff like that. So this shows you that this race, there's a lot of really good riders coming up the race.
There most definitely is, and right now they're getting a much better racetrack to race on for these 30-plus riders, I think, that'll be coming up here shortly, the Vet 30-plus class. And I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick break, I believe, as the track condition continues here from Gatorback Cycle Park. Rodney Tomlin, Sean Hackley, Jen Kenyon, all from the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics. We'll be back with more here on RacerTV.com.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
And welcome back to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park here on RacerTV.com as our continuing coverage of the final day of the 2013 and 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin once again along with motocross racing sensation and great commentary co-host Mr. Sean Hackley, as well as Jen Kenyon out and about with us. And Sean actually stepping outside the studios for a moment. We were talking and noting how warm things are starting to feel inside the trailer right now, Sean. And I know Jessica said, hey, it's really hot outside right now, and you stepped outside to see what it's like. What is it like out there right now?
Yeah, I didn't believe it. I mean, we've been in Florida, the Sunshine State, this entire time, and the sun really hasn't been out. Not saying it's hot right now, but it's beautiful. The sun's out, it's shining, the wind's breezing a little bit, so it's about perfect temperature.
Now, just out of curiosity, will these temperatures affect the racing? I think it's making it better. I think it's perfect for everybody, if truth be known.
Yes, right now I think conditions are just absolutely perfect. It's not hot and it's not cold, so it's really comfortable. I mean, you're still going to work up a sweat during these races. They have 7 laps for the B class. We have 8 laps for the pros and 5 for just about every other division. So it's still going to be a long, tough race.
Long, tough race and a long, tough, great race day as we check around the area there. We see the fences lined up with the families waiting for the Vet 30-plus class to come up next. And I believe a lot of those folks just outside our RacerTV.com studios, and we welcome you folks along. You're watching what we're watching, I guess, on the racetrack, but good stuff happening out there. And we are on race 27, getting ready to go to race 27 right now. We got 39 to go through, so Sean Hackley, that's a total of 12 motos left to go, and we've got classes like Vet 30 Plus, like we said, coming up. We got the 450 Pro Sports. We got Super Mini 2 coming up. We got
the
more
Masters 50 has been a good races.
Oh, yeah.
450B. So we still have a lot of good races for you guys.
We do, and it's funny. You know, I can remember a time in motocross announcing that when the Masters would come out or the 50s would come out,
yeah, everybody would kind of just go back like, oh, okay, this race is going to take a long time.
Yeah, and I can remember in the announcer's tower. It was almost like a fight to see who could get out of the tower to not have to announce either one of those races.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break and gotta get some food.
Exactly. Gotta go pee, you know, something like that. But anyway, I always enjoyed. I always got stuck doing it. It seemed like I say stuck doing it, but I actually enjoyed doing it, and it was pretty cool. And something pretty cool, you know, we're seeing them work this track. We see, you know, the lines that have developed, the chop that has developed. And earlier this week, Sean, you had a chance to ride this track. We looked at it a couple of times already, but I think anybody that has seen it probably wants to see it again, and anybody that hasn't seen it wants to see what this track really started out like earlier in the week. Let's take a look at that.
It's a lot of fun.
We're now about to take you on a lap of the 2014 Mini O's. On the right of me is the start coming up to the first turn. We just went past the mechanics area, so that's where all the riders are going to be getting their signals at. This is probably one of the coolest parts of this event, is the drop-off right here. They're going to come up here. I think they call this Showtime Tabletop, or at least when I was racing, that's what they called it. We have a couple changes to the track right now. We used to go up here, go straight down that, do a step down, but now they switched it up, slowed the track down a little bit for some better racing. The lines are going to be good today. We got quite a bit of weather the other day, so the track's really saturated. This is one of the new parts of the track. As you can see, we're only a few motos in today, and the ruts are already good. This is the big sweeper that they've always had here. Another one of the things that Gainesville's famous for. Coming up now, not too much time left on the track, but as you can see, big ruts everywhere. Beside me on the right is Vendors Row. That's where you get all your food and your snacks for the weekend. On the right of me is the announcer's tower, so that's where you're going to get all your, well, if you're at the event, that's where you get all your announcing from. You used to have the big uphill right there before the finish line, but now a little bit lower, not going up there. And here's your lap, 2014 Mini O's.
Really bummed right now that I kept saying 2014 Mini O's. I was really getting ahead of myself. I was focusing on riding, but I also had to focus on talking. So that was pretty tough to do, but I had a lot of fun with it.
You did, and I guess technically we talk about 2014 so much here at the Mini O's. It kind of got seated in your mind. I want to say thanks to our friends at Lazy Days RVs. If you love RVing, well, welcome home, my friends. And if you can predict who will win the 450 Pro Sport Championship for a chance to win a subscription to RacerX Illustrated, mention at Racer TV and also hashtag it MiniOs 2013. Winner will be chosen randomly from those correct predictions, and we will announce the winner a little later on. Track conditioning continues here at the MiniOs, and we can see a lot of hard work going in by the track crew, and all that water that we'd had in the track earlier in the week still there because those guys have been maintaining that all week long. I know yesterday after the races we saw a little bit of watering going on during the races, but after the races last night they put some water on, and those nice overcast skies today has really been helping out a lot as far as keeping the moisture in the soil, and it's also been aiding in making a very rough racetrack out there that is affording we as the spectators a very exciting race. but obviously offering its challenges for the riders out there on the racetrack. And a good racetrack at that, totally reconditioned once again this year with new surfacing brought in on it with a lot of sand added in. Folks just leisurely hanging out, watching the racing out there. Sitting right on top of your trailer, I guess, and checking it all out. Big old double stack there, man. They got it going on. Actually, that looks like one of those Lazy Day RVs that they got on display. I don't know if it is, but you can get one very similar to that over the Lazy Days RV display. And also, while they continue working on the racetrack right now, Sean, we're going to take another quick break, and we'll be back with more here at RacerTV.com.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes. So.
Welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park. 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. The Vet 30 Plus class coming up next. It'll be race 27 of 39. Our final motos, the championship motos here at Gatorback for 2013. And we've crowned several champions already. Riders positioning themselves for championship wins and so forth. Want to say thanks to the many folks that helped bring Racer TV coverage here to the Mini-O's for 2013. Of course, motosport.com. We see them a lot and talk about them a lot during the whole shots. And, of course, if you get a chance, be sure and log on and purchase there from motosport.com for everything off-road. Farron Racing, of course, want to say thanks to those great folks, WMR and Nihilo Racing Products, for helping out with our podium presentations here in 2013. Lazy Days RV providing Twitter contests and our on-track Moto Heroes, on-track schools Moto Hero. Want to say thanks to those folks. And I know, Sean, that you actually spent some time with the folks at On Track, right?
Yes, that's where I did my schooling at. Andrea Lieb over there, she does a great job, and she was a lot of help. You know, she knows that we're really busy with racing and everything, and especially at National. So I was able to get my work ahead of the National, so I was able to do my school. So I can kind of focus more on racing than school and everything like that while I'm at an event like this.
But it's obvious. I mean, schooling is one of the most important things, right?
Yes, that's definitely the most important thing because, you know, racing's not a guaranteed thing. And then afterwards, you know, we can't race when we're 50 years old.
Right. Well,
actually, we can. You're right. But, I mean, just making a good living and everything like that.
Yeah, well, talk to Trampus Parker and those boys that are doing it plus 45 right now. But you're right. Andrea's got a great program over there designed to fit around whatever it is that you're doing. And it is an accredited program. It is a solid program. I know it's probably one of the more solid programs out there on the market, to be honest with you. So I want to just say thanks to all those fine folks. And, you know, as we get set to roll in to more racing, Sean, I know we were talking there a few moments ago about some riders that had gone down in this 450 Pro Sport Championship race coming up. There might be some, I believe, some sticks thrown into the spokes out there, man. Some folks could be a little surprised at what that 450 Pro Sport Moto is going to bring up.
Yes, coming out of that start in that last moto, that was Luke Rislin as well as Thomas Covington getting together and going down. And I think they're both a little banged up. I'm not sure if either of them are going to come out for this last moto this weekend.
Hey, want to say thanks to at Goose, is that Good Girls? Linda, anyway. Want to say thanks to Linda, texting or tweeting out her prediction. She's got Hampshire predicting for that. We got Brian Dowling, who is at B-682. Jason Frank, 353, who's he saying that he thinks is going to win. So that's just a couple of tweet outs that we got and mentions, and we want to say thanks to those folks.
Yes, also, the Nick Way tagging us in there. He had some coffee and Racer TV this morning. Gatorback is an awesome shake, and track looks rad. And, Nick, I can promise you that. The track changes they did here, they really did the track some more justice.
Nick is one of the coolest dudes, I think, in motocross, man. I watched that kid grow up. I used to hang out at Action Sports in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
He'd come down from Michigan in the back of his truck. I mean, he was on the verge of his great career, the beginning of his great career, and he'd have these big factory bikes and all that stuff. Dude would come down, 2 bikes in the back of his truck, and we'd hang out on the tailgate of his truck, actually, and just talk. Never a rider that never really rose above his racings. I mean, no matter how good of equipment he had, no matter how well he rode, he never could tell that he was any different than anyone else, man. I mean, great guy.
Yes, I've talked to him a few times. A really nice guy. I'm excited to see him still racing. He's been racing for years now, and he's still very competitive, so that's good to see.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that could be racing at 50, I think, and still doing well, making a living.
Yes, definitely.
Well, we continue track maintenance here at the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics, and Jen Kenyon now joining us here in the studios. And, Jen, I know you've done a lot of research and talk about these upcoming awards and so forth. Tonight, we know that they're going to be crowned. There's going to be certain people that are going to be crowned, and I know that there's a lot of excitement for a lot of riders. I mean, we're seeing championships. So what? Keith's got 4 now, and he's got another one coming up. I think that if he wins that one, that could put him in some contention there, and maybe even put him in a running for the Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award. I don't know how it's all going. I mean, these points are all calculating right now, and it's getting exciting, I think. I mean, you got the Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award, Golden Goggles Scott Golden Goggles Award, Dunlop Silver Tire Award, the Fox Bronze Boot Award. I mean, they're all very prestigious awards.
Rodney, it kind of seems like that's what these riders are going for at the end of the week. We see a lot of guys riding several classes out here, a lot of multi-time champions. Like, these guys are really gunning for, these prestigious awards at the end of the week. And, just talking with some of the racers after, post-race, after they've gotten 1 or 2 championships, that's the first thing that they say. This is my 4th championship. This is my 3rd championship of the week. They're really, really proud of doing, multiple titles out here.
Yeah, and they each and every one know that it counts towards something even bigger, and that's being an Olympiad champion. And that right there is something that, again, a lot of prestige. And that's what's really cool about this particular major as far as the majors of motocross are concerned in our amateur racing world. Each and every one of them, and as well as anyone, Sean Hackley, each and every one of these majors that we race, they all have their uniqueness about them, as well as the same thing that makes them all as great a thing as what they are, the great racing. But each facility has their own program, their own way of approaching the racing and everything.
Yes, here at the Mini-O's, we have the Supercross division as well as the outdoor division. So if you ride 4 classes and you win everything, that's 8 titles going into the rest of the majors this year, where at Loretta Lynn's, you're only allowed to race 2 classes. So for there, just going in there, just looking at it, like, oh, yeah, how many titles does this guy have coming in? Oh, yeah, well, he has 14. 8 of them can come here from the Mini-O's.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess that's probably why titles are a little more prestigious at Loretta Lynn's also.
Yes, Loretta's is you have to go through all the qualifying with your area qualifiers, your regionals, and then you finally get to the big show, and it's nerve-wracking. It really is. They put a lot of pressure for you as an amateur, especially one of the top amateurs, so that not unless that you win all the other majors, but that you win Loretta Lynn's.
Right now, still doing track maintenance. And we've got big things coming up. We're talking about right now the majors, the Mini-O's here in November. The 2014 majors kicks off, as we told you, with the Ricky Carmichael School. That's March 9th and 10th. We told you racedaytona.com to get signed up for that. Freestone will be the second there. That's March 19th through the 20th. And you can also begin online registration 22nd, March 19th through the 22nd. Online registration begins on Monday, so you guys can start registering online there for that. And then, of course, Ricky Carmichael is already open, as they tell us. Loretta Lynn's, they're beginning, they've got the qualifying schedule out for areas.
The schedule's out right now for the area. So after this, and then I guess you have the Ricky Carmichael Supercross. That's what you start getting ready for.
You start getting ready for that, and then Mammoth in June, and then August, Loretta's, and we come right back here to the Mini-O's in November. I mean, it's just a great cycle of amateur races. I mean, the premier amateur races, not only in the nation, but the world. And we know that because each and every one of these particular events that we go to, there's riders from all over the world trying to either qualify or just be here and be a part of the action. I mean, there are so many folks from all across the different continents that are here with us this week. It is unbelievable. I was talking with Joel and the boys down at FMF. They told me that, man, he said, you know, I've sold so much product this week to people that are not even from this country. He said, I'm really surprised. It seems like there seems to be even more this year than in years past. So that means that there's a lot of great world recognition. This is becoming a world recognized affair.
Yes, you know, and that's a good thing for motocross, just looking into the future. We want to keep expanding. You know, this is a lot of kids' dreams. We have the 54 to 6-year-old guys. One day they want to be pro and race the Ricky Carmichael Supercross on a big bike and then go to Supercross and race that.
And I think that's something neat about the Ricky Carmichael. In years past, I know Ricky's been a part of the program down there, and that kind of gives a little prestige also, I think.
Yes, also, you know, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. So him being at the event, getting to watch you, you know, just you getting that recognition from him is a great thing.
And then a few weeks after that, you go down to Freestone in Texas, where James Stewart, one of the fastest man on the planet, is going to be playing host to that one down there. So to tie those types of names in with these majors like this is, I think, a home run, man. It really makes you feel like you are right where you are at the greatest place in the world to race amateur motocross.
Yes, I mean, those are probably the two biggest names in our sport right now. You know, I mean, we also have Ryan Villapoto and Ryan Dungey, but
they're still racing.
Yes, you know, they're still racing. So it's great to have big names like that tied to our sport, helping us just to keep growing.
For sure. Maybe one day we'll tie your name to one of these great events someday.
That would be pretty cool. I'd like that. And I'd probably be there every year.
Till you're 90 or something like that.
Just there in a walker showing up, helping, support, rooting on the kids.
So right now, also a few other things that we might want to remind you of. I know that Twitter and Instagram are the really big things right now. So remember, follow us at Racer TV. And whenever you're talking about Mini-O's anytime, hashtag that.
Mini-O's 2013.
That's right, Mini-O's 13. And see, we've got hashtags. I know that Verb Moto is hashtagging it like that. The Winter Olympics is hashtagging it like that. So everybody's comments basically get all hashtagged and put in the same area and work together like that.
So does that make us trendsetters then?
Yeah, we're setting a trend.
Go us.
Go us. I like that. Yeah. Go me.
Yes, Go Racer TV.
Yeah, that's it. Go Racer TV. I think not only Go Racer TV, but Go Motocross in general, because it's really coming to life. And as we said, we've got well over 2,000 entries just for the motocross portion of this race this week. We had probably as many or about that on Supercross, if not more. Just blows my mind. I got to tell you, how many people converge down here year after year for this solid week. I mean, every week of Thanksgiving for the past 42 years, they have made their way. Folks and families have made their ways. And you know, there are several families that have spent 20-plus years here every Thanksgiving and don't even know what it's like to be home at a traditional Thanksgiving feast.
This is what I'm used to. This is what I did growing up, and we had a lot of fun. You know, I had my family here, my mom, my dad, and some of my best friends, you know, my best friends being fellow racers, some of my best competitors as well. So it's great that we all can be friends, hang out together, race dirt bikes, and get to spend Thanksgiving together.
All right, you asked me the question a few minutes ago about the 458 Pro Sport and the Lazy Days Twitter contest for the RacerX subscription. Who do you think is going to win that 458 Pro Sport?
Well, I wanted to guess Luke Rensland.
Really?
But I mean, him going down in that last moto, not sure if he's going to be out there for this next moto. I heard he's a little banged up.
Wow. Yeah, and that, like we said, that kind of bobbles things up a little bit and kind of makes you rethink the situation and the scenario. Looks like track maintenance is about to wrap up, and we're about ready to get set with our Vet 30 Plus, and we'll be rolling with more racing action when Racer TV continues with our coverage of the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
And welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park and a nearly completely groomed race course. Look at that whoop section there as the gate is dropped on our Vet 30 Plus class, Sean Hackley, and our motorsport.com whole shot is off and rolling. And we've got in this 30 Plus class, that's a Kawasaki up front. I know Matt Powers grabbed Matt Johnson, grabbed the whole shot in the earlier division, I believe the junior class, but right now you got to wonder if maybe he winning Moto 1 in this class on that Team Live Ruthless Sharp Moto Racing suspension back Kawasaki, he might not be the early leader again.
Yes, coming out this first lap, right after track maintenance, so it's going to be a little slick, but also the turn's going to be nice and fluffy, so make some good lines, some new lines, and open up racing a little bit. Track's going to be faster now, I think, just not having all the brake bumps there. Well, visible. They're still there, just underneath all that soft stuff.
Look who's back in second.
Oh, Frenchie. He's been great starts out here in outdoors. So we have the rest of the field coming right now through the pack. So it looks like your top 2 leaders is Matt Johnson and Palmer right now. Frenchie coming out there. So these 2 are going to be the top guys. Frenchie had a Moto win here recently.
He's out of Pottstown, PA, riding on a Crossroads Power Sports back machine.
Matt Johnson right there. I told you guys it's going to be a little slick and a little slimy, and you saw him get a little squirrely right there coming into that turn.
Definitely smoothed out coming through that section of the racetrack, though, since that track maintenance, the 277. And Matt Johnson on Melrose, Florida, holding on to the lead of this one, and we've got some tweets coming in. I believe one of the former Fast guys putting a tweet out for and a prediction for R.J. Hampshire.
Yes, Jimmy Page, which was really cool to see that because he was a great rider growing up. I got to ride with him some, and that's cool that he's still following motocross. I know he's really into road biking around. He's in college and doing great.
Well, how you doing there, buddy? And also got a lot of great tweets coming out from some great guys. We talked about Nick Way there a few moments ago. Shout out to him again. And shout out to everybody that's watching back home on RacerTV.com. So right now on the track, the Vet 30 Plus class, we've got 250C class coming up after this, race 28. And right after that, race 29 will be the 450 Pro Sport. For only a couple of races away from seeing that Pro Sport Moto. So again, tweet it out, Lazy Days Twitter contest for a free subscription to RacerX Illustrated. Pick your winner, your champion of the 450 Pro Sport class. Good battle going on now. Back in the number 3 spot, it looks like. The 871 of Philip Haas, who took 4th in Moto 1. Being challenged was that the 359 of Justin Brusso, I believe, maybe putting some pressure on at that point. Actually, we got Johnson out front, Palmer at 2nd, Philip Haas 3rd, Robert Honori was 4th. I believe Brusso may have made a pass there. We'll double check that. I thought that's who that was. Yeah, he did, and he's challenging.
Right. Oh, and he goes down right now, landed some slick stuff and loses the front end. So new challenges right now. Like I said earlier, just as you think you figured this track out, it changes or they do some track work and it's totally different.
Philip Haas got a big break right there because Brusso was on a charge. Looking at this one after 2 laps complete, Matt Johnson, Greg Palmer, a.k.a. Frenchie. 148.8 was his lap time to Matt Johnson's 144.3. 8 seconds separate first and second right now. Only 4 seconds back to Philip Haas, the 871 in 3rd spot. Matt Powers takes over the number 4 spot as he inherits that now, and he's actually moving up. Gary Harvin, in 5th. Justin Brusso drops to 6th. Louis Bonini in 7th, Mark Powers 8th, Randy Lawson 9th, Jeremy Smith in 10th, and Geronimo Pupio is running in the That's the 11th place position. Actually, Jeremy Smith was 10th, but Geronimo caught my eye right there for some reason.
Hey, we were talking about cool names earlier, and there's another one.
Yeah, and that guy's over 30, so his mom and dad are kind of ahead of the times there.
Yeah, they're the trendsetters then.
Yeah, maybe they're the one that started it all, right?
Yes.
Geronimo and Romeo and all the boys are out here with us this weekend. Ryder, and that's cool, man. We got Matt Johnson, though.
Looking comfortable out front. I saw him come over the tabletop, getting a little scrub and whipping and stuff like that, so he's feeling good today.
Plus 30-year-old rider right now. Johnson is 30 years old, backed by Team Live Ruthless, or Team Live Ruthless, I guess it would be. Sharp Moto Racing, suspension. Jacksonville Power Sports, Yoshimura STC Training Facility, also a proud supporter of Matt Johnson. Again, another rider from a training facility. Spend some time there and get some workout programs from there at the 2-lap mark there. Matt Johnson showing that it pays off.
Yes, that's cool to see, too. Not even just your younger guys out there, even the older guys going out and getting some training. So it looks that, you know, Moto coaches can help for anyone, just help you excel a little bit more.
And that's what every one of them will tell you. There's a program designed for every level, every age of riding. Frenchie in now 11.3, working on 12. Haas is 7 seconds back in third. Matt Powers. I knew there was a Matt Powers in there. He's fourth now, and he's closing up on Haas for third, and that's the battle we're watching right now. So Haas under pressure. Matt Powers in fourth. Justin Brusso dropped back to sixth, is up to fifth now. And we see him coming into the shot now. And I believe we may be seeing Matt Powers trying to slide underneath. Powers on the 101. And had it, I think, just for a moment. But Haas fired right back and kept him at bay.
Yes, looks like Powers all over the track right now, just trying to find an opening, trying to put some pressure right now on Haas. So let's see what he can do coming over here to the roller section with a lot of passes that have been made.
Well, we saw them both come out of that turn a little differently, but I don't think it's going to be much different whenever they head into the whoop section there, because the gap not so far back to the number 4 spot. And a good line for Matt Powers as he closes up a couple of inches or a foot or so on the battle for third. And as we get back into the turns, it tightens back up again. But I'm watching the 359 back there. Here goes Powers on the outside. This must be his fast part of the racetrack.
Yes, here he goes. He decided to skip that roller in that option section, and it works out for him as he gets around Haas.
Wow. Takes the roller, that's big inside roller on the inside of that turn. A lot of times we see those passes. Those guys go outside and use the speed and the momentum. Look at that little wheel tap right there. He slowed down too much.
That might have been a little brake check right there. Strategy.
Haas dropping to the number 4 spot as Matt Powers takes over third. Matt Johnson still out front. Gregory Palmer now 13 seconds back in second. Powers is third. Haas in fourth. Justin Brusso in fifth. Championship right now, Matt Johnson with a 1-1 would win the championship. Greg Palmer with a 3-2 would be second. Philip Haas with a 4-4 would still score enough for third overall. Matt Powers, he had an 8 in Moto 1, so an 8-3 is good enough for fourth overall. And Justin Brusso, a 7-5, would round out your top 5 overall.
Looks like these guys are breaking the track in really well right now. Not too many venturing out the main line, but track still looks great. They've taken a good job of this facility all week.
Yes, excellent care of this facility all week. And back in the number 3 spot is the race we're still watching. Brusso, a 147 lap time. I just want to give you an indication of what happened there. Brusso, a 147.9, about a second, 1.1 second faster than Haas. There was 1.7 seconds that separated them, but I'm beginning to wonder if maybe Haas and Powers might have picked that pace back up.
Matt Johnson right now just cruising in for the win. He's happy. He did all his work early in the moto so that he can take it easy for this last few turns.
Looked like he was taking a sight lap, didn't it?
Yes, it did, but here he goes with class champion.
About 15-second lead is what he had as he fist pumped the Mini-O's 2013. I am your vet 30-plus champion, he says. Going 1-1. Look at this. It ain't over. We got Palmer in second, but there is, Justin Brusso is right there, and he challenges Haas on that last lap. I told you we should watch out for him, and Brusso ends up taking that number 4 position. Wow. What a quick transition we saw. I mean, I saw him. He looked several feet back, but he must in that last section, Sean, really taking advantage of something there because Brusso got up on Haas and those final turns was able to make the pass on the 871.
Yes, no, you can't be lightly in those last few turns because there's still people behind you that might be strong and might have a lot of momentum coming up, wanting to overtake you.
Well, here we are, 250C class racing now. By the way, Matt Johnson takes the championship in that class. This class up now, 250 novice class. Bryce Malden took a moto win in this one. He's got 2 championships under his belt now already. Keenan Machma, the 634, and the brother of, I believe, Presley Machma, the new Miss Mini-O's for 2013 and 14. Keenan took a moto win also out there. He rides aboard the number 634. Chase McCullers, the 50, took a second. Rigo Agulo, the 32, says he's out of St. Pete, Florida. He took a second. That's a new name here at the Mini-O's for me to decipher. I'm wondering if he might be one of our South American riders, to be honest with you.
He could be, but I just saw Kyle McElrath just not too far from the rear end, so he's struggling with his starts right now.
McElrath has been struggling with starts, but when it comes to the end of these races, it seems like that 250C rider seems to know how to find the front of the pack, or at least some fast laps out there in the process. The 36 of McElrath right now out of Canton, North Carolina, on a Club MX training facility, ProMotion Racing suspension, Link MX graphics, Troy Lee designed Spectral Oils Roost racing machine, trying to make a name for himself. There is the 32. Is that Slash of Rigo Angulo?
Looks like it. He had some good finishes here in the first moto or the first division of this class with a second. So let's see what he can do. You know, also Bryce Malden coming in with some confidence off of these titles, and he's ready to make a pass for the lead.
Yep, Malden and back in the number 2 spot. I believe that was that rider we were talking about back in the number 4 spot, believe it or not. So these guys are pretty tight rolling through this 250C. Reg Magyar, the Cairo, Georgia rider on the Total Project Construction Honda, is your leader at the moment, but looks like he's under pressure and under fire coming off the sweeper turn now, Sean Hackley.
Yes, a lot of riders have been going outside right now, not getting as much air to this roller, and then able to get a better drive coming through the rollers, which I think Bryce Malden just did to take the lead.
Bryce Malden now into the lead aboard the number 25, dropping your early leader back to the number 2 position as we roll to our 3, 4, and 5 spots. Things tightening up there. It looks like second spot may be under more pressure. As we come down toward the Red Bull Arch there, this early lead.
That looks like Drew Abney right now. He had a couple good races here earlier this week in your second moto as well as your qualifiers and as well as Supercross. So he's making the pass right now in the second. A little aggressive, just making that pass stick coming up for the finish line hill.
Man, Reggie Magyar really feeling the pressure on these guys. That early lead for him, probably something that was a good experience for him, but also still good experience as he's trying to battle back, it looks like, and keep these guys from getting around. 114, Drew Abney back in the number 3 spot. We got 4th place Kawasaki ride, Zach Hart. The Kawasaki rider, Hart, rides the 513 from Plant City, Florida on a Barney's Rocket Racing, 100% also Pro Action back machine. We got Rigo Angulo. He's riding the number 32 Slash. We were keeping an eye on him. Remember, he finished, I believe, with a 3rd place in his first moto.
We have a good battle right now going on for the 4th place position between these 3 riders with Abney leading in this trail.
Oh, that's interesting. I look at my riders here. I don't have a. Oh, I'm looking at a Pro Sport. I'm okay. That makes a lot of sense. Why? There it is. There's Rigo Angulo out of St. Pete. He's a Kawasaki rider. I was trying to see where he finished in the first moto. 2nd spot. Sorry about that. Watching right now, though, what's going on here? What's going on with these guys, Sean? I know that position jockeying, but there's a lot of forethought that has to go into this now, at least the upcoming laps, because you got yourself in position.
Yes, it looks like we're about to have a 3-way battle for the 2nd place. So we have, our motorsport.com whole shot winner, as well as Abney out there to the number 32 on the Kawasaki.
Wow, the intensity of this just clicked up one more notch, I think, in this 250C class. Reg Magyar dropping to the number 3 spot after 2. Bryce Maudlin, again, your leader. Drew Abney, your second spot. Rigo Angolo is 4th. Jose Maldonado now in the number 5 spot. Well, Zach Hart is dropped to 6th. Zachary Breyer, 62, is 7th. Baron Bellard, the 721X, in 8th. Actually make that Robbie Ruffner in 8th. He just moved up. Baron Bellard now still hasn't checked in for his 3rd lap, so we might have some changes going on there.
Yes, Drew Abney came around last lap in 2nd place, and now he's in 4th. So he made a little mistakes right now and got some passes, got passed.
So Denton West rounding out the top 10. Caitlin Morrow, our women's 14-plus Mini-O's champion, the 65 machine, running in 11th of this class, the 250C class. Let's see where she finished in Moto 1. The 65 looks like she took a 15th place finish, so much better positioning here in Moto 2.
That'd be really cool for her to finish a top 10 in the finale of this 250C class, even though she races the women's plus 14 plus.
Off the sweeper now we roll. And the battle is tightening up. This is still looking at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place positions right now, I believe. Reg Magyar, you know, I got to tip my hat to him, commend him. Not saying that I didn't think he could do it, but I was afraid that maybe that much pressure that quick early on might shake him up a little bit. But wow, what an impressive recovery after being passed there by Bryce Maudlin. He regains his composure and makes it a tough way to go for the rest of these riders as Rigo Angulo now looks like he's trying to mount the challenge as they get set to drop into the Gator Pit.
And if I believe this is going to be a good battle for this last lap. So let's see how their fitness and their condition is with this a little bit smoother track. It's not going to be a tough for them. So lines right now, not going to be 2 minutes. It's going to be a lot more one line, so it's going to be a little bit harder to pass.
So white flag is out. Bryce Maudlin on his way to yet another championship here. Reg Magyar in 2nd, 2.3 seconds back. Angulo in 3rd. Abney 4th. Zach Hart in 5th. Robbie Ruffner in 6th. Zach Breyer is 7th. Baron Bellard in 8th. Denton West in 9th. And now Caitlin Morrow moves into a top 10 position. As far as the overall is concerned, Bryce Maudlin looking at the championship. Rigo Angulo should be looking at 2nd overall, while Drew Abney is looking at the 3rd place overall position. Battle for 2nd is still waging on. What kind of changes will this mean in the overall?
I think it's still going to stay the same for the overall. Reg Magyar didn't have a very good first moto, considered to Rigo's 2nd place that he had in his qualifier.
Exactly. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't see a lot of things changing, but our final.
But on paper, it's still going to look better for you to get a 2nd in the 2nd moto against everybody else, even though you get a 5th in your qualifier. It just shows that if you had some better luck in your qualifier, you could have been a title contender.
Exactly. Maudlin, Reg Magyar, Rigo Angulo, they're actually the 228 and the 32 slash battling for 2nd. We see them going there now as the 25 of Maudlin drops into the Gator Pit for one final time. A hard right-hand turn. The drive to the checkers. Miss Beverly waving the checker flag as the win goes to Maudlin, and I know at least 2 championships that rider has won here today, or at least in the motocross side of things. Pretty sure anyway. Yeah, he was one of our first winners, I believe. So congratulations to Bryce Reg Magyar. Look at that, man. He held on to it. Held on to it for 2nd. Rigo Angulo in 3rd. Robbie Ruffner, then Drew Abney rounding out the top 5 with Hart, Breyer, Bellard, West, and Morrow rounding out your top 10. Looking at the Farron Racing top 10 board there.
You guys still have some time to see who's going to win this, to put your guesses in a Twitter account, hashtag Mini-O's and mention it Racer TV. Who's going to get this championship? And with motorsport.com whole shot, Matthew Burr King. So I'm not sure if a lot of you guys guessed him, but he's putting himself in really good chances right now.
Most definitely, as we check the results from that first moto, the 450 Pro Sport class, your race 1 winner was R.J. Hampshire with Luke Rensland running 2nd. 3rd place went to Cody Chisholm, that number 32 slash. 4th place was to Matthew Burkeen, who's got the early lead in this one. And 5th spot went to
Marshall Welton.
Oh, okay, Marshall Welton. Yeah, you're right.
And then I think I see Hampshire right now in about sixth or 7th place. So hopefully some of these other guys got up in front of him, give himself a better shot.
All righty, so Burkeen out front. There's the 66 in second. That's Matthew Minison out of Bushnell, Florida on the Honda. Finished 12th in Moto 1, so a little redemption for him so far in the early part of this second Moto anyway.
It's also cool to see Sean Skinner out here. You know, he won your junior 25+ motocross championship. It's good to see him come here and mix it up with the younger boys.
Yeah, good to see him back. I can remember watching him work his way up through the ranks, the amateur ranks itself. He's gone full circle, I guess, then, huh?
Yes, I mean, like you said, this is something that we do grow up racing, coming here for Thanksgiving. So being home for Thanksgiving these past few years after being professional, it was a little different.
So welcome back home, I guess, for this home Thanksgiving. Wow, look at that, man, 271. Was that what that number is? Let's see, yeah, Robert Piazza Jr., Matthew Mensonen battling for second. I thought Piazza might be actually making the pass there. Chandler Lindsay is fourth. R.J. Hampshire in fifth. Keaton Ward in sixth. Franklin Neugate seventh. Sean Skinner eighth. Cameron McAdoo ninth. Cody Chisholm in 10th. Wow, man, this is all switched around. You got Sinai back there in the number 11 position. He was one of our top runners out there, if memory serves me correct, in that first moto. Matthew Burkeen is looking at a championship win right here with a 4-1 if he hangs on to this. And then R.J. Hampshire back in second, looking at second with a 1-5. That's 6. Even if Hampshire gets into fourth, that's still a tie, and Burkeen would win. So at this point, R.J. Hampshire has to get up to at least third place in order to secure the championship here. But that may not so much be the case if R.J. Hampshire can work his way through the pack and maybe to the front of the pack, which is where he's trying to go right now. There's Chandler Lindsay. Look at that 37X Suzuki going right now, man. He is on a rail of his own right now, trying to hold on to fifth place with the likes of Hampshire and Ward he's battling with. I can understand why he's riding at this intensity.
Yeah, so it's looking great right now for Matthew Burkeen, but as we can tell from previous results, R.J. Hampshire, he can move through the pack just like he did. 2 guys in 1 turn.
There you go, man. Hampshire making that pass and making it stick. There comes another pass, 271. Piazza back around Lindsay. Lindsay had gotten around him, but bam, right around him he goes. Drag race to the finish line region, the 450 Pro Sport class, wrapping up now lap number 2. Burkeen, Mensonen, and R.J. Hampshire now in third. He has positioned himself to take the championship. He doesn't have to go any further ahead to win this. But what he does have to do is worry about Piazza, who's out here to make a statement. He's looking to make that explanation point on this final moto for that 450 Pro Sport class. Robert Piazza running in fourth now, and Chandler Lindsay is fifth. They'll go to Keaton Ward in sixth, Norgay seventh, Skinner eighth, McAdoo is ninth, Cody Chisholm now in 10th.
Yes, I'm sorry, not Renslin, but Hampshire can't take it easy right now. You know, we don't have Renslin or a couple other heavy hitters in here, but it's still making it tough for him to get the lead.
Well, he's got the championship lead as far as points are concerned. I think he just passed into
yes, he just passed into second.
Got around the 66 Mensonen. And this is a good opportunity for Mensonen to see some of those lines. Hopefully not make any mistakes. And if he looks behind him, he might kind of freak
see some
out.
Guys coming for him.
Yeah, he sees Robert Piazza and Chandler Lindsay right there. All over him right now. By the way, Lindsay finished 20th in Moto number 1. He's running 5th right now, looking at 13th overall. So this is just a redemption ride for him. He wants to win or do as well as he can in this moto. Burkeen, Mensonen, and there is R.J. Hampshire, your third place ride. There went Burkeen. Actually, I'm sorry, second place ride. There went Burkeen. 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds is how far Hampshire was behind Burkeen at the end of lap number 2. He turned about a 2-second faster or 1.5 faster lap time. 1.9 seconds is all that separated them. And with the intensity that I'm looking at R.J. Hampshire riding at, I think that just got cut in half again.
Yes, R.J.'s looking great out there. He's been looking great all week. So, you know, not to disappoint or anything like that, but if you guys picked R.J. Hampshire for the win, that was a good guess.
A very, very good guess. A safe bet, too. Imagine the odds are down on that one, you know, because I'm sure a lot of people have picked that one. But, hey, you could be chosen randomly if you're one amongst many that happen to do that.
Yes, we just counted how many people picked R.J. Hampshire, and I think I counted 19 already. So
wow. That's a lot of folks.
And he makes the pass for the lead.
Looks like we got a few Burkeen fans out there also. We've got about 12 for him, it looks like. I think this second moto really livened things up there, if you want to know the truth, though.
Yes, it's cool to see that. You know, it's a shame that some of our heavy hitters aren't out there. I hope they're all feeling all right. But for Matthew Burkeen to step up, he's had some good finishes this week, but with a fourth right now and second, that's good for him.
Oh, for sure. And we see Hampshire in total control of this machine once more. Matthew Burkeen, again, we mentioned last year, our Outstanding Achievement Award winner. And, you know, outstanding, he's outstanding again. We got a lot of outstanding riders out here as Hampshire has solidified that #1 spot, a 1:39.890 right there. Matthew Burkeen, a 1:43. Piazza's turning some pretty quick laps right now with a 1:40.8. So Burkeen best be watching because it looks like Piazza's coming, as is Chandler Lindsay, a couple seconds back behind Piazza. Cody Chisholm working his way up through the pack, up to 7th now. Sean Skinner running 9th aboard the 150 as we look back through the pack. And here's something that's kind of a surprise to me. Darian Sanai, who rides at number 457 in this moto, hasn't moved out of 11th place the entire race. I mean, he finished 11th in Moto 1. You talk about consistency. It's like maybe he thinks 2 1s are better than 1 1. I don't know.
1s are good, but you want to have them just 1 in each race. So we spoke about it earlier. You know, he's riding the 250 in this, but we also saw him riding the 250 in the regular 450A, and he did a lot better than 11. So we got to see what's going on with him after the races.
I think that 250 could explain a lot as to why Sanai is where he is right now. And one has to wonder, if he had a 450, where would that then put him? Still only about the halfway point of this race. And look at the distance he got over that finish line jump there. And looks at the intensity that's starting to build now for second. We told you the Burkeen was going to be in trouble soon, but I didn't quite expect it to be like right at the finish line and dropping down Gator Falls. Piazza back there in the #3 spot aboard the 271. And he must have heard us talking about him. He wants to put on a show for the TV folks back at home watching on racertv.com right now.
Yes, he got an 8th the first moto. So, you know, coming with a 3rd right now and battling for 2nd place. He's feeling good here at the end of the week.
So Burkeen in 2nd. And again, Piazza in the #3 spot. I'm expecting Piazza to make a move about right here. Here's where the setup begins. Will Burkeen be able to fight back, though? Here he comes to the inside. This is what Piazza was looking to do, I think, as he pulls up and shows him a little bit of a wheel there. So Burkeen knows he's back there, but he's still keeping a couple of bike lengths as they leave the whoop section now. But again, Piazza just keeps working this racetrack, getting in there. If he can't see him, he can feel him back there, I'm sure.
Piazza right now trying to pressure him into a mistake. He knows these races are a lot longer with a few more laps, and Burkeen's looking back. So he may be a little winded. Piazza's going to try to pressure the mistake and make it pass and move into the 2nd position.
All right, so there's a little mind games right now that the 271 of Piazza is playing with Burkeen that might help position him to move into the #2 spot. 2 flags out. That's 2 laps to go. So this is a 6 laps down, and or is that 5 laps down? I believe that's 6 laps down for these guys for an 8-lap moto. Yeah, that's it. Hampshire in 140.9. The fast lap at 139.8. So only about a half-second difference, a little more than a half-second difference there in his fast lap time. Burkeen and Piazza checking in. It says .428. But one has to wonder if it might be closer than that. Lindsay about 3 seconds back and forth. Cody Chisholm is now up to 5th. Franklin Norgate is 6th. Keaton Ward 7th. Sean Skinner 8th. Darian Sinai breaks that 11. He must have heard us because he got in the 9th now. He's like, oh, wrong ones. And they're right. We only want one of these. So he made a couple passes. And now he's 9th. Andrew Bristol is running 10th.
Yes, that's going to help him out a little bit in the overalls. I think he's sitting 7th place right now. So keep moving up, maybe getting there in the top 5.
That's pretty wild. Shows you how much it has changed to get a 7th overall, going 11 and 9. We got Marshall Welton, who went 5th and running 12th right now. Andrew Bristol running 10th and finished 6th. So that kind of explains it a little bit, I think, why it gets a little jumbled up. All right, so he finally makes it happen. Piazza not only makes the pass, but makes it stick. And I saw him setting up. No, or did he? I thought he did. No, I was looking at that all wrong. There goes the Piazza-Burkeen battle. That was someone moving
That's
up.
Chandler Lindsay trying to come up battle for the second spot as well.
I missed that one altogether. Chandler Lindsay is closing up from back in 4th place now, so he's going to excite this quite a bit and make it a 3-way battle for the number 2 spot there, Sean.
Yeah, so coming into this final lap, we're going to have a good race on our hand.
Look at all the cameras out there, photogs, trying to get pictures of this. The history-changing moments in our Winter Olympics here at Gatorback Cycle Park. And over the tabletop they go. Burkeen, you know, I'm not going to say that I'm surprised how well Burkeen is riding, but I got to say, not seeing Burkeen ride under a lot of pressure so far this year, at least I personally haven't seen a lot of pressure applied to him this year. I wondered how he would adjust to it. You know, honestly, he doesn't seem to be affected by it from my standpoint.
No, coming to this last lap, we have Piazza right now closing the gap a little bit. So we're going to see what comes up to this sweeper. We've seen a lot of passes here each and every day. Maybe he'll go outside, but it looks like he's setting up inside to try to square him off. A little bit inside of some of those yellow markers. I think he slid out a little bit. He wasn't trying to cut the track, though.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, they've been trying to set up for the last 3 or 4 laps. Lap 7 in the history books. We're rolling through lap 8 right now. Hampshire, Burkeen, Piazza, Lindsay. It's Burkeen, Piazza, and Lindsay. We're watching battle for the number 2 spot. More so Burkeen and Piazza. Actually, it looks like Burkeen might have that little bit of comfort zone, but this section of the track is where we've seen so many passes taking place, and it's for reasons like that. Guys, take those last-ditch efforts heading into the Gator pit in that final drive up to the checker flag out of the Gator pit. And here goes 321, R.J. Hampshire, capturing yet another championship. That's at least championship number 2. I know he took the 258 class and also the 450 Pros class. Trying to see, did he take another? That's 5 altogether. Wow. I know he got a couple more classes other than what I mentioned there, but
He had got 2 in Supercross. I remember that, and then 3 outdoors.
Wow, the dude is just on fire today. Rolling on to our next Super Mini 2 class, 450 Pro Sport. We're going to be talking with our champion, and we're going to be announcing our winner here in just a moment as R.J. Hampshire takes the overall. I want to say thanks to Lazy Days for our Twitter contest, Lazy Days RV. If you love RVing as much, or if you love RVing, then this is home. And they love racing also. Second spot rider going down. Look at that. He's trying to get out of the way, and he's just frustrated. Get off my bike, get off my bike, get off my bike. I need to ride that. That 214 Austin Faulkner out of Richards, Missouri, who took a championship, the first moto out of the gate today, is up front and positioning himself once more, possibly it looks like, for another championship. Faulkner took a number 1 in Moto 1 of the Super Mini 2 class on the Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki.
That looked like one of the KTM riders that went down, one of our front runners, either Cameron Cannon or Enzo Lopez. Hopefully both those are all right. And we have another rider, some riders going down on the roller section, had just jumped the bike.
There you go, 221, man. I tell you, he got a big break there. Henry Howard out of Syosset, New York. He DNF'd Moto number 1, and he could have very easily DNF'd there if he hadn't been able to hold the composure.
Yeah, that was good to see him hang on. Hopefully get race all the laps here in the second moto.
Wow, Super Mini 2, green flag is out. Austin Faulkner, your man, and there is the 131, I believe. That is Jace Pennington Pennington on the JGRMX Fox Answer FMF Renthal Galfer Brakes Back Machine. Pennington we saw a great ride out of earlier, if memory serves me correct, and just came up a little short, if I'm not mistaken, when it was all said and done. Got riders like Stack, Lopes, also Pantley in this one. So that's a relative who's who as far as the Super Mini 2 13 to 16 class is concerned, Sean Hackley.
Yes, great racing all weekend long. Austin Faulkner has been on the rail. He's been riding great. And then it's great to see him in the pits right now and just wheeling his 110 and dragging back fender. So having fun in between motos as well.
Keeping an eye on Tanner Stack, the 382, who was just a moment behind the 16 of Enzo Lopes. Lopes being pressured into challenging Pantley for the number 3 spot now as the 43 under all kinds of pressure. There is Lopes, the 16 back there. We see Tanner Stack is back there. So all 3 of these riders going at it. Hunter Tyson's there, Joey Crown's there. There's 5 of them, I think, vying for that position, honestly.
These kids are really going for it here at the end of the week. You know, they just might have struggled a little bit getting warmed up, but some just Thanksgiving, rejuvenated and ready to go.
Wow. So a little bit of a change going on there. Stack moves up. And Stack is not only moving up, but he's also got himself with sights set on moving up, possibly to try to challenge the front 2 runners, but he's got to get through the rest of this field right now as we wrap up lap 2 for Super Mini 13 to 16-year-old class. Jace Pennington, Austin Faulkner. Wow, that just happened. That just happened.
Wow, I saw Pennington earlier yesterday at one of the LCQs, and he really dominated, so he shouldn't have been in there. But with the 4th place in your first moto shows that maybe he didn't have a good start, but he's ready to race now.
Yeah, 4th in Moto 1. A win here would put him only good enough to finish 2nd overall. Faulkner takes 2nd behind him. Tyler Pantley, you better hope for some help from Tyler Pantley and Tanner Stack at this point. Checking in once again with those battles that are continuing to unfold. There is the battle for the lead still going on. Pennington and Faulkner. Faulkner is not relinquishing that lead so easily, I don't think. Pennington's going to find that he may have wanted to wait till later in the moto if he didn't want such a challenge.
Yes, Faulkner messing up a little bit right there, and Pennington opened up the lead, but then Pennington getting a little sideways coming through the sweeper, and Faulkner's able to close right back up, but those guys right behind them are coming for him.
I imagine Pennington feeling the pressure from those 2 riders coming up behind him, Pantley and Stack, so that might have been the reason that he went ahead and made the pass on Faulkner, feeling, okay, I'm faster. If I get out in front of him, I should be able to gap him a little bit. And that's not much of a gap. There's not much of a... And that's not much of a gap. And I tell you, somebody that did have a little bit of a gap and a great run this year so far for the Winter Olympics. We got Jen Kenyon standing by with R.J. Hampshire.
Right, Rodney, it has been a great run for this guy right here, R.J. Hampshire. Welcome back to the center of the podium for the 5th time here this week. You're definitely a fan favorite to win. I got to tell you, we had a Twitter contest going on racertv.com, and all the fans chose you. They were all right. Now it's going to be hard to pick one of them, but tell us how it feels.
No, it's amazing. The whole week's just been going so good for me. My Amsoil Factory Connection Hondas, both of them are working really good. Everyone that's behind me in my corner, Timmy Ferry, it's got me ready for this. And, I feel really good, and looking forward for the future with the team and Timmy and see how it goes.
All right, so we saw you have a successful week here at the Mini-O's. Talk about 2014 and what your plans are with the team moving forward for next year.
Well, I signed for the amateur next year, so we're going to do the Spring Nationals, and it's kind of up in the air what goes on after that. Hopefully I get to move on with them, but, the team's awesome. I'm feeling great, so we'll just go from there.
Yeah, it's definitely a great position that you're in right now. We've seen a lot of great stars be made out of this amateur team here, so we wish you the best of luck this year in the amateurs, and we hope to see you around.
Thank you. I couldn't be up here without everyone that's helped me out. Of course, they'll just try to keep me safe, mom, dad, whole family, everyone that comes out here. My trainer, Timmy Ferry, Pro Taper, the whole Amsoil Factory Connection Honda team, Yoshimura, DVS Shoes, SMS Audio, Alias, 6D. It's everyone that's helped me out. Thank you so much.
All right, well, good job out there this week. There you have it, guys, our 5-time champion here this week at the Mini-O's.
Wow, 5 championships so far. Faulkner right now hoping to win another championship himself. Look at that, man. Pennington, he's right back around Pennington, but we got Pennington, Faulkner, Stack, and Joey Crown. And there's Tyler Pantley. There's 5 riders right now that are buying for that #1 spot, it looks like, Sean.
Yes, Stack's closing up the gap right now for these last few laps, wanting to win.
White flag is out, and Faulkner regains the lead now. Wow, look at this. Jace Pennington, who was...
Joey Crown just passed Stack, and Joey Crown just went down. I think him and Stack got together a little bit, and he fell over.
Wow, wow, that front end just washed right out, whether he touched tires or whatever. Something happened, and it forced him down, and now Tanner Stack at the 382 is all over Jace Pennington. We take a look at the championship run in this one. Austin Faulkner still looks like he is going to be the man to beat as far as that is concerned. And I believe that Pennington and Crown would go 2 and 3, and the way they're riding right now may be the way they finish for the overall. Man, into that whoop section. Look at this. It's now narrowed down to just a 3-way battle for the #1 spot. But I don't think Faulkner is feeling that pressure as much as he was.
No, he has a little bit of gap now, and I think they spread out a little bit. They were very close here a lap ago, but maybe a few mistakes, just pushing a little bit too hard, and they weren't able to keep the distance close.
Final lap of racing we roll through here today. And Faulkner is looking at his at least 2nd championship today. You remember, yeah, there's one he got in the Super Mini 1 12 to 15-year-old class. Can't recall another one yet so far today. You can look through your sheets. You got any notes on that? Wow. I think that's number 2, the on-track Schools Moto Hero race winner, and looks like class champion of this Super Mini class. The Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Austin Faulkner once more. And rolling next is race number 31. This is the Masters 50-plus class.
Gary Jones with your motorsport.com hole shot.
Gary Jones all the way from Norco, California. The Gary Jones, you think?
I'm not sure, but Norco, California, that's a pretty far drive right here coming down to Florida.
So I say that is the dude right there.
Yeah, so that's good to see after that drive, just coming down here and doing exactly what he came down to do. Get the whole shot and try to get a win.
Kirk Lewis took a Moto 1 win. He's a Motorsports Plus backed ride. Also Raynard Raceway backed rider. 2nd spot to the 84 Greg Vole out of Leesburg, Virginia on a Loud Motorsports Fox Racing Factory Connection machine. Gary Jones, the 88 machine. As we told you, Gary is 3rd place in Moto 1 on Norco, California. 94, Mark Van Skyver out of Anderson, South Carolina, finished 4th. James Crawford, 328, out of Warrenton, Missouri, finished 5th on his Stallman Team Green Monster Energy Pro Circuit Dunlop-backed ride here in the Plus 50 class. Scanning through the ages here. 61 years old, the 88 of Gary Jones, all the way from Norco, California on the KTM. And wasn't he the leader? Didn't he get the whole shot?
Yes, he did, which is really cool because he's the oldest guy out there, and he still knows how to ride a dirt bike.
Yes, yes, he does. Gary Jones knows how to ride a dirt bike. There's no doubt about that. And at 61 years old, that's pretty impressive stuff and an amazing feat as far as I'm concerned. For these guys to be able to get out, and they're jumping, man. I mean, the eliteness of these Plus 50 riders is just blowing my mind, and even Plus 60 ride. I mean, watching that rider ride the speed that he's riding right now, Sean, if you had to guess that rider's age right now, just watching him ride, I'm sure you wouldn't guess much over 40 if that, huh?
No, not at all. I would say 35, 40. So it looks good out there. 61, the guy's riding good.
Unbelievable, as they would always say. Today's winner in the Lazy Days RV Authority Twitter contest, Goog Earls Miles. No, wait a minute. Is that
Goo Girl Smiles?
Oh, okay. Goo
I
Girl
think a
Smiles.
Goo Goo Dolls fan.
Oh, okay. Goo Girl Smiles. I was trying to be creative with Goog Earl. But no, it's Goo Girl Smiles. Congratulations, you. You won a subscription to Racer X Illustrated.
Gary Jones getting a little sideways right there, but he's still able to maintain the lead.
Actually, that's Kirk Lewis out front now aboard the 69 as he has taken over the lead. Gary Jones has dropped to third. We got sidetracked there for a few moments, I believe, but Lewis has moved to the front of this one. Henderson, Nevada, he took a Moto 1 win on the Motorsports Plus Raynard Raceway back machine, and the new second-place ride, Greg Vole, who took second in the first Moto as well on a Loud Motorsports Fox Racing factory connection machine. I'm thinking that this is going to be pretty tight. Third place is Gary Jones, the 88, the 61-year-old ride. Again, just a phenomenal start for him. The motorsport.com hole shot he grabbed and really made a name for himself, but he's also let a big gap develop between himself and second place so far. That was only 5 seconds a lap ago. We're probably looking somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 this time around. But, man, Gary on a rail. Gary knows how to ride a motorcycle still at 61. Mark Van Sciver was fourth. James Crawford in fifth. Probably we'll see them check in those positions without much change, except Hans Marschler, the 499 Yamaha, was battling for fifth place there with James Crawford at the end of that first lap, so we might see that. Jen Canyon standing by with another Nihilo Concepts podium interview.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with Austin Faulkner, our Super Mini 2 winner. Austin, it's my understanding that you're 4 for 4, undefeated in the main events here at the Mini O's.
Yeah, it's definitely been, I think, probably the best week I've ever had here with all that. And it's been a really good week though. Started off in the heats of Supercross not too good, couldn't get starts, but figured it out. And I've been getting really good starts, and it's been working so far.
Yeah, that's usually the name of the game, especially earlier in the week in the Supercross portions. You got to get out front early on and really make your way. Talk about this race you just had here. It got a little bit exciting there. Tell us how it went.
Yeah, it was a good race. I got off to the whole shot, and I was just I hadn't been out there since real early this morning, so I didn't really know lines and everything, and got out there and was just trying to figure out lines, and I was just making a few mistakes trying to figure out lines, and ended up getting past second lap by Jay Spennington, and followed him pretty much until about the last lap, and then I passed him back and just kind of broke away just a little bit on that last lap just to get some breathing room. But I just after I started to figure out my lines, I got more comfortable, but just the first few laps I was just making a few mistakes with the lines.
Got to get in your groove a little bit out there?
Yeah.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting you these 4 championships so far?
I got to thank God for keeping me safe and just everything. I wouldn't be here without him. My mom, my dad, my whole family, Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Fox, PR2, Dunlop, Alpine Star, Pro Circuit, Traxxas, Maxima, Renthal, Rockwell Training Facility, Brandon Bebout, and Tom Shields.
All right, well, congratulations again on an awesome week.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Rodney, there you are, Austin Faulkner, our Super Mini 2 champion.
Congratulations to Austin out there going 4 for 4. That's a great thing. But back out here in the Masters 50 plus class, Kirk Lewis still out with the lead, but Greg Ball was trying to give him a little, trying to get up there and make a pass. He got a second in the first moto, so whoever win this moto was going to get the overall. So I think Greg came here to win, but Kirk Lewis out front right now on the 69 Honda has it in control. We're coming to the closing part of our race now. I think we have another 2 laps left to go. So he's just going to try to hold on, ride smooth, and not try to make any mistakes. Up in the Suter right now, we have Tim Carter. How you doing, Tim?
Sean, I'm doing great. It's a wonderful day to be here racing at the 42nd running of the Winter Olympics, and I'm watching Gary Jones out there on the racetrack, the number 88 Gary Jones. You know, he's one of the founders, one of the real pioneers of motocross here in these great United States, one of the first AMA national champion, Gary Jones, and we're watching him running into the number 3 position. Didn't even realize he was here making the trek here from California. These folks in the Masters class, the Masters 50-plus class, look, I'm 50-plus, and I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, these guys are riding strong. It's great to see that. As you get older with age and everything, you still love motocross. You still love riding your dirt bike. And it's a family event. I'm sure they brought their entire family out here to spend Thanksgiving with racing dirt bikes.
Kirk Lewis gets the white flag now with Greg Knoll into the number 2 spot. Gary Jones in 3. Mark Van Skyver into the number 4 position. Hans Merschler into the number 5 ride. It's Robert Nagy in 6. James Crawford now in 7. Dennis Banks in 8. Paul Kanzi into the number 9 position. Kenny Dogue in 10. And that is Paul Dezwinzowski, I'm going to call that, into the number 11 position.
That's a tough last name right there.
Yes, it is. You see these riders as they get around the terrain here. You wouldn't think that Florida has this type of terrain, but this is an old quarry. They excavated. You'll see the large pond in the middle of the racetrack from time to time, and that was an excavation of I don't know if it's rock. It's limestone that they excavated out of here, and so it's been many, many years, and that's why you have the elevation change that you have here at Gatorback. It's iconic to the Gatorback racetrack when most other racetracks across the Sunshine State are pancake flat. So here we go, the 69 machine of Kirk Lewis holding on to the number 1 position here in the final lap, Sean, as he now makes his way towards that checkered flag.
Yes, the dirt here, like you were saying just a second ago, it's really clay-based, but it seems that the weeks coming in here, they put a lot of sand on the track, disced it up, tilled it up, and it's been holding up very well with all the rain that we got and everything. The track's turned out great.
Pretty impressed with the team here at Gatorback for what they've done. Been able to get everything wrapped up and great track conditions. I don't think anybody jeopardized their track conditions, but here comes Kirk Lewis now. He's making the final approach for the checkered flag. Kirk Lewis will go 1-1 and first overall for the day across the finish line, and Kirk Lewis is indeed the winner here of the Masters 50 Plus in the 42nd running of this Thanksgiving Week Classic called the Winter Olympics, the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit.
Had to go to the bullpen there for just a couple moments for Tim Cotter, relief pitching there for a few moments. Thank you very much, sir, and outstanding job, and congratulations also to Kirk Lewis as he takes a 1-1 for the championship in the Masters 50 Plus class. Also, big tip of the hat to Greg Voll as he turned the fastest lap time in this moto, the 1:55.046. 2 card up on our next one. We're about ready to go racing more.
This will be your 450B class, so we got some heavy hitters in this. Let's see who gets the motorsport.com whole shot.
Another one of those highly stacked and highly talented classes coming at us. A lot of these riders ready to make that transition from the B ranks to the A ranks. A few from making transitions up also, but motorsport.com whole shot going to go to that 35 machine. That is Eric Grondo out of New Hampshire. Madbury, New Hampshire, as a matter of fact. He took a Moto third-place finish out there, but gets off to a pretty strong start, it looks like, Sean Skinner. Or Sean Hackley. Sean
Yes,
Skinner, see, that's what happens whenever I get all these different names in my mind.
Yes,
Sean Hackley Jr., as a matter of fact. Disney star.
Yes.
I am glad to see that your voice did change since then, though.
Yeah, my voice cracked a little bit. I was really excited right
Hey,
there.
guys, it's Sean
I got to skip
Hackley.
school, so I was excited. But no, we had that. He was your motorsport.com whole shot winner, but going down that next straightaway, Tristan Charbonneau got him and took the lead.
He did, and Charbonneau is going to be one to beat out here because Charbonneau has put in some solid motos out here. Once he gets up front, he's tough to beat. This is another one of those classes. He didn't fare extremely well in the first moto. He took a third-place position finish, but as we open up here, these second motos really seem to be working better for him, and I got to wonder why and how that is the case. The Rat now moving into the number 2 spot. He was second in the first moto on his Yamaha back GYTR Yamaloop Star Racing machine backed by Dunlop. That was the Gary Jones, 3-time 250 champion. Thank you very much for letting us know for sure. I didn't want to go on too much of a limb there, but we just got confirmation that that's exactly who that was. And Good job, Gary, man. 61 years old, still knows how to go fast out there on the racetrack, as does these guys out here learning how to go fast like Gary. They're kind of embarking on what Gary Jones has already been through. Tristan Charbonneau, Ryan Surratt, Josh Cartwright, our gunslinger out there with us in third. Cody Kuykendall is fourth. Zachary Bishop-Burnett in fifth. Rondell is sixth now after opening up with the early lead. Cody Williams to 167 in seventh. Nick Farrell the 14/ in eighth. There's old Keith Tucker back there in the number 9 spot aboard the 641. And the 18 of David McFarland back in 10th.
Keith Tucker was our Moto 1 winner. He must not have got a good start. He's been getting good starts recently. Oh, we have a rider down right there. I think that's ZBB.
Oh, tough break for Bishop Burnett there, as he has been a threat and come a long way here in this Winter Olympics himself. It looks like we might have a new second-place ride. Did Surratt make that pass? No, I'm looking at the wrong. No, I think I am looking at the right race, aren't I? That's Cartwright up to. Actually, Surratt is second. That's Cartwright in third. Charbonneau fourth.
Yeah, he has a battle with the number 52 Yamaha, Cody Kuykendall. So coming out right now, trying to do some strong finishes in these second motos.
Yeah, Kuykendall. That's who Cartwright. They're battling for third right now, as a matter of fact. Watching this one and eating a snack at the same time.
Multitasking at his finest.
Hey, man. Got to do what we can. Got to do what we can. Look
we
at that.
are live.
Wow. Surratt able to hang on, or excuse me, Kuykendall able to get around Cartwright and set his sights on Surratt now, I think. There is is that the 14 of Nick Farrell? Has he moved up from 8th spot to battle to 5th now? He sure has. So Charbonneau, Surratt, Kuykendall, Cartwright in 4th, and Nick Farrell up to 5th. There is Keith Tucker in 6th. Let's start doing some math here. 2, 7, call that 8. So about 10 seconds back to Tucker right now. And, man, that's going to be tough. That's going to be a long road to hoe if Tucker wants to get up into that number 1 spot.
Yes, not getting a great start doesn't help you at all. You know, he had a great moto, finished the first moto with a 1. Coming out here, he's won a couple championships and everything, but Nick Farrell was riding really good later yesterday, making the pass right there in the third, just trying to come out. No, that's pass for 4th. I'm sorry.
Wow. So Nick Farrell now inching his way up through the pack in the 4th place as he gets around Cartwright, I believe, the 151 machine. Meanwhile, your leader, 16, Tristan Charbonneau, off the big sweeper turn out there. And there is 3rd place, Cody Kuykendall. There is 4th place now, the 14, Nick Farrell. There is Josh Cartwright, who has dropped back to the number 5 spot aboard the 151 Suzuki, right behind that Yamaha pilot. And, wow, I'm actually becoming a victim of just watching this race and becoming a fan of it, if you want to know the truth right now, Sean Hackley. Watching for Tucker, I got to say, kind of a little bit in that boy's corner out there, especially knowing some of the roads that he's had to hoe to make it back to this championship caliber status that he's at. Not even able to make it here last year because of some injury and stuff. And I know there's a lot of riders that have ridden that road themselves, but that one I happen to know a little closer, I guess, a little better. Tristan Charbonneau, the 16, he's had years like that here as well, but today in 2013, that not the case. Surratt still back in the number 2 spot. Kuykendall still fending off, or was he? I think maybe Farrell, again, might have gotten into that number 3 spot. We're going to watch right here to see if that was established and maintained or not. These are the guys that you better be watching out for in a few years there, Sean Hackley, as they are going to be knocking on your door for your rides real soon.
Yes, no, coming here, it's cool. I get to see the riders coming up. They're riding great. A lot of riders coming out here fast. We have some guys in the novice class that look like they're ready to come for the B class as well as B going to the A. And, you know, we have some kids turning pro. I'm sure that Hamchard's planning on turning pro as well as Dakota Alex.
Well, Farrell around Kuykendall for the number 3 position. He does make it stick. He solidifies it, and he does maintain the spot. Cartwright starting to see that gap open. Back to Tucker now. We'll see what's going on for that 6th place ride here in just a moment when we check in with our riders at the end of 4. Tristan Charbonneau, a 1:41.006 lap time was his last time around on 3. Lap 2 saw 1:40.266 and a 1:40.971 that time. Ryan Surratt turned a 1:40.747. His best was a 1:40.343, not far off the pace of what Charbonneau was turning. So Charbonneau's not feeling light at all, not feeling unpressured at all because of Surratt. We're talking a second gap separating the 16 and the 51 when they passed the finish line there just a moment ago. Charbonneau and Surratt tightening things up there in that battle for the number 1 spot as we switch our camera view there, and you see that Charbonneau was able to get that gap open back up after being there at the finish line. There's something about this section of the track coming up right here that really tightens these battles up whenever we head down toward the finish.
Yeah, Surratt goes around wide, and he has a lot of speed coming through those rollers, as you can see right there. And coming to the closing laps of this race, this should be pretty good. It's a 7-lap race, and we're on a closing lap of lap 5.
So closing up lap number 5 under the Red Bull Arch. It is still Charbonneau, uncontested to date for the number 1 spot, but I think that we're about to see that change as Surratt keeps inching his way closer and closer to the rear wheel of the 16 Yamaha. Down into the Gator pit they go. Look at the line choices of Surratt. You can see it's almost as if he's not even looking at the lines. He's looking at the rear fender and trying to draw that bike back to him, and he's just going wherever that bike is ahead of him right now.
Yes, open up this line, so I'm trying to get some momentum, just pick up some speed and stay out of the roost. Save your tear-offs when you guys actually get right there, bar to bar.
Wow, and it looked like he was starting to close up, but 0.4 of a second faster was Charbonneau that time. And, you know, those little tenths of a second, they come in some of the most odd places probably sometimes that you don't expect to see them. But, I mean, it could be anywhere from, you know, just a quick line choice or maybe braking just an 1/10 of a second too soon or something.
Yes, you know, charging down the hills, hold on the gas a little bit longer, wheeling, you know, this step up right here, you can lose some time. If you went outside, you may lose a little time going outside, but if you step that up, I'm sure you would gain it right back.
Down onto the big sweeper turn we go, and what looked like was going to be that battle intensifying. It looks like we've got another battle shaping up for 4th place. Keith Tucker has gotten around Cartwright now, and we're looking at a half-second battle between the 4th and 5th place ride, and Tucker trying to position himself to win a championship from back there. It's going to be tough with both Surratt and Charbonneau running 1 and 2 right now, but he's got to do the best he can to try to be in position if things begin to flow his way.
Right now, looking at the overall, Tristan Charbonneau going 3-1 if he stays in this position, and Ryan Surratt with a 2-2. So Tristan will get the overall. So Ryan's trying to make the pass right now so he can get the championship.
Yeah, Tucker's looking at a 1-5 right now. 1-4 still only scores him well enough, I think, for 4th overall. If he can get around Kuykendall, that might be a chance to get him into a top 3 overall, but there's a 15-second gap between 2nd and 3rd right now, so Keith Tucker's got, well, especially with it being the final lap, obviously impossibilities lying ahead to win another championship, but yet nonetheless, something to be very proud of, and a great job commending him on a 450B. Great ride, but it looks like Charbonneau is looking at the championship in this one. Again, the early motos not faring so well for him, but here late in the second motos for 2013, it has been all Charbonneau. Surratt in 2nd, Kuykendall in 3rd, Farrell 4th, Tucker in 5th, Cartwright in 6th heading into the final lap. Cody Williams 7th, Henry Miller the 29 in 8th, Bryson Taylor in 9th, and Jared Williams rounding out the top 10. Another name that folks might have expected to see into a top 10 battling. There's the name Benny Bloss. You see Will McCracken back there, Addison Emery. We've seen battle in top 10s in these B classes. So like we said coming into this one, I mean, a lot of things can happen, and with the division races and all the best of the best getting in one moto, starts are very critical, and sometimes that could be the tail of the tape.
And that's the truth right there for Tristan Charbonneau. He's got the whole shots in 2 of these main events, and both those he got the whole shot. He's won. So coming into this final turn, coming up for the championship.
There you go, man. That right there's got to be a sigh of relief for that Yamaha pilot as he makes his way across the finish line. Not a whole lot of celebrations, just another day at the office. I'm sure he's celebrating pretty good. On Track School's Moto Hero race winner and champion of the 450B class, the number 16, Tristan Charbonneau. Charbonneau once again out of Tenino, Washington, backed by the great folks at Thor, as well as Yamaha, Monster, Maxima, Dunlop, and Fusion Graphics. Just a 15-year-old young man in this 450B class. And to be honest with you, 15 on a 450, it's not unheard of, but to be able to have that much control at that young of an age, that's pretty good.
Yes, that's a big bike. I mean, a grown man, that thing can go a grown man anywhere it wants to. So it's a lot to handle, but it's good that he has control and the riding ability to manage it.
So Charbonneau takes the overall. Ryan Surratt takes second in the overall. Cody Kuykendall is third overall. Keith Tucker is fourth overall. Nick Farrell rounds out the top 5 overall. And on the track next, it's race 32 out there with us right now. Sean Hackley, 65, 10, and 11 class. And another barn burner. I think somebody struck another match out there in the hay pile.
Yes, they were coming out here great in the whole shot. It was really tight. I'm not sure who got the motorsport.com whole shot, but as we come across for the end of the first lap, we'll look at our fair and top 10 leaderboard and let you know what it looks like.
Well, that number 12, Jeremy Ryan, took second out of Santanella, California. SMX Scooters.
That was a good save, swapping out in the sweeper right there. Both feet flying off, but he saves it and keeps the lead.
Wow, can you imagine being that little kid right there? He's 11 years old. He traveled cross-country to Florida from California, and he's leading the 65, 10, and 11 second moto and positioning himself for championship because he got second in that first moto.
Yeah, so that's really cool because I've been to California quite a bit, and there's not too many tracks that are similar to this track. You know, Gatorback's just in a league of its own. It's a lot different, the clay, the sand, and all, you know, especially since they put a lot more sand in there. So it's a great track, and it's good to see him excelling out there.
And it's not dry desert. Not that everywhere not everywhere in California is, but wow, he's
making a lot of mistakes, but he's holding on, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, he is making a lot of mistakes, and maybe the newness of all this might be playing a few little head games with him. We got Cole Harkins behind. Was that 220, I believe?
That's Bryce Hansen, the Moto 1 winner.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we got Bryce Hansen back there in the number 2 spot. Moto 1 winner, but right now out of that first turn region, that number 12 of Jeremy Ryan is having no issues whatsoever in maintaining the number 1 spot through the Gator pit now. Couple guys to watch out for this one, and Justin Coquinos is in this one. He rides the 444 as Chase Incher's also in this one. Jack Rogers. Let's see who we can find in this 10 and 11 class that might be Grantley Herbert. Sounds like a country music star right there.
Yes, we were talking about that early.
Jeremy Ryan is your leader. Bryce Hansen in second. The 201 machine, the Moto 1 winner on the Southeast Sales Fly, JM Racing, and Viro Clean machine. 14, James McElvain. He runs in the number 3 spot. He's out of Havelock, North Carolina. Thor FMF Henson clutches Jimmy Whiter Training Facility machine. Carter Bees, the 43, out of Appleton, Wisconsin, backed by the folks at KTM, KTMPartsDirect.com, Fly, FMF, and Dunlop Tires, as well as the Hilo Concepts. We got Miko Vedik, the 133, rounding out the top 5 right now. Miko out of Estonia. Sponsored by my dad, he says. He finished 7th in Moto number 1. If we looked at the overall right now, if it stayed the way it is after the end of lap 1, Jeremy Ryan would be your overall winner. Bryce Hansen would be second. James McElvain would be third. Fourth would be Carter Bees and Miko Vedik. Exactly the way they're running on the racetrack right now is how they would finish for the overall.
Yes, looks like Jeremy Ryan's really figuring it out. He's opening up the track some, changing his line, staying out of the brake bumps where he was making mistakes in the previous lap. So it's good to see him learning the track and adapting to it.
Ryan still out front. The gap now only 1.6 seconds after 2 laps of racing. His lap time, a 1:57.3. Bryce Hansen turned a 1:58.1. 1:58.3 for James McElvain, another near 2 seconds back in the number 3 position. Riders making their way out to the far part of this track. Actually, about the middle part of the racetrack is where we are now, working our way toward the road. And Jeremy Ryan, as we said, your leader in this one out of Santanella, California. And KTM riders, 50, 60 riders, don't really come from California unless they think they can come out here and win.
Yes, for that big, long drive you have ahead of you, I think your parents and just your family and all your sponsors, they wouldn't send you out here if you didn't have a good chance at winning. Just, you know, money's tight, the economy and everything like that. So him coming out here, making this big trip, hopefully coming away with a win, this ride was definitely worth it.
Things are looking good right now, my friends. And Bryce Hansen turning a 158. So Jeremy Ryan, I think he's found his groove. And I think that that first moto, probably he had to battle back like we talk about so many times. We don't really get a chance to necessarily recognize maybe some of the fastest riders because they get buried in the early races. And then all of a sudden for Moto 2s, we start to see them rise to the occasion and work their way through the pack. Oh! Leader down, and looks like 1-2 riders go by at least, and we've got ourselves a new leader as he was dropping down into the Gator pit, and the 201 gets the 2-lap board, and Bryce Hansen gets the gimme, and looks like he could look at 2 Moto wins for the overall win here in the 65, 10, and 11 class. What a heartbreaker for Jeremy Ryan. James McIlvain checking in on the number 2 spot, about a second and a half off pace of Bryce Hansen, and Hansen just got a big loft of energy. Mako Vatic now is 3rd. Jeremy Ryan in 4th as he drops from 1st to 4th. He's back up and rolling. Carter Bees in 5th. Brandon Walther is 6th. Braden Bruce in 7th. Larry Reyes in 8th. Nathaniel Thrasher is 9th. And Cole Bradford rounding out the top 10. Coquinos, whom we expected to be a little bit of a force in this class, the 444 machine, he is running back in 11th place. He finished 5th in Moto number 1. And our new leader with a little more than a lap to go. That 201 machine of Bryce Hansen out of Kaukauna, Wisconsin on a Southeast Sales Fly, JM Racing, and Enviro Clean Solutions. Ponton Graphics. Who backs that rider? Ponton. McIlvain not easing up any whatsoever. He took a 4th in Moto 1. Jeremy Ryan's 2nd and running 4th right now. What about Miko Vetic? Took 7th in Moto 1. He's running 3rd. So a couple of these riders bettering their overall scores by these much better rides in the second motos. And I believe we should be getting a white flag this time around for Bryce Hansen, and that is the case. One more lap to go. And it may be an eternal lap for this kid. Bryce Hansen has got James McIlvain right there in tow. It says 1.5 seconds. Lap times, get this, they were nearly identical. I mean, nearly identical. 157.679 to 0.8681. 2 like millionths of a second difference is all it was. I mean, you couldn't split a hair that thin. Is how closely they rode as far as lap times are concerned. The gap, though, 1.513. And here comes McIlvain. You can see him. He's charging down those hills. Hansen, though, is able to recognize that and answer back with his own sets of charges here on the RaceX Virtual Trainer final lap. We head on to the sweeper turn. And Bryce Hansen will hear the cheers of the crowd right now, rolling to the possibility of a championship here if he can hang on to it. The 14, James McIlvain, also hearing those cheers. He knows that the race fans want to see a good race, and that's what he's trying to give them right here. And the best race that he could possibly give them, he feels, is if he can get underneath and make a pass. He gets underneath, shows a wheel, and Oh, man, the rider goes out wide. Hansen has to go back to the inside because of that lapped rider. And James McElvain strikes while the iron is hot. Forced that 201 to the outside. And I tell you, that right there was a beautifully executed pass. And you talk about a 65cc rider that's 10, 11 years old there, Sean Hackley. That right there was a pretty smart move for a rider to use on that final lap like that.
Yes, that was very smart. You know, just coming out here, that means he's had some years and some experience on the 65, coming to his closing years before he has to step up to the 80s. So that's great. Take that moto win. It's just a shame he didn't have such a great finish the first moto.
It was good bragging rights. Bryce Hansen will take the championship anyway. Going 1 and 2. McElvain going 4 and 1, scores 5. But, man, you talk about putting an exclamation point on it, making things known there. James did exactly that aboard the number 14 as our Farron Racing leaderboard lets us know that Jeremy Ryan will check in at the number 3 spot. He led this one in the early part of the race, actually led it almost the entire way. Talk about a heartbreaker from him. Carter Bees in 4th, Brandon Walther in 5th. 6th place, Miko Vedic, Braden Bruce 7th, Larry Reyes 8th, Justin Coquinos, he breaks the top 10 finally. And Caden Amorine. Gates down on this next race. This is race 34, if I'm not mistaken there, Sean Hackley. And this is mini senior 12 to 15 class racing. This is good stuff once again.
Looks like Chase Sexton with your motorsports.com hole shot.
Sexton's been getting some good starts. I remember he got fairly decent start in the Supercross version and a couple of good motocross starts also.
Looks like right before the drop-off, we had a rider fall in the turn, so I think that's why there's such a big space right now that you see. The third-place rider fell and opened up the leaders to a little bit of a gap first lap.
That right there should set the stage for us for a good battle here down to the end of it. Chase Sexton, your early leader. As a look at Sexton's Moto 1 score, he took a Moto win. He took the win there. Only 24 riders in the mini senior class, so there were no consolations or no qualifying or anything. Cameron Cannon, the 17 slash, took 2nd in this class. Enzo Lopes, the 16, took 3rd. 4th in Moto 1 went to page 2. Nope.
Tommy Rios.
Yeah, little Tommy. We talked to TJ there yesterday from right out of Tallahassee, Florida. He joined us on RacerTV.com here in the studio. And right now, as we look at this, yeah, you pointed that out. I forgot. Did he tell you that? Because I don't remember. I don't recall that. A broken foot, you said?
Yeah, he said he broke his foot, I think, 2 weeks ago, and the guys at MTF have been wrapping it up, taking care of it.
Yeah.
But it's good to see him out here just still doing great, you know, going through the pain, fighting just for the love of the sport.
Yeah, you're right. I do remember that now. I do recall that. So, yeah, that's the guy. That's the kid. Chase Sexton, Cam Cannon running 1 and 2. This is the way they finished in the first moto, and this is the way they open up in Moto 2 with a 2.3 second gap between the two. Ezra Hastings, who took 8th in Moto 1, opens up in 3rd here in the second moto. Kobe Hefner, who finished 6th in Moto 1, currently running in 4th. Eugene Christian, the number 98. 98 actually took a 17th in Moto 1, running 5th right now. Kyle Cheeseman. That's a great name, I think. Cheeseman, the 381. Nothing cheesy about that because this kid right here will show you the fast line around the racetrack. Gabe Gutierrez, the 49 and 7th. Cole Williams, the 17 and 8th. Josh Strickland in 9th. And Darnell Latingua rounds out your top 10 in that one. You got Enzo Lopes all the way back in 12th in this one. Gino Lucas Capino, we've seen some good rides out of him. He's all the way back in 15th. And little Tommy, TJ Rios, is 18th with the broken foot. He's 30-some seconds down. He might have been one of those riders that went down there in the first couple of turns.
It looks like the number 93, Kobe Hefner, and number 98, Eugene Christian have a pretty good battle going on here right now. I think they're fighting for the number 4 spot.
Yep, that's exactly it. Christian, the 98, and I think Hefner's actually on the 931. It looks like a 93 whenever we see him coming across, but it is 931. side-by-side battle we've got going down by the announcer's tower now for that one. Hefner and Eugene Christian. Right now, Hefner has the slight advantage. And it looks like they're rolling up on quite possibly. No, Hastings was about 5 seconds ahead, so I think this battle is just going to be waging between these two for the next little bit. And the setup being made. Eugene Christian trying to go on the inside, but momentum on the side of Kobe Hefner now. Kobe getting ready to drop down into the Gator pit one more time. And, wow, lap traffic is ahead of him. That may or may not present any problems for those leaders, but the second place position of Cameron Cannon, I know, is hoping that something will unfold here for him. 51 machine again, Ezra Hastings out of Aurora, Indiana on a Brop. Scott Plessinger, A1 suspension, Moto Extremes and flyback machine. Scott Plessinger, by the way, is the father of Aaron Plessinger, who has been just a phenomenal rider. Now, Aaron, I seen him running around the pits, not racing this week. I think there's some injury or something going on there. They elected to set the Mini-O's out this year, but, man, after the performance that he put forth at Loretta Lynn's and throughout the rest of the majors in the early part of the year, I think that he might have deserved a little bit of a break, man. That kid was awesome. Seen him live on NBC. It was pretty spectacular.
Sometimes you need a break, so that's good. You know, hopefully he's healing up healthy and everything, but I remember seeing him at Loretta Lynn's, and he had a really great race. I think he won both of his classes. He might even won all of his motos.
I think so. I think he was one of the riders that was able to sweep down there, one of the few this year because of the ever-changing conditions. And ever-changing right now is that position between Hefner and Christian. They keep going back and forth, back and forth. It'll be just for a moment. Hefner in front of Christian, Christian in front of Hefner. And now as we wrap up lap number 3, Sexton and Cannon nearly 3 seconds apart. That had tightened up to about a second, but that's opened back up. Ezra Hastings running some 12 seconds back in the number 3 position aboard the 51 KTM. It's feeling pressure now from Kobe Hefner and Eugene Christian as this is becoming a 3-way battle now for the number 3 spot between these riders. Dropping down now the Gator Falls, Hastings under fire. Over the big, what you call Showtime tabletop, and that's exactly what it is, but I call it the head of the Gator. If you look at this again, looks like a Gator's head coming up out of that big pit there, and hopefully we'll have the artist rendition for you next year if we can't get it for you before the end of the show. I haven't seen it for a while, but I'll find one and let you see it for yourself. Jay Sexton, Cam Cannon, Ezra Hastings, Kobe Hefner, Eugene Christian.
This is a great battle we have going on here for third. I'm really getting into this race, hoping they tighten up a little bit for this last lap.
Yeah, it's kind of hard sometimes. You get into it, and then all of a sudden you just kind of shut up because you're just so consumed with what's going on.
Oh, come on, go, go, go.
Hefner's still, I mean, I don't know how many times I saw Eugene Christian put a wheel out in front of Hefner, and I thought that it was over for Hefner and that we had a position change. And here we go again. Trying it some more. Can he make it stick this time? He's going to go on the outside. Can he get that line? No.
He's been trying that lap after lap. It worked the one lap, but he was able to get him right back. So,
well, for one thing, he can use that as a setup. The rider, if he sets him up right coming into that section, the rider could be trying to defend that, and he could go a different way. But I can almost assure you that these guys are that smart already that they're not going to be too easily fooled. Hastings still leads the third place position, the fourth and fifth behind him. Hefner and Christian. Enzo Lopes is back in sixth, but that's like an 8-second gap back to that. So it's all these guys. They've got 23 seconds between them and second place. They got another 8 seconds back to the sixth place position. So this 3-way battle royale should be able to go right down to the checkers without any contesting from any other positions or riders.
Hefner's really giving a go at Hastings right now, trying to get in this third place position. They're gapping a little bit away from Christian, but Hefner really opened up his line, so I'm trying to mix it up. I'm trying to scare the guy and make Hastings into a mistake.
Well, here we go, back at the racetrack one more time. Ezra Hastings still holds on to third. There's your leader, the 486 machine. Chase Sexton looking at a 1-1 in the championship in this mini senior class. Hefner is right there. You're right. Christian has dropped off a little bit. Checkers coming out for your win. Chase Sexton, congratulations to you, young man, on another outstanding ride. As behind you comes Cam Cannon in the battle. Some 25 seconds back, Ezra Hastings, Cub Hefner, and Eugene Christian battling it out for the number 3 position. And I believe Hastings is going to be able to manhandle and hold on to this one right down to the wire. The 51 under pressure, not relinquishing any real estate whatsoever. And the drag race to the checkers, it belongs to Hastings. Hefner in 4th. Eugene Christian will take 5th in his Lipsky tires. Strickland, Cheeseman, and Cole Williams. Whoa, wait a minute. I believe Chris Fortier could be checking in there also in the number 10 spot. We're going to give it to watch this Farron Racing top 10 board to see how it does pan out. Mo, we won't. I will anyway. Actually, Fortier takes the 9th spot. Cheeseman drops off to the number 10 position. Motosport.com whole shot off and rolling right now, and that was race 34 wrapping up. So, Sean Hackley, this is race number 35. This is a 450C class coming at us now.
That was Carlos Simon with your motorsportwholeshot.com. He had a second in the first moto, so, you know, coming out to the early lead right now, we have Malden, just got by the inside. Malden's coming with a lot of confidence, winning a bunch of championships here in the outdoors, which he's going to try to pull another one here together in this moto.
Yeah, the confidence that he is exuding right now has to be unparalleled, I think, and unmatched at this particular point, because I talked to him there, I believe it was this morning when he won the first championship, and oh, the dude was pumped, man. I mean, the kid was just off the scale, big smile, and you couldn't ask for anybody any more proud of the accomplishments that they had just made than what we saw him. Wow, trying to get this all sorted out. That's crazy right there, man. I mean, you look at that. That first lap, I mean, any racer knows everybody's bunched together on that first lap, and that's where all the that's where the faster passing through the pack is made while everybody's still bunched together.
Yeah, so if you get a bad start, that's not the best thing, but being close to the first lap, the track's only so wide, but you can make some good lines, set up some good passes, because you have so many other riders doing different things. You can confuse another rider trying to block the inside. You can sweep around a bunch of the other riders.
Well, I don't know how many people other than your leader actually get to ride the lap that they want on lap number 1. Everybody kind of out of their element, so that's a good time to strike while the iron is hot and get those people while they're uncomfortable too.
Yeah, so getting the whole shot is the great thing, but you also need to hold the whole shot. We had Carlos Simon get the whole shot, but he got passed right up by Malden here in the next turn.
Malden out front, Robbie Ruffner in 2nd, Carlos Simon 3rd, Chandler Hyatt in 4th, Kyle McElrath in 5th, Pierre-Louis Costas, Frenchie there in 6th, Danielle Jamarillo, 67 is 7th, Drew Abney 114 8th, Cameron Gear 132 and 9th, and Keenan Makma rounds out your top 10. Wow, look at here. Here we go. Battle up front. Carlos Simon. Is that Ruffner? I think he's battling for the number 2 spot right now. And actually, that might be Chandler Hyatt working his way up through the pack. 671 making a pass into the 3rd place position. Carlos Simon around that number 80. So there is Ruffner there. He's still holding steady in 2nd. So that is the battle for 3rd. There is the 36 also, it looks like, Sean. And
Kyle McElrath, he's trying to squeak up there and make some passes too. Saw him standing up on the very far outside of the sweeper trying to make up some time.
Jen Kenyon standing by down at the podium with another excited winner in our Nihilo Concepts podium interview.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with our mini senior champion, Chase Sexton. Chase, this is your 3rd title for the day. You still have another race to go. Tell us how you're feeling after that one.
I'm feeling pretty good. I got a good start, and I just rode my own race from there, and hopefully this next race I can do the same.
Now, the track looks like it's pretty good out there. Talk about the difference between your first moto of the week here on the motocross track and what the track's like right now.
At the beginning, it was a little loamy, and now it's getting harder. So the track's getting a little rougher, and the dirt's overall really good.
All right, well, it looks like you definitely conquered that track out there. Who would you like to thank for getting you this championship?
I'd like to thank Yamaha, Dunlop, GYTR, Yamalube, FMF, Spy, MSR, Never Summer Industries, EVS, and Alpine Stuff.
All right, well, good job and good luck out there for your next moto.
Thank you.
All right, Rodney, there he is, Chase Sexton.
All righty, thanks a lot there, Jen Kenyon. Bryce Maudlin out front, Robbie Ruffner in second of the 450C class, while Chandler Hyatt is third, Daniel Jamarillo in the number 4 spot, Kyle McElrath is fifth, Cameron Gear in sixth, Pierre-Louis Costas is seventh, Drew Abney in eighth, Bailey Floof in ninth, and Keenan Mockma still rounds out your top 10 at the end of 2. Mockma, though, might have been pressured by Bailey. I think Bailey Floof actually coming out of the top 10, and Denton West was in there. Carlos Simon actually dropped out of the top 10, and somehow or another, Keenan Mockma was able to hold steady in that 10th place position.
Looks like Kyle McElrath is having some pressure coming up from behind. I saw about 5 guys up there closing up a little bit of space. So these guys are picking up the pace here to the closing points of this moto.
Oh, I'm thinking that Robbie Ruffner, speaking of picking up pace, closing up the position. I think Ruffner is doing just exactly that right now as we roll into, well, the conclusion of lap 3. 2 laps to go for this one.
Yes, but we're looking at the first moto results, and Malden came away with a 1, Robbie Ruffner with a 4. So if Malden did his research, Ruffner comes up to just kind of just pushing him a little bit too hard, harder than he would like to go. He can actually let him by and still take the victory. Or the overall.
Yes, that's exactly right. Maybe not the moto victory, but certainly the overall, which is what a lot of these riders are vying for once the gate drops. Some riders maybe have a different feel for it. You know, they look at the big pictures and look at moto scores and combining this and that for whatever reasons. But, yeah, the one thing that we all look to do is win that overall. And it's good to make those statements, though, and you know as well as I do, if you can't do it in Moto 1, you have that problem, why not come out here and give it everything you got in the second moto and the final moto? It may not position you for an overall, but what it does do, like we keep saying, gives you that advantage, that edge heading into the off-season.
Yes, scares your competition, lets them know that if everything goes right, you can be just fine. Malden making a little bobble right there, but, you know, Ruffner right now coming up on him, getting him some pressure. So this next major coming up for the Ricky Supercross, you know, Ruffner likes the Supercross. We saw him do well there, so he may be one of the top hitters there.
And he's one of the top hitters right here, right now, pulling up side by side now with your leader Maudlin for the number 1 spot. And he's got that line, but can't make that pass.
Yeah, this is where I think Malden should just settle down a little bit, maybe just take second place. If Ruffner's going faster than him, let him have this one, because look at the big picture. You will get the overall championship.
There you go, but again, you don't want to give him that advantage heading into the offseason like that. But
no, but you always want to win. That's the same thing, too.
Yeah.
It's easier said than done. When you're out there in the moment, you're like, I was just winning. I got past. Not going to let it happen.
Yeah, Robbie Ruffner in that number 1 spot under all kinds of fire now. He's feeling, I'm sure, a little personal redemption anyway, you know?
Yes, coming away with the 4th that moto, but now showing that he can win. So he's telling everybody, his competition, his sponsors, that, hey, you guys believe in me, supported me, I can do it.
And he's doing it for sure. Bryce Maudlin back in the number 2 spot. Daniel Gemarillo in the number 3 spot. McElrath is up to 4th now, so we're seeing some progression there. There's Cameron Greer, the 132 in 6th, right behind Pierre-Louis Costas. Drew Abney, Bailey Floof, Keenan Mockma up to 9th. Denton West rounds out your top 10.
This battle for the last lap's really going good. I like Malden. He's really trying hard. Ruffner's riding great right now, but Malden wants this win. He's won a lot today, and he wants to keep doing it.
And that's exactly what he's going to work on right now. Robbie Ruffner turned a 147.9 last time to a 149.5 by Bryce Maudlin. Now the fastest lap turned by Ruffner was a 147.3. The fastest lap by Maudlin was a 1:48.5. So actually more faster than a full second was Malden over, was Ruffner over Malden. And that probably explains a lot of the reason why things are the way they are. Only a few tenths of a second faster and only a few tenths of a second ahead at the On-Track Schools Moto Hero Race Winner checker flag. There's a wrap this one up. Robbie Ruffner will take home the second place, but the championship, as we pointed out, will go to Bryce Malden. Malden 1 and 2, Ruffner 4 and 1. He's second overall, but with a win in the moto. Daniel Jarmillo is third in this race. Pierre-Louis Kostic is fourth. Drew Abney in fifth. Kyle McElrath drops to sixth place now as 7, 8, 9, and 10. Looking at Cameron Greer, Bailey Floof, Keenan Magma, and Denton West. Oh, Denton West, then Carlos Simon. That Farron Racing Top 10 report. Want to say thanks to Farron Racing once more. Hey, folks, that's the 450C class, and Bryce Maudlin capturing another championship. Congratulations to him, and we'll be back with more racing on RacerTV.com right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing.
All righty, welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park as we are, I believe, doing a little more track maintenance right now as Robbie Ruffner took the moto win there in the 450C class. Sean Hackley, that's race 35 of 39. And here's something to point out, the fact that this track crew right up to the very end is going to keep a close eye on this racetrack, make sure it's a raceable and championship caliber course for these riders to race on, especially for these 50 limited class. I mean, that track's getting pretty rough out there. So though it may not be a total track recondition, there are a couple of spots out there I'm sure they're taking a little closer look at right now.
Yes, that's great to see the event staff here just winning all the rest of his crew, looking out for the safety of the riders, that's the main thing. I think that's the main focus each and every single weekend that everybody rides, is just that we have fun and get home safely.
Race 36 is the 54-8 limited. Race 37, Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16 BC. Still some great racing to come. 85, 12 to 13, race 38. And your final race of 2013 is going to be probably one of the most exciting college 16 to 24 BC class.
Oh, well, hey, he was doing pretty good before he fell, but he's doing better than I can.
I don't even think that kid knows he's on TV right now, but he's out there doing some wheelies on a KLX 110 or KDX 110? KLX 110.
KLX 110. Yeah, you should see Austin Faulkner and Chase Sexton.
They do know they're on TV.
Long.
They're waving right there.
There
right?
you go.
Yeah.
So he's showing off a little bit.
Yeah, he is showing off just a little bit. Way to go, dude.
They said, way to go, dude.
Hey, we got some highlights from yesterday's 250A Moto that we didn't get a chance to watch during racing yesterday, so we're going to roll some of that for you real quick. R.J. Hampshire, once again, one of the top riders in this one. As you can see, he has been like that all week long, it seems like. I mean, nothing has slowed this guy down. I mean, even bad starts, he works his way up through the pack. He's only had 1 or 2 races, I think, throughout the weekend that he hasn't won, it seems like. He and Nick Gaines have really gone head-to-head out here a couple of different times on this outdoor track also, Sean.
Yes, they had some great racing. They started some of the mains yesterday, and they put the 450s out there, and then they did 450A, 450B, 450C, and I think they did about 5 of the main events yesterday to start off to make today a little bit easier so we can get out here in an early day.
Early day. Hey, don't forget that, you know, these guys, speaking of early days, a lot of these guys wanting to get out of here and head on home, but a lot of these guys are going to be sticking around for an awards banquet and presentation of awards immediately, well, as soon following the conclusion of racing today. And that'll be pretty neat. You can probably follow the folks online and be able to keep up to date with that. I know the folks here at the Unlimited Sports MX, they've got some Twitter accounts and stuff that you'll be able to, and Instagram accounts you'll be able to watch. But you can watch for ours as well, the Racer TV and Twitter. You can follow us easily by simply at Racer TV. I think that's about a simple one of those I've ever seen as far as Twitter handle and handle for your Instagram accounts.
Yes, and it's great to have them both the same for Twitter and Instagram. So no confusion, Racer TV, give us a follow.
You know, Friday night we had a lot of things going on last night. We talked about it earlier. We had the freestyle demonstration. We had this right here, Red Bull Mini Moto, which has kind of become a tradition of some of these national events. And a lot of different teams out. This was kind of an invitational thing. You had to be invited to come out to this one, and looked like you almost had to be willing to cheat to win too. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit of track cutting right there.
But the good thing about this is it's all sponsors. You know, I mean, they were invited certain folks. Nobody necessarily that was a ringer as far as being able to win, but what it was competitive and more than anything, just fun for the entire crowd that was there watching it. I mean, big boys on little motorcycles, what could be more fun to watch, right?
Yeah, pit bikes are one of the best things. It's a lot of fun. And you also get to hone your skills a little bit, too. Just riding, just worried about, you know, getting your leg up, not hitting your knee and things like that, where looking out in the future, it may help you in the long run while you're racing your big bike.
You know, we talked about Friday night being jam-crammed with a lot of activities. Tuesday night, we had originally had scheduled to run the Red Bull Mini Moto, but because of the inclement conditions, they postponed that until Friday. How y'all doing out there? Postponed that until Friday night, and that made for a very busy night. But after all that was concluded with Red Bull Mini Moto and freestyle motocross, we had the 42nd annual Miss Winter Olympics pageant last evening, and it was a lot of fun. I want to say congratulations to all the young ladies that participated in last night's event, as well congratulations to Presley Machma, your 2013-2014 Miss Winter Olympics. Well, as we roll through this one, you know, Sean, there's a few folks that we need to say thanks to as far as helping make this all possible. First and foremost, Unlimited Sports MX, Wink Kern and his crew. Number one, without this event, we wouldn't have a place to be and some great racing to watch during this Thanksgiving week. So hats off to those guys, continually improving the sport of amateur motocross. Also, we say thanks to our friends at that helped bring the racing action this year to racertv.com, which include great folks like motosport.com. They provided us the whole shot angles there, and we appreciate that. And you should stop on by motosport.com and check out everything. They got free 3-day express shipping. It's pretty neat what the variety of things, plus great pricing on that as well. And you can't find much better than that. I think they've also got a 30-day money-back guarantee on that, motosport.com.
Someone else I'd like to thank is definitely everyone here at Racer TV. You guys done a great job, and I really appreciate this opportunity. I had a lot of fun this weekend, and it's brought back some really good memories.
Yeah, and a special thanks to, and thank you, Sean. I've had a great time working with you. I know that, coming into this, I knew that you weren't necessarily experienced on the microphone or anything like that. And I'm not going to lie, I had some reservations. Like, I wonder how well he's going to do. Not that I didn't think you'd do a great job, but you blew it out of the water, dude. I got to say congratulations to you on a spectacular job for that. We've got going to take a quick break here for just a second. We'll be right back. We've got a special in-studio guest and some pretty cool things to talk about as the 2013 Thor Winter Olympics rolls on here on Racer TV.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hey, welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park, talking with one of our, we talked about this being a worldwide event and one that is world recognized, as we are joined here with Matt Mensonen, who we saw racing. What class was you racing in earlier?
I raced the 450A and the 450 Pro Sport.
And how did things work out there for you?
I've been struggling the whole week, actually, to be honest. I've been I haven't gotten a lot of track time, and I've been having like a hard time to adjust to the track. Like, you practice like 4 laps, and then I haven't been on the track for about 6 hours. So I've been having a hard time to adjust, but it's getting better every time I've been on the track.
That's great. And you come all the way from Sweden, right?
Yeah, I do.
Tell me a little bit about why. I mean, as much as anything, I guess.
I mean, first of all, it's getting pretty cold in Sweden right now, so that's the main reason. And I've been coming to Florida this is the 3rd year to train over the winter, and I've done a couple of winter amps, and I figured I come a little earlier this year and try to do many else.
That is awesome, dude. I know that this is probably an event that you looked at for many years and said, yeah, I'd like to give that a try someday. What do you think so far about it?
I mean, it's a really cool event, and I can't imagine how many people and how many classes, and it's fun to see it all, and it's cool to have done it, for sure.
By comparison, tell me about European motocross, or at least Swedish motocross that you're familiar with. I mean, I'm sure you've raced all over Europe, though, right?
I haven't raced actually that much over Europe, but I've been traveling around a bit. But the big difference is all the classes that you guys make. We ride a little longer motos and not that many different classes. There's a lot of guys here that can run 3 or 4 classes. We just run usually 1 class or so, and have a lot of more track time, like longer motos and stuff.
Right. So which do you like better, the longer motos or you like the more classes?
I probably like the longer motos a little bit better.
There you go, man. You'll probably fit right into the professional ranks whenever you decide to finally. Now, what is the plan of progress for you? You're running amateur pro sport stuff right now. Is that something you're going to do through the majors in 2013-14?
No, I'm not. Actually, if everything goes according to plan, if I'm having a strong winter, I might be trying for a few nationals this summer.
Well, that will be awesome, man. I tell you, nice to make your acquaintance. Welcome to the USA, and good luck to you in your racing endeavors, all right?
Thanks for having me here.
Not a problem. International flavor here at the Winter National Olympics. Not national, it's just the Winter Olympics. We don't even need to throw national. It could be international. But Matt Mensonen is our rider we were talking to there just a second ago, all the way from Sweden. And we are watching Jet Reynolds, Ryder DiFrancesco, Matthew LeBlanc, Edgar Lewis, and Hamden Hudson battle it out for the top 5 spots right now. Aspen Booth being 6th, Reed Cooper is 7th, Noah Stevens in 8th, Ryan Conagier in 9th, and Noah Geyer rounds out your top 10. That was after lap number 1. As we work on lap number 2, wrapping it up, Reynolds still out front, only 2.5 seconds ahead of DiFrancesco. DiFrancesco, I think, is starting to show why he's got a couple of national championships under his belt in that 50cc class. But Jet Reynolds, here's the thing that amazes me as much as anything, I think, and that is the fact that these riders, well, Jet Reynolds in particular, is such a fast rider and such a spectacular rider on a 50cc, and then he turns around and on the 65s, he looks like he's been on a 65 as long as he's been on a 50. It just blows me away. I mean, it's not that I don't understand it. It's just that, wow. I mean, it's that transition. He made it so quickly, so smoothly, so easily.
Yes, he's just one of those riders, a lot of skill. And transfers from bike to bike, you know, he knows how to shift, braking and all that. You know, disc brakes now, I think they have on the 50s as well, but the bigger bike, the faster bike, he likes it. You know, he's just a little guy, but he can handle both bikes just as well.
Well, Matthew LeBlanc back in the number 3 spot. Actually, Matthew, I think, might have turned the fastest lap. Yeah, he did a 2:06.023. All these riders in the 06 range, but Jet Reynolds is at a 0.3, DiFrancesco at a 0.8. LeBlanc 1.3 seconds behind Ryder. This should be tightening things up there. There we see the 115 rolling under the Red Bull Arch. Did he make some passes already?
Yeah, he had passed Ryder. Then Ryder just got together with one of the lap riders and accidentally took him out. You know, it was a little bummer. It was sad.
Tough break there for Ryder DiFrancesco. I was looking at the list whenever that happened, evidently. So we'll have to quit trying to. We're going to have to overlay the list so I can look at it on and watch the monitor at the same time. Because these guys, man, I mean, blink of an eye, and this race totally changes, Sean Hackley.
Yes, and it's cool to see. Hopefully, Matthew LeBlanc get up there with Jet Reynolds. We can have a race going here towards the end.
All righty, back in the number 4 spot was Edgar Lewis at the end of 2 with Hamden Hudson in 5th. Aspen Boothby was 6th. Reed Cooper in 7th. Noah Stevens was 8th. Conagera in 9th, and Noah Geyer rounded out the top 10 after 2. Now Reynolds, LeBlanc in 2nd. DiFrancesco about 3 seconds back in the number 3 spot. Edgar Lewis, another 10 seconds back, is running in the number 4 position aboard the 41 Cobra. Aspen Boothby now moves into the number 5 ride as he's only 4 seconds out of 4th. Reed Cooper in 6th aboard the number 23. Hamden Hudson drops a few spots there as Noah Stevens moves up aboard to 597 in 7th. 372 Ryan Conagher is 8th. Still looking for Hudson. I'm not sure. Torres checking in 9th, and I believe Noah Geyer. So something happened to Hamden Hudson out there. Tough break for that rider.
We have a battle for the lead going up right now. Like I was saying, Matthew LeBlanc, he's catching up to Jet Reynolds. So here in another half a lap or so, they should be about bar to bar.
Well, as we watch this one, this 4-8 limited class, I believe this is one where we had a couple different divisions. I know that Ryder DiFrancesco took a win in his division, and Jet Reynolds took 2nd in his division. So basically, between those two, whichever one wins could be the overall winner. But DiFrancesco has dropped to 3rd now and got a little comfort zone in there for Jet Reynolds with Matthew LeBlanc. LeBlanc, however you want to say it, the 115 machine, I don't think he had an easy way to go. He finished 11th in Moto 1 on that KTM back machine, but it kind of takes him out of the running for the lead or the championship right now, but he's certainly in position to make that statement and says, there you go.
Yeah, he wants those bragging rights right now, and he's showing off.
Showing off. That's it, man. Or as my mama used to say, showing out.
There you go.
Love my mama. White flag is out. 79 machine. Jet Reynolds on the gas, and he has got company coming hard and fast as well.
Jet Reynolds coming, looking over his shoulder right there. It's like, whoa, who do I have here behind me?
Man, Matt LeBlanc, this kid, I've seen this kid, and I've watched him over the last couple of years, but, man, I think in the last couple of months I've seen this a true blossom from him. You know, at Loretta Lynn's a few months ago, I'm not saying that he wasn't fast and wasn't a force and wasn't a contender, but, man, look at him go now. This kid is serious business, Matt LeBlanc, now as he takes over the lead.
They come over that tabletop right there, and I'm pretty sure they touched elbows. They were side by side.
Wow, LeBlanc out front now. Reynolds drops to 2nd. DiFrancesco in the number 3 spot. Edgar Lewis in 4th. Reed Cooper in 5th. Aspen Boothby drops back to 6th. He and Cooper have been battling for that number 5 spot. Looks like Cooper might have a little bit of an advantage. Big break or big mistake there. 2:15 lap time for Boothby that time. Opens the gap up now 5 seconds between 5th and 6th. Noah Stevens 7th. Ryan Conagier is 8th. Jordan Torres is 9th. And Noah Geyer rounds out your top 10.
That was a good pass right there from Matthew LeBlanc on Jet Reynolds. This is the final lap, so he waited to the last lap, made his mark, and now he's going to try to hold on to it at checker flag.
Pretty amazing lap times. You know, thinking of 50cc machines, we were looking, and I know we were thinking 5 laps for 50.
Yeah, it was like 5 laps. It's going to be a long race, but these guys are flying.
They are. A 2:04 lap time, 2:03. I've seen some of the bigger classes running about this lap time also, so these guys are on pace and on target. Look at this lap traffic for LeBlanc. He goes flying by it. Thread needles right there on the inside. And here comes Reynolds right behind him. LeBlanc is De Francesco's some 8 seconds back. He's got a 15-second buffer back to the number 4 spot now. 188 machine. I'm trying to, we'll get that name in there for you real quick. That was Braden Morgenstern out of Whipple, Ohio on a Magnum Magnetics Ruthless Moto, the club at Willow Creek back machine. He finished 19th in Moto 1.
Matthew right there, really excited. That's good to see. Just parents cheering him on. All his friends are happy, so that's great. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Matt LeBlanc as he takes the checkers in the win in the 51 4-8 limited class. Wait a minute, he took the win in the Moto, but what about the championship? We'll look at that. Jet Reynolds to finish second. Ryder De Francesco took a number 3 ride. Lewis, Cooper, Boothby. Actually, Cooper, Lewis, then Boothby back in the number 6 spot. Jet Reynolds going 2-2 for a score of 4. Ryder De Francesco went 1-3 for a score of 4. So with the tiebreaker being the better finish in the second Moto, Jet Reynolds will get the championship in this one, Sean Hackley. De Francesco will finish up in second overall, while Reed Cooper, who goes 2-4 in the Motos, will finish third. Edgar Lewis, a 3-5 for fourth overall. And Aspen Boothby, 2-6 for fifth over. Matthew LeBlanc, his 11-1 brings him up to 6th overall. So, wow, there's a look at your 4-8 Farron leaderboard as those riders make their way off the racetrack. It looks like we are setting the stage now for Schoolboy 1 class, race 37. One would think that Schoolboy 1 might have run before Schoolboy 2, but regardless, they mix them up. It's not the name, it's the classifications. And they try to make sure they get them split up good enough. At 12 to 16 years old, BC riders getting set to roll. Bradley Taft going to be one to watch. Taft, the number 19, we've actually seen a couple of good rides out of him, but he just hasn't been able to put them all the way together yet, I don't think, Sean. But this could be a little different story in this class of the Schoolboy 1. Jen Kenyon standing by with Jet Reynolds, our overall winner and champion of this 4-8 limited class.
You know, Rodney, I actually had to pull aside Matthew LeBlanc. Matthew, I think you're one of the most underrated 50 riders out there. I mean, you race against Jet Reynolds and Ryder De Francesco. Those guys are big names in the 50 class, but you're beating them.
Yeah, I pretty much got last in the whole shot. Tried as hard as I can to work my way to the front. I didn't think I was going to get past Jet, but finally got past him. I'm just so proud.
Yeah, that was a really exciting race. I know a lot of fans were watching you guys, and they were really excited. Were you scared at all when you hit that big jump and you guys were side by side?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna combine and crash. We didn't get together, so I was pretty excited. So I think that's it.
All right, now I saw you won some races earlier this week. Can you tell us about how your week's gone so far?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I got 2 titles, but this one I got a DNF in the first race, so it wasn't really that good. I was tied for 11 for points, but I guess now I'm probably in the top 3.
Yeah, I'd say 2 titles and a Moto win here at the Mini-O's. That's pretty awesome. Why don't you thank some of your sponsors here for us?
Vehicle Performance, KTM, JM Racing, Smith, Moto Vest, One Industry, 661, FMF, Renthal, God, anyone else I forgot, thanks.
All right, well, good job out there, buddy.
Thanks.
There you go, Rodney. He may not have won the overall, but he did win the Moto 2, and that's pretty exciting for Matthew LeBlanc.
Hey, I got to agree with you. Good call on that, saying one of the most underrated, because and pulling him off, he deserved the credit. There's no doubt about it. That kid on rails, to say the least. And right now we got the Schoolboy 1 off and rolling, and we'll check in with these guys here in moments. Actually, we'll check in with them right now as their leaders are checking in at the finish line. Your leader, actually your Moto 1 winner, I told you, was, I believe we had a couple different Moto winners. We had Bradley Taft winning one of those, and looks like Alexander Fry, the 281 machine, also taking a Moto 1 win. He's actually 28, but 281 is what we're seeing right there. Ramiller Alves running 3/4 of a second back in second. Bradley Taft, a Moto winner, is back in third. Chase Marquier in fourth. Lorenzo Locurcio is fifth. Scott Messi in sixth. Shalyn Tennant in seventh. Will Garrison eighth. Hunter Tyson in ninth. And Timmy Crosby rounds out your top 10. And Sean, these guys are going to get it all sorted out. We're going to keep an eye on this, but we want to talk with this young man right here who's been one of our top runners all day long and all week long in both Supercross and Motocross. As we say, welcome to the Racer TV studios, Mr. Austin Fortner. Austin, congratulations on a spectacular 2013 season, man. Well, hang on. Let's turn that microphone on. They gave you a mic and didn't turn it on, huh? Try it now.
Yeah, it's been real good. I mean, it's ever since the Spring Nationals at the beginning of the year, I've been winning, won quite a bit at the Spring Nationals, and went to Loretta's and did good, but a bunch of the motos Loretta's were in the mud, so I had some trouble in the mud, but went to Monster Cup and won that, and then came here and won 4 titles here, so it's been a good year.
Man, it has been a good year, and like you say, it sounds like the progression started at the beginning of the season, and I know you've been doing a lot more work, and the closer you would get, you probably worked a little harder, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, just the beginning of the year, I was just kind of, you figure out where you are, where you're going to be like kind of in your class, and I figured after the first few races that I should be able to run up front. So I just, you know, I made it my goal to, you know, obviously win some titles, and I think I did pretty good about that this year.
All right, yeah, we saw you in the pits right now just riding the 110. You and Chase Sexton just doing wheelies, giving each other high fives. So, you know, having some fun in between the motos?
Oh, yeah, I mean, me and Chase and Lance Kobush and just, you know, a bunch of them all this weekend. We've just been hanging out, riding pit bikes, you know, just you know, having fun. But, I mean, whenever the races come around, you know, I mean, we get serious. But, I mean, when we're not racing, we're friends. But, I mean, whenever we're on the track, I mean, it's on.
Yeah, that's great.
So what do you think about this Mini O's? I mean, is this obviously you won a lot of titles and stuff. This has got to be your best one yet, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been my best week at the Mini O's in a few years. For some reason, I always have. I mean, I've won a bunch. I've won a few titles here, but I've never had this good of a week here. So
what's different this year, all year long, as opposed to all the other years in the past, man?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I just came in here pretty confident after coming off the win at Monster Cup, and just after just the whole year. And I mean, the track was definitely a lot better this year than it has been in the previous years. The outdoor track was actually really good. It actually got really rough and really rutted. In the past few years, it's been pretty much just hard packed. So I think both the tracks, the Supercross or the Motocross track, really separated people this year.
I think you're right, and you could. I think I heard you say that a lot this week, Deshaun.
Yes, the sand they put in the track, it's usually hard back, but with the amount of rain they got in the sand, I think it helped a lot. It made for great racing.
Now, did all the? I mean, it looked like there was a gazillion lines out there on that Supercross track, and the same thing for the Motocross track. I mean, it was like you guys could race the entire track this year.
Oh yeah, I mean the track was it was really rutted. Supercross track was a little bit more hard packed, but I mean that's pretty much how a Supercross track's supposed to be. But the outdoor track was really rutted. There's at least five or six good lines in pretty much every turn, and they were all pretty deep and rough, and it was really hard. You only did 5 laps, but it actually made you pretty tired. So it was good. A good track, though.
That's good. That's good. Now, with that in mind, a good, successful finish. What's next for you, man? Where are you going now?
I mean, Now it's kind of Christmas time and probably going to, I mean, not really take a break, but just kind of ease up on the riding a little bit until a New Year, and then start probably go to California over winter because it's usually too cold in Missouri to ride very much. So
yeah, go to California to ride for the winter. Boy, life stinks, don't it?
yeah.
Well,
I'll
you
tell
can
you
come to Texas and teach me how to do some wheelies.
Yeah, I'll definitely be coming down there for some of the Texas Winter Series races.
All right, sounds good.
What do you think about Sean, man? I mean, he's a pretty good rider, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. I've been teaching him how to do some wheelies on the pit bikes earlier.
Yeah, he's been teaching me. That's the funny thing.
Well, that's cool. Well, I just want to shake your hand, young man. That was an outstanding ride that we saw you put forth. Rides, I should say, that we've seen you put forth here in these 2013 season. Good luck for 2014 also, man.
Yeah, thanks. Just real excited.
Congratulations on your weekend.
Thanks.
Austin Faulkner here with us, ladies and gentlemen. One of our top mini-cycle pilots, and I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg of what this kid has. 4 laps down, Alexander Fry and Ramiro Alves has been battling. They're now 1.43 seconds apart. Bradley Taft, a Moto winner, is back in third. We start looking at the overalls. 1-1 for Fry, 1-3 for Taft would give him an overall second. Alves, a 3-2, would give him overall third. But it's bragging rights as much as anything right now for this second Moto. And Fry and Alves are going, well, front wheel to rear wheel in a lot of cases, in and out on some of these turns. And I know during that interview we kept an eye on this battle as it shaped up out there. And Bradley Taft is another rider that is trying to, well, at least just hold on to third place right now, because another rider that we've seen doing so well this season so far, Lorenzo Locurcio, has pulled to within about a second, turning about a 2 second faster lap time than Taft there in the third place position.
Yes, Locurcio was a great rider this week, and he's been up front all weekend long. And it was great to see Alexander Fry come out with a motorsport.com hole shot, but Ramiro Alves isn't giving it to him easy. They're pretty close right now. We're looking at a little bit about a second and a half, so he needs to keep pushing and try to go for this win.
Right now, race 37 of 39 on the racetrack. And the 28 or 281 of Alexander Fry, the fist pump. And how many championships is that for that? Number 281, Alexander Fry, your on-track schools Moto Hero race winner and race champion, Alexander Fry.
I think that's 3 or 4 here for the outdoors.
I know that's at least 3 here in the outdoors, and we'll do some calculating and some tabulating. That might be 4 for him also. I don't know, but hey, we got another battle coming out right at you straight ahead. They aren't letting up any whatsoever.
That's Chase Sexton with the motorsport.com hole shot we just talked about here. We have his good friend Austin Faulkner here with us.
There you go. Yamaha, GYTR, Yamalube, MSR. He's out of Lemoyne, Illinois. Man, he rides blue, and you're still buddies with him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter what bike you ride. We'll still be friends.
I love it, man. Somebody was asking me last night, hey, if I drink one kind of energy drink and somebody else drinks another energy drink, does that mean we're kind of like we're supposed to fight when we see each other, so you guys don't feel like that anyway?
Nah.
That's cool, man. You guys, you guys ever get a chance to hang out outside the motocross track?
Not really. We pretty much only hang out at the motocross track, but I mean, whenever we're on the track, I mean, we're racing each other hard, but in the pits, I mean, we just hang out and have fun.
Playing as hard as you race, I imagine, and all that. But right now, it is that young man out front. He gets the early lead. Sexton, again, on the Yamaha Motors Corporation back machine, running in that number 1 spot. We've got big names in this one. Now, Sexton took second in the first moto. Jordan Bailey's going to be one to watch in this one also. You good buddies with Jordan Bailey?
Yeah, I mean, we're friends, yeah. I've hung out with him sometimes.
Sometimes, huh?
Yeah.
Fast, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going good.
What is it with you guys, man? It seems like switches have flipped in every one of you. I mean, y'all have gotten real fast this year.
Yeah, I mean, especially with some of the kids that live down towards or on the East Coast. It's like a bunch of this is there. If you haven't done good this year, then this is your time. You got to make something happen. It's the last race of the year.
There you go. Good point, man. Austin looking at it from a great standpoint there. There's no doubt. But wow. So with this first lap in, Chase Sexton in the lead. Jordan Bailey is second. Cobe Hefner in the number 3 spot aboard the 931 machine. You got Brock Pappy in 4th aboard the 144. Little TJ Rios, the 24 machine, in 5th. Mason Gonzalez, the 93, in 6th. Justin Ronbell, 7th. Ezra Hastings, the 51, in 8th. Josh Strickland, the 23, in 9th. And Dylan Woodcock coming, I believe, the number 60 out of England. Now, you know Dylan by any chance? Is he from England, I think?
Dylan Wilcott? Yeah. I think I've met him before.
Sweet. So does he talk funny or anything?
Yeah,
Does he talk funny?
But
He talks a little funny. Then you ain't from around here, are you, buddy? No, the reason we know that his mama's watching right now, racertv.com, and watching Dylan race out there. Mama, Dylan is running 10th right now. Hank Hayes is in 11th right behind him, but he's only a half a second out of 9th spot behind Josh Strickland as the battle wages on up front. Here comes your battle for the lead, Sexton and Bailey. This, Sean Hackley, is the battle for the championship in this class right now.
Yes, Chase Sexton coming out with the motorsport.com whole shot, but Jordan Bailey's been riding really great here in motocross, but it's good to see that Chase is able to keep him at bay. They're both riding great, and Chase is going to try to pull this away because I think Jordan Bailey's won all of his main events here in motocross.
I tell you, if he hasn't, he's come close to doing so. His kid has been phenomenally on a rail out here on the big track this year. And I mean, he is starting to show he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We're seeing the stage set like we've been pointing out, like Austin said here just a few moments ago. The stage is setting right now for 2014. I mean, you know who the competition is going to be next year just at this race, I think, right?
yeah, I mean, you can kind of, at the beginning of the year, you kind of know who's going to be fast and who's going to be in your class. So you just.
Well, you knew coming into this mini O's. Has there been any big surprises for you?
I mean, not really any big surprises. I mean, I knew who all would be fast. I knew there'd be a bunch of tough guys, but I mean, even though, I mean, you can come to a race and there can be someone that hasn't been doing very good all year, but then they'll just come out and surprise you. So.
Just had one of those days.
Yeah. Anybody in your mind stick out this week that has had one of those days, one of those weeks so far?
I mean, not anyone right off the top of my mind, but I mean, there's probably been someone in every class that's done that.
Good point. Very good point. There has, actually. We've noted a lot of those, I think. Sean and I watching this throughout the course of the week and the battles. I mean, I can't wait to see what all of 2014 will hold next year as far as these majors are concerned. When we get back here a year from now, what kind of changes and what kind of differences we're going to see in the types of battles that unfold here. Sexton working on lap number 3. Bailey right behind him, only about 0.6 of a second difference on their laps as they went around a few moments ago. They're keeping a pretty steady pace of about a second and a half apart. Cubby Hafner running about 7.5 seconds back in third, so he's not putting any pressure on the battle for second. Brock Pappy back in fourth. He's a 1.5 back, but he's not been able to do much with the 931. Tommy Rios another 4 seconds back in fifth. Ezra Hastings 6th. Mason Gonzalez 7th. Woodcock is now up to 8th, Mama. Josh Strickland in 9th, and Hank Hayes breaks into the top 10 there aboard that number 39 machine. It would be Sexton with the championship, Bailey in second, Hefner in third, Brock Pappy in fourth, and Tommy Rios would be your top 5 rounding out if this championship ends the way it is right now. Lap 3 now in the history books for Sexton and Bailey. The gap now 2.3 seconds.
We were just talking about the majors here a second ago, and Austin, have you had a chance to race the Ricky Carmichael Supercross yet?
No, but I think I'm gonna actually get to go down there and do that this year. I'm real excited about it.
Okay, yeah, that looks like a fun event for an 80, especially one of these fast guys like that being able to jump the triples and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of fast guys, Jen Kenyon standing by with one, Alexander Fry down for our Nahilo Concepts podium.
That's right, Rodney. There's a lot of smiles down here with Alexander Fry. You look pretty pumped about this one. Tell us how you're feeling.
It's definitely, it feels unreal right now. I woke up this morning and I was thinking, it's going to be a good day, but I didn't think it was going to be this good. It really feels good to get 3 championships today.
So is that really true? If you wake up in the morning and you've got those good vibes and you're feeling it, that really does do it for you?
Yeah, definitely that does for me. It was just something about today. I felt really good. I got over my sickness earlier in the week, and everything came together really nicely.
Yeah, you looked really smooth out there. You looked really fast. You guys had quite the battle going at the end. Talk about your race a little bit.
The guy in second, he kind of gave me a run for my money. I was really surprised how he's riding. So, he was riding great. I kind of had to step my game up a little bit, and which I did, and I came out with the Moto win.
For sure. Well, it was definitely exciting for the fans. I was sitting up there in the stands, and everybody was on their toes. Who would you like to thank for getting you here?
I like to thank FMF, Orange Brigade, KTM, Fox, Oakley, ODI, Dunlop, One Industries. Anyone else I've got, thanks.
All right, well, congratulations on a successful week. We had a lot of fun watching you race.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Sorry about that. Oh, my. And on-track schools Moto winner going to be Chase Sexton. Oh, he's got one more lap to go. Could be Chase Sexton. He's got a
in the
5
future
second
right
lead.
now. I saw Austin smile. He's like, yeah, my friend just won another championship, so we get to celebrate together.
Well, he's got 4-second lead over Jordan Bailey, so I would imagine here in the next half a lap or so, as we are on the Racer X Virtual Trainer final lap here. So with that, it's just basically a victory lap at this point. Line choice switch up there. Man, that inside that line heading into that big sweeper. What's it getting like out there? Watching you guys go down in there, Austin, it looks like it about swallows you guys up down there, man.
Yeah, it's a bunch of the corners are actually really gnarly. Like the insides are, the main line on the insides there, they're pretty. A bunch of them are getting really deep, and they're getting braking bumps inside the ruts and braking bumps going into the corners, and everything's square edge out there. And with the sand, you know, it's just, I mean, it's gonna get deeper and deeper. So I mean, it gets gnarly.
I guess tire choice, suspension setup, a lot of things coming into play for this one, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely. You got to get the right tire setup for the sand. But in some of the sections of the track, it's also a little bit hard packed. So I mean, you need a tire that's good for the sand, but then at the same time, you need one that hooks up in the hard pack too. So yeah.
You need that intermediate type thing. You go from one extreme to the other, it seems. And look at there. Now you can celebrate for your buddy.
Woo!
There you go, Chase Sexton taking the win here and a championship as he goes 2-1 in this 85-12 to 13-year-old class. Jordan Bailey, a very commendable ride by that young man, the 133, another one of those that is just really shining here at the Winter Olympics. He's going to finish up in the number 2 spot. Cobe Hefner will be third in the championship. Brock Pappy fourth. Tommy Rios in the number 5 position. So, again, in the studio, we got none other than Sean Hackley. We got Austin Faulkner, who is last year's, what big award did you win, the bronze boot or something like that?
Yeah, the bronze boot. Yep.
Now, how are you doing for that this year? Have you been tabulating the points? Do you know how you're standing for that right now?
Well, I mean, I've won pretty much every. I won every outdoor race, and I won both Supercross mains, and I didn't win the heat races, but I won the mains. So I would say I'm sitting pretty good for it.
Well,
as good as you can.
Yeah, about every time you go out on the track, actually, they count points, right? It's not just overalls or anything like that.
Yeah, I think it's by Moto, but so I think I'm sitting pretty good though because I won every outdoor moto and then the Supercross mains. So.
Wow, that'd be pretty cool. You'd be sitting in some pretty elite company to win 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
things like that.
2-time champion. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, good luck to you in that department as we got the gate dropping on our final race of the day. You might as well hang out right here with us, Austin, and watch this one. The college 16 to 24-year-old class is coming up next. And looky here, our motorsport.com hole shot.
Keith Tucker with the motorsport.com hole shot.
He's got 3 championships already, looking for a 4th one, I believe. He got 2 in the motocross side of things, 2 in Supercross, and opening up with this one here, the 641 machine actually took a moto win in this one on his Yamaha, as backed by Triangle Cycles, as well as Answer Scott and Factory Connection, and also a big MTF rider out there. Look at this. You know, when Tuck gets that lead or gets close to the front of the pack, it's easy to say that he's going to be tough to beat. The only way you're going to keep him at bay is if you bury him back at about 15th place off the start line, I think. This kid has really come on strong, especially for a kid that wasn't even here last year because he was injured and there were a lot of things going on, the reason he couldn't be here. But, man, he comes here this year, and it's a whole different Keith Tucker.
Yes, when he's getting the whole shot, this kid's on a mission. Not many people have been able to stop him. We got Benny Bloss right now, and then also ZBB on the number 47 Kawasaki. So these guys need to try to pick up the pace if they want to catch Keith Tucker.
ZBB, Zachary Bishop Burnett, making a name for himself, to say the least, out there. And his sister, I believe, was also in the pageant for the Miss Mini-O's last night. We had a lot of that going on.
That's cool.
Several young ladies with us. Zachary Bishop Burnett took a moto win yesterday in his qualifying for the college 16 to 24 BC. I can't remember. Well, we might have actually had that on Racer TV, so you might be watching that as well. You might recognize a lot of these riders in this particular moto, and that's a good reason why. And We've also seen a number of them in earlier racing as well. Keith Tucker opening up lap number 1 with the lead. Track rough. It is dialed in. It is ready to show its most awesome race.
Oh, and a rider
down
goes down.
second.
Catches his foot on one of those brake bumps. Good thing there's a cliff on the other side of those trees.
Yeah, I believe that was, what was it, the 430. Dustin Winter, who finished in the number 4 spot in Moto 1.
Benny Bloss also catches his foot right there, scrubbing. You know, he's one of those tall riders, so try to get those legs out the way.
So Josh Cartwright and Benny Bloss get the gimme. I think Bloss got around. Yep, he's gotten around the gunslinger there. Cartwright now 3rd. Zachary Bishop, Burnett, old ZBB now back in the number 4 spot, while Mason Price will move up to the number 5 position. Man, Dustin Winter got off to a good start, a good ride. He was really pushing Keith Tucker out there. I think he was feeling something. Something really made him feeling good in this last moto. He's thinking, if I can beat Keith Tucker in this moto, I'm going to make my statement. And then all of a sudden, whoop, there it went. Benny Bloss, as we told you, has moved into the number, I believe that is now number 2 spot as he got around Winter after he went down. He got around Cartwright and is opening up a lead. He's laying chase. It says here, by looking at this, all accounts, he should only be a couple of seconds behind Keith Tucker, the 641. And look at that. He is. Keith Tucker could be under pressure, under fire here pretty soon. They drop down to the Gator pit now.
Yes, with the track getting rougher and Benny being a taller rider, he's able to stand up, let the bike kick underneath him, so the brake bumps aren't affecting him quite as much as Keith Tucker.
Well, I know Keith puts in moto after moto after moto after moto at the MTF training facility up there in Georgia. And he's accustomed to having these types of conditions and folks pressuring him, whether it be by just trying to beat lap times of someone or whether he's out running motos with somebody that's pushing him to the edge of the envelope there. So you were talking about Bradley Taft. Yeah, we mentioned about Bradley Taft. This kid has been doing pretty well this season. Is this somebody you've been keeping an eye on also there, Austin?
Yeah, there's a few guys out of Missouri that have been doing pretty good this season. Bradley Taft and Benny Bloss is out there right now, and Lance Kobush, he's out of Missouri too. So a bunch of Midwest guys we've been doing good this.
Yeah, some pretty heavy hitters this weekend.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool that these guys, I mean, he's probably a little analyst. He watches everybody ahead of him right now. You keep an eye on all these classes, pay attention to what everybody's doing so you know what you're going to be looking forward to when you finally make that step up.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I just I'm probably going to be getting on big bikes anytime soon, so I just want to, you know, see how those guys ride the 4 strokes different from the 2 strokes, and just kind of to get to just, I mean, watch them and see how the bikes like handle and stuff compared to the 2 strokes and everything like that.
Tucker still leading. Bloss, Cartwright in 3rd. Zachary Bishop, Burnett in 4th. Mason Price in 5th as they roll around for lap 3 complete, and you're going to the big bikes. How soon are we talking? Are we thinking as soon as the RCSX in March or Freestone or something like that, or are you going to wait a little longer for that?
I mean, no definite date or anything yet. It's just going to go by how much that I grow, and if I weigh enough to fit the bike, if I get tall enough to fit the bike. So no specific time. Or
so the next 4 or 5 months are going to tell the tale, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm sure there's a lot of kids in the 85 classes right now who go, "Shoo!"
Yeah, like, oh yeah, we get rid of him, yay!
Makes you feel good though, I'm sure, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's great. Austin Faulkner still here with us in the box as we continue to watch their final race. Keith Tucker 3 laps down, working on lap 4. Benny Bloss in 2nd, Cartwright in 3rd, Bishop Burnett in 4th, Kuykendall 5th, Nick Farrell is 6th, Mason Price in 7th, Bryson Taylor in 8th, David McFarlane in 9th, and Timmy Bedore rounding out your top 10. We're following on this Racer TV broadcast Keith Tucker right now around the big sweeper out there. And every time it looks like Benny might be able to inch in and challenge, somehow or another Tucker finds a way to keep him from doing so. And look at Benny, Sean, he's using every line. I mean, we've seen Tucker going to the complete outside. We saw Benny saying, well, I'm going to try the extreme inside and see if that works.
Yeah, you know, he knows that Keith's a great rider, so he's probably going just about as fast as you can. So you want to mix lines up, try to make time up, and just keep pressure. Try to get his wheels in Keith Tucker's eyesights.
There you go, and this section right through there, this is where things really start to tighten up, and Benny really seems to be closing up the gap this time around on the 641 machine. quite a few bike lengths in only the last couple of 100 yards, man.
And I think we're also coming in the lappers, too, so that may help him a little bit.
Whoa, little mistake there by Keith Tucker, but he gets right back on the throttle. White flag out. One more to go in our RacerX Virtual Trainer final lap.
Right there, Benny has a really far outside line. He's skipping all the bumps, so that's really smart.
And he pulled up side by side at Tucker. Tucker, though, has that faster line, and he's able to maintain the lead, dropping down Gator Falls for the final time. The final time for our leaders here in 2013.
I think if there's going to be a pass, it's going to come out of the gator tail sweeper into those rollers. And Keith just made a little bobble right there.
That's 2 bobbles. Oh, and there, big break there for Keith Tucker, because Benny Bloss does the same thing. He makes a mistake of his own in that inside of that next turn.
The pressure's on, and both these guys just made little mistakes.
And that one really helped out Keith Tucker. I can only imagine, because he had to be thinking, oh, stupid mistake, stupid mistake. He's kicking himself in the tail, and he's like, wait a minute, Benny made one. I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, so I thought they would be pretty close right here, but now that he opened up some, he's going to just have to stay smooth and stay smart for the checkered flag.
Well, don't count Benny out yet, because from here on, right here, this point on, Benny seemed to be a little bit faster than Keith last time around, and heading into the Gator pit for the final time. If he can get closer and get a wheel in on him, it might make a little bit more for a challenge heading up to the checkers. Will Keith Tucker be able to hang on to it? And I believe capture his 4th championship of the weekend, 2 in Supercross and 3 here in outdoors. Tucker and Bloss, Burnett 1, 2, and 3 on the championship scale. Cartwright is running in 3rd on the track, but all eyes are on this battle right here. Final turn right now. Here comes Bloss. He could have been dirty about that, but he wasn't, man. A good, clean ride for both riders, and Keith Tucker takes another championship. Benny Bloss a little frustrated, but still a heck of a ride for the 33.
Yes, that was a great ride for both of them. They both rode strong, and they both had a great weekend here in the outdoors, and as well as Supercross.
Outstanding. Moto Hero race winner and class champion of the college 16 to 24 BC class. Keith Tucker checking in with us. Benny Bloss in 2nd. Zachary Bishop Burnett in 3rd. Nick Farrell, he was your number 4 ride. Josh Cartwright dropped to 5th on that one. Cody Kuykendall in the number 6 position. Bryson Taylor in 7th. David McFarlane in 8th. Mason Price in 9th. And Devin Coolbreath in 10th. Well, Austin, I want to say thanks for taking the time to join us here in the booth and give us a little insight as to you this week and what we have to look forward to as far as 2014 is concerned. So we won't be so surprised if we see you on that big bike then next year.
Yeah, hoping that next year can be as good as this year, or maybe even better. Just keep riding, keep having fun, and keep winning.
All right, man. Good job. That's Austin Fortner.
Good job this week.
Yep, thanks.
That right there is Sean Hackley. I'm Rodney Tomlin. Also want to say thanks to Jen Kenyon, as we've had a spectacular week this week with our 2013 Mini-O's. I want to send a special shout out to the Mini-Fine sponsors, which include, of course, Motorsport.com, Fair and Racing, WMR, Nahalo, Lazy Days RV, and On Track Schools. Also want to say thanks to a lot of other folks, cameramen and everything, and Jen Kenyon. We say thanks to her again, who's standing by with one of our winners that we'll be talking to here in a few moments. I want to give some love to some of these guys that have worked so hard. We've been inside the box all week. It seems like we've been doing all the hard work. But I want to say thanks to Uncle Dave, man. That's Jen Kenyon's uncle and her cousin Nick. Thanks to those. Also, there's Gloop Mayhe. Want to say thanks to Gloop. There's Uncle Dave right there. There's Jared Bolton. Dan, our IT guy right there, Dan Reinhardt, and that's Jason. There's Griff Cotter, our director, and Jeremy Saylor, our producer. And there is Miss Jessica. And, of course, we've got our good buddy right here, Mr. Sean Hackley. And we got one more guy we're going to be talking with here in just a moment. But right now we're going to throw it over to Jen, who's got a very elated and excited person over there for our Nahalo Concepts podium presentation.
That's right, Rodney. What an exciting way to end this 2013 Winter Olympics. Keith Tucker, what is this, your 5th title of the week?
Yeah, this is my 5th title of the week at Mini-O's, and I couldn't be happier right now. I'm ecstatic. I just love it out here. Supercross, motocross. Got 2 on the Supercross, 3 on the outdoors, and just ended up with my 3rd one just now on the outdoors. And it was a tight race with Benny Bloss, right?
Bloss, yep.
it was a tight race, and he was on me the whole time. I got the whole shot and just did my own thing, tried to end up winning it, pumped up a little bit, but everything's great. Love it.
Yeah, I know. I saw you guys going back and forth in that back section. It looked like you made a mistake, and then he made a mistake, and you kind of caught a break there because he was right on you.
Yeah, I did make a huge mistake. I about lost it on the last lap. I hit a single, and it just bucked me sideways, and then I sprinted as hard as I could and pulled a little gap on him in that deep right-hander, and I've always been good at ruts. I got to thank my dad for that. The turn track every day, back on the 80s and 60s, him and David Wallace, they've been just training me.
All that hard work paid off for you.
Oh, yeah, it's paid off a lot. The rut training at House, and then the last 4 or 5 years at MTF, I couldn't win without any of that.
Tell us who else you'd like to thank for helping you have such a successful week here at the Mini-O's.
I got to thank Triangle Cycles, Yamaha, my mom, my dad, my brothers, and my sister back home for watching it and supporting me all this whole week. David Wallace, he's my mechanic. He's the best out there. Couldn't do it without him or anyone at MTF. And Start Clothing, Scott Goggles, Answer, Shui, Garnier, Pro Taper, EVS, everyone else out there helping me so much. Thank you.
All right, Rodney, well, there you have it. Congratulations to Keith Tucker and all of our 2013 champions this week.
All righty, thank you very much, Jen Kenya. Back in the Racer TV studios, we're joined by Thomas Covington here, the number 64. Thomas, outstanding week for you this week as well, man. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a little rough at times this week. I had some trouble in the 250 class, but went out there in the 450 and managed to get a 1-1 in 450A, so finished it off on a good note.
For sure. And Sean, I know you were pretty impressed as well.
Yes, definitely. He was actually going to be my pick for that last moto to try to win myself a free Racer X subscription, but had a little bit of trouble in the motos before, but glad to see he's all right.
Yeah, it seemed like this week you either were on or you weren't, man. I mean, it was either on or off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really just the start's so important here. I had a few bad gate picks in the first motos, and then on the 250 I was just having problems, and right behind Nick Gainshorn up front here, and then had a bike problem. So just some bad luck, some things out of my control, but I'm happy with the way I did in the 450 class.
Well, let me ask you something. After watching these races, I enjoy watching you work up through the pack. You know, if you don't get too far back, if you get about mid-pack and start working your way up, I enjoy watching that for you because I get to see a lot of really good skills out of you. You, from a rider standpoint, man, which is better for you? I know everybody always – I know it's easier to get the whole shot and win, but, I mean, when you look back on the most memorable races you ever raced, I mean, are they the ones where you fight through the pack, or are they the ones where you grab the whole shot?
Well, really, I mean, at the end of the day, you'd just like to get the start out front and not have to deal with anyone, but for sure you'd want to be up there in that top 5. I mean, if you're not up there in the top 5 with these pretty somewhat short motos, you don't really have a chance at it if you're not up there.
For sure. What about you? I mean, how about you? Whenever you were in his position, what did you think, Sean?
I love getting the whole shot. I love not having to use tear-offs. That's one of the best feelings.
Sure.
Being sponsored by Oakley as an amateur, I'd have like 14 tear-offs, and at the end of it, I would just pull one just to say I pulled a tear-off. But some of my best races, I think, probably getting a bad start, actually, just coming through the pack, beating everybody, and then actually winning. That just felt really good, even though I would have much rather stayed clean getting the whole shot.
Now, you watched Thomas race this week. I'm sure there's some questions you have for him also.
Yes, you know, what was the trick about that, the first lap? I mean, the track changes all the time here. That's the thing. You know, they were doing a lot of track prep, trying to keep it safe for you guys. But I feel as though early in the week it was rutted. Now coming to more hard-packed, square-edge break-up. So which part of the race or the weekend in the track did you like?
Well, I thought the track was awesome when we first got out here to the outdoors after the rain we had, and there was this.
So you're a fan of the ruts then?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure. I mean, I've been in California for about 3 years now, so we don't have many ruts there, but originally from Alabama, so I love all the ruts, all the different line choices. There's a lot of different places to pass, and actually the track stayed pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of lines out there all week, and we actually changed our tire quite a bit this week.
Really?
When we first went out to outdoors, we were running the Dunlop MX-11, which is like a sand tire. It's got it's a paddle tire, and that works good on the starts, but then once it started to dry out, we switched back to the MX-31. So tire selection was pretty important this week.
Well, my last and final question before we let you go, Thomas, what is your plans for 2014? What are we expected to see out of you?
Well, this is my last real big amateur national event, so won't be seeing me too much at the amateur races anymore. Right now I'm planning on doing the first 4 GPs over in Europe for the Kawasaki team over there, and then I'll be back over here for Hangtown in the beginning and run all the outdoors.
Wow, kind of a bittersweet end for you, I guess, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't how I planned going out, but I'll take it. It was okay. I'm still in one piece, and had a good time here at Mini-O's.
Great, man. Let me shake your hand. Thomas, thank you for all the years of great amateur competition you've given us, man. I've really enjoyed watching you grow up and wish you good luck in your next step, too, all right?
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations and good luck in Europe.
Thanks. Thank you.
That's Thomas Covington, and we congratulate him on an outstanding year, and we say thanks to all the many folks, once again, that helped make it possible. Our sponsors, all the people that helped out. Again, Jen Kenyon, outstanding job. Sean Hackley just blows me away, and all the cameramen, the production crew, and everyone that worked so hard to make it all possible. On behalf of all those folks, I'm Rodney Tomlin saying thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon. Happy days from Racer TV.